Suddenly there was a sound of the door opening. Everyone turned to look, surprised to hear a loud greeting. "I'm back." The whole family was delighted when they saw him walking and dragging a suitcase. "Chenlv, you're back?" Following her father's words, her sister looked at him from head to toe, teasing him. "Wow, why are you so messy? Haven't you showered yet?" Chenlv's mother looked very serious. "Have you thought about what mom told you to think about the future?" "After the trip, I took a break." Chenlv replied in an obsequious manner. "Yes, I will. Put down my pen." The next day, Chenlv with a bandaged head was slowly chewing food in pain when his sister came out of the bedroom. "Wow, what's going on? Why are you still being beaten today?" "I'm so upset. Stop wandering around in front of me." Knowing what happened to her younger brother, her sister burst out laughing. "Mom is really too much. Your face is not good for the fetus." Chenlv, who was angry, had to laugh at his sister's words. "So don't look anymore and just eat." The sound of two people arguing filled the kitchen. "Now you are very good. If you were my child, you would die." "Are you the one who just mentioned the fetus?" Chenlv's mother went to the dining table to remind him. "You're raising your voice a bit in the house, son." "Mom, go out first. Remember to go to work on time." Chenlv was having fun, then suddenly got serious and softly replied, "Yes." Seeing that look, her sister couldn't help but laugh. His full name is Choi Chenlv, 26 years old. He has dreamed of becoming a writer since he was in kindergarten. Thanks to his mother being a famous writer and his father being a linguistics professor, he was considered promising from a young age. Even when he was a little older, during his school years, he was truly a promising literary teenager. So he announced that he had stopped writing and applied to work at a publishing house when he returned from traveling, which shocked his mother. Even though Chenlv's father and sister tried to stop him, she still threw the half-drinking glass at his head, forcing him to give up that crazy idea. From that eloquent statement, his entire family was turned upside down. Thinking back to that scene, Chenlv suddenly shivered and stood up in response to his sister's question. "What is it? You've already finished eating. What's wrong?" "Suddenly I feel a stomachache." My sister knows that today is also her brother's first day working at the publishing house. It's stewed chicken soup. If work gets done, there won't be any chicken thighs left to eat. Oh my god, eat it all. Chenlv gently closed the door, trying to encourage himself. "That's right, how can you understand me? Just by being accepted into my mother's publishing house, my mother has already forgiven me. That alone is enough to be grateful." While taking off his t-shirt, preparing to change clothes for work, he suddenly saw a notebook lying on his desk. "That's my composition practice book from 2012. "What is it? Why is it suddenly here?" Chenlv quickly changed clothes and ran to the dining room to find her sister. "Sister, are you coming into my room today? You must be crazy. Why did your sister go into that pig pen?" Even though he was still wondering who had entered his room, he still couldn't help but wonder. I just came back from a trip, so that's all, but it's usually very clean." "Okay then." "Ha, I peddled. "What?" "Your nephew kicked my sister's stomach." If the baby kicks in the morning, the day is bound to be strange. Bored with his sister's nonsense speculations, Chenlv said goodbye. I don't believe it. If you want to eat something, just call." "Okay." On the first day of work, Chenlv realized that today was very different and kept thinking about the notebook that had been lost for a long time. Soon he arrived at the newspaper office and quickly won the favor of his superiors. "Manager, I'm going to make coffee. Do you want some?" "This morning is really tiring, thank you." "Yes." He quickly ran away, following the instructions of a female colleague. "Besides coffee, there is also a lot of tea, so feel free to drink it." "Thank you." Chenlv mumbled while mixing. "Manager Kim has one drink, I have one drink." Suddenly I smiled when I realized the madness on the packaging with the words, "hot iced coffee." "Oh really, haha, it's so strange. But the strangest thing is that I'm here. Work at a publishing house. I thought signing a contract with a publisher and writing a book would be enough. Actually, I don't have any doubts about that thought." As he raised his hand to stir the hot coffee, he thought again. Before, he realized that he was someone who couldn't write, which was an undeniable truth. Chenlv quickly brought coffee to invite his colleagues. "Here's the coffee along with the team leader." "Ah, thank you." "Then leave." The team leader looked around the office, wondering which position was suitable for him, so he let him choose freely. "Oh, let's move the luggage to wherever you like." "Really?" Like everyone, he suddenly realized that something was beyond his ability. It's not strange anymore. He thought everything was fine today. He had just brought his luggage and placed it on the desk at the office when he suddenly discovered the notebook lying there in the morning. Chenlv suddenly felt creepy. "No, this is strange. While I wasn't watching, it grew legs. Why did the notebooks come all the way to this place?" Thinking for a while, he boldly opened it to read and thought of his sister's words that morning. Haha, my nephew is also really good when he grows up. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a patched piece of paper lying neatly in the notebook, making chenlv stunned for a long time. I still have this one. The memory suddenly came back. It was something he had shown to a very important person. It's embarrassing if I just show you what I know. You have to show me too. Now I only have the diary. Showing it to you would be a bit much. Seeing chenlv's determined face, the boy looked down awkwardly. Okay, so I have to be this shy and die. Then, not wanting to pressure that person, he spoke up and was about to refuse when there was a rustling sound. The boy tore a piece of paper from the diary and gave it to him. Here, take this diary. You will forget this part of your memory, so now it's yours. You are still writing right now. Have you sent the parameters yet? chenlv was stunned by his mother's question. How should I say it? Mom, did the president give this to me by mistake? That's right, I leave it here so you remember what you gave up to come here. Don't run away because of those petty incidents. Understanding his mother's feelings, he bowed his head with emotion. I know what to do, don't worry Mom, and I won't run away. Suddenly, the colleague next to me spoke up curiously. What is that so serious? chenlv's mother smiled and replied. I'm talking about my high school composition notebook. He used to write. His major is also the Department of Literary Composition. Haha, what? Seeing his mother's proud tone only made him more embarrassed and laughed it off, but chenlv's mother still had no intention of stopping. Back then he really liked it and even won a national award. The female colleague looked at him with admiration and admiration. Really, I heard the reward is not small. But why don't you write anymore? I'm so sorry. There are a few reasons. Seeing that her son was hesitating, avoiding the staff's probing eyes, Sion's mother quickly beat the drum. But where did team leader Cheon go? There was an interview today. He left. chenlv slammed his hand on the notebook and sighed in frustration. Today is not a strange day, but rather a tiring day. Why do I suddenly remember that? Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps approaching. Out of curiosity, he stood up on tiptoe and his colleague next to him quickly greeted him. Team leader, the representative came to look for you just now. Is that so? Let me handle the meeting here first. Following the group leader was a handsome young man who kept looking at chenlv, not paying attention to the group leader's urging. Mr. Hae-jin, please come inside. The two of them stood looking at each other for a long time until the group leader called their names again. Mr. Hae-jin, causing him to awkwardly bow his head. Sorry. Seeing that chenlv seemed interested in that guy, the female colleague quickly introduced him. Looks like that was the last interviewer. Looks like he's as good as chenlv. He smiled foolishly, silently affirming. No, today is a strange day. The image of the boy from that year reappeared in chenlv's mind. The old words echoed in his ears. You will forget this memory. From now on this part is yours. The memory that he tried to forget came back to life again. The paper with the words on Hae-jin seemed to have legs running to find him. chenlv scratched his head, pulled his hair, trying to regain composure. Crazy, really strange. It's crazy, now it's appeared before my eyes. What a strange day. I'm back. chenlv had just returned from the publishing house and rushed to his sister's side. Oh, you're back. He threw away his book bag, knelt down on the floor, and spoke loudly. Sister, my grandchild didn't come down from the sky. The older sister was eating fruit and almost choked because of the stupid question. What? Don't hit his head again, Mom. His mother also shook her head, thinking that chenlv had a problem. That's right, it's getting more and more silly. Thinking about the person he met today, chenlv suddenly felt a little worried. Today is the first day. What should I do tomorrow? Hae-jin is a high school classmate with chenlv and the same club and was a winner of the school's competition. That's right, you were once friends. At that time, he was praised by his homeroom teacher in front of the class. Please clap your hands. All classmates welcomed and admired him. Only chenlv didn't react at all. It wasn't until Hae-jin turned to look at him that he gave a forced smile. Congratulations. Meeting him then was probably the luckiest thing in my life. But if we hadn't met then, maybe chenlv wouldn't have been so hurt. After a tiring day, he lay down, hugged his pillow, and sighed. Okay, there are things that cannot be avoided. The next day, chenlv secretly hid behind the door to observe Hae-jin working. As expected, he was also very hard-working in the past. While sneaking in to avoid being discovered, his colleague enthusiastically greeted him, making him blush. chenlv, good morning. Haha, yes. Your seat was moved next to Hae-jin. I thought I would arrive the earliest today, but Hae-jin, the team leader, had already arrived first. chenlv replied awkwardly. Ah, really? Both are really hardworking. He shyly glanced at Jin, who was working intently and was suddenly startled by his colleague. I came early to unpack my things. You two have talked before. Jin and Seon were the same age. Furthermore, Jin said he studied Korean literature. The Korean literature department and the literary composition department are similar, right? Seon quickly stood up, waved his hand to deny the push. No, it is not. Seon reassures himself that Jin won't be able to recognize him. Because the voice has changed a bit. After all, we haven't seen each other for a few years. He also glanced at Seon to see her reaction when his colleague talked. Mr. Jin said he was working in an office somewhere else and then moved here. Ah ha ha. If you work in an office, why don't you write anymore? Stop teasing the new employee, go get the work plan here and show him. I'm not teasing. Seon quickly explained, but no one listened and was assigned additional tasks by his female colleague. Remember to help each other. The group leader also urged the two of them. Hurry up. Jin looked at the diary in Seon hand. He was startled, quickly dropped it on the table and corrected himself. Don't get me wrong, this is. Jin looked intently at the notebook and muttered. Department of Literary Creativity. You seem to have a good life. Seon turned his head to look and discovered that he was standing up, angry because of his rejection. He quickly spoke up. Oh no, Jin, listen to me. Unable to keep calm, he clenched his fists and slammed them down on the desk. Seon stood dumbfounded, remembering the past. At that time, he looked guilty and bowed his head to apologize. You said it was because of you. We are friends. Despite Jin's clinging and blaming words, Seon still said bitter words. Let's not meet again. You seem to have a good life. Think I'll live well after that. Knowing Jin was very angry, he didn't feel comfortable saying anything more. Okay, anyway, I have nothing to say now. Between me and him, a distance has appeared, cannot be filled with anything. Something happened that made the two embarrassed. The group leader and her colleague opened the door and walked in, seeing two people working intently. When I'm done here, I'll help you. You two try a little harder. Sorry, it's a bit much, hi. Haha, just take it slow. Jin quickly left the desk. Seon also stood up confused. I have to cool my mind a bit. He planned to light a cigarette and take a breath to relieve stress, but even the lighter had problems. I'm out of gas, what's wrong? Just have to go to a convenience store to buy it. As he walked down the stairs, he suddenly discovered Jin also sitting there, giving him the lighter. Oh, thank you, I didn't have a lighter at the time. Quickly lighting a cigarette, Seon turned his head to look at Jin, filled with wonder. Doesn't he hate the smell of cigarettes? Don't pay attention to me. Well, what do you say? Now I have no grudge against you and I don't want you to apologize at all. River water does not violate well water, so don't pay attention to me. Then I'll go first. He was about to turn on his heel and leave, but Jin did not show any regretful reaction. Seon quickly approached and held his hand tightly. I know, no matter what I say now, I can't fill this gap. But even so, Seon's hesitation made Jin even more anxious. I can't live well. Never lived well even for a day, Jin. On the subway, Jin sat intently writing in her diary but was noticed by a group of boys gossiping. This time I just bought a new computer. No, I'm so jealous of this guy who plays video games. Of course, now there's no need to go to the PC room anymore. The whole group burst into laughter again. Jin continued his note-taking. Suddenly the image of Seon appeared in his mind. This is train 00. The exit is on the right. After receiving the notification, Jin raised his head and quickly closed the notebook. Stop. Returning to the apartment, he sighed when he received notice of the management fee. Yes, this day has already come. I'm back. Jin walked into the house tiredly but saw no one answering. After showering and cleaning the room, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. While chopping food, I couldn't help but think about Seon's words today. I'm not healthy at all. I've never lived well for even one day, Jin. That tight grip made him think a lot. Suddenly he raised his hand and cut himself on the knife, startling Jin. After all, why have I been thinking about that guy all this time? Mom is back. Mom is back. I don't know why there are so many customers today. After your rice is finished cooking, Mommy will take a shower and then come out to eat with you. Looking at the tray of food Jin prepared, it was simple but fragrant. Seeing his mother tired, he impatiently complained. These days I work until lunchtime, so my wrist hurts every day. If you work until noon, you can earn a little extra. I said I don't need to work that much, Mom. This time the salary has increased a bit. Don't say anything if you don't know anything. In times like these you have to save a lot of money. By the way, how's the company going? You said you were looking forward to the representative you like. Ah, okay. There are no problems at work. Yes. His mother's questions reminded Jin of Sean-woo, making him visibly upset. No problem, nothing. Okay, that's good. Mom, do you remember Choi Seon-woo? Mom was eating and suddenly remembered Choi Seon-woo, Choi's son-in-law. Jin sighed, embarrassed. No, I told you to call it that. Is he still in contact with you? How long have you been together? After all, he's in the same company as me. Jin's mother suddenly exclaimed. What, could Seon-woo be there? Oh my god, what happened? Mom suddenly softened her voice. Thanks to Seon-woo, our Jin was able to overcome the difficult times. I'm very grateful to him. Next time, do you want to bring him? Jin thought for a long time and nodded in agreement. It's okay. That whole evening his diary only wrote crazy things. Suddenly, I felt very nostalgic, like returning to that time. Thinking back, it was a day that, as if someone had prepared it for me. The memory came back again, the scene of Seon-woo joking with his classmates. Choi Seon-woo is bragging again. What are you saying? It's true. 10,001, bread? Thinking back, at that time I was also releasing my emotions by writing on paper. Once while taking out the trash at school, Jin saw Seon-woo joking with his friends. You monster, if you have a ball with that weight, it's not good. It's not because I'm tall, it's because you guys are short. This crazy guy is so unlucky. Next time you play soccer, join the same group, okay? As Seon spoke, he lit a cigarette and took a long drag, making him feel very uncomfortable as he witnessed it. Realizing that Jin was looking at him, Seon-woo also bowed politely. Hello? Oh, hello. Seeing Seon-woo smiling in his direction, Jin quickly turned around and left. His unsympathetic attitude made Seon-woo very uncomfortable. Hey, it seems like some kid saw us just now. I have to remanage the student department. Boy, aren't you sitting right next to me? God, it's like the first time I saw it. You're so noisy next to him, but he still keeps quiet. He probably won't leave you alone with the teacher anymore. The teasing words from his friends made Seon-woo even more uncomfortable. He grabbed the shirt of his friend sitting with him and teased him. You brat, it's not me, you're the one making the noise. Ugh, who's crazy enough to hit someone with that body? Anyway, which club are you planning on joining? A friend in the group raised his voice and spoke proudly. I'm in the music department, there's nothing to discuss anymore. When talent can't keep up with dreams, then yes, Seon-woo, come with me. Sorry, I will join the creative arts club. The whole group was surprised by Seon-woo's decision. It must be great to sleep there, you are truly a master. Hey, it's not time to go to sleep. Seeing that he looked very serious, his friends did not dare to tease him further. Okay, Seon-woo is not from the same world as us. Good achievements, rich family. When I was in high school, I received first place in writing, 2,000,001. Man, that's crazy, what did you do with that money? Haha, half of it was burned in the game room, the other half was given to mom. Anyway, our Seon-woo is not the average type. He will become a screenwriter. Oh my god, I must ask for an autograph. If you want to watch a movie, you must prioritize it first. God, we should open a music room. You said you were the king of music. Hey, let's go. The jokes from his friends made Seon-woo very embarrassed. Oh, hello. Seeing Seon-woo smiling in his direction, Jin quickly turned around and left. His unsympathetic attitude made Seon-woo very uncomfortable. Hey, it seems like some kid saw us just now. I have to remanage the student department. Boy, aren't you sitting right next to me? God, it's like the first time I saw it. You're so noisy next to him, but he still keeps quiet. He probably won't leave you alone with the teacher anymore. The teasing words from his friends made Seon-woo even more uncomfortable. He grabbed the shirt of his friend sitting with him and teased him. You brat, it's not me, you're the one making the noise. Ugh, who's crazy enough to hit someone with that body? Anyway, which club are you planning on joining? A friend in the group raised his voice and spoke proudly. I'm in the music department, there's nothing to discuss anymore. When talent can't keep up with dreams, then yes, Seon-woo, come with me. Sorry, I will join the creative arts club. The whole group was surprised by Seon-woo's decision. It must be great to sleep there, you are truly a master. Hey, it's not time to go to sleep. Seeing that he looked very serious, his friends did not dare to tease him further. Okay, Seon-woo is not from the same world as us. Good achievements, rich family. When I was in high school, I received first place in writing, 2,000,001. Man, that's crazy, what did you do with that money? Haha, half of it was burned in the game room, the other half was given to mom. Anyway, our Seon-woo is not the average type. He will become a screenwriter. Oh my god, I must ask for an autograph. If you want to watch a movie, you must prioritize it first. God, we should open a music room. You said you were the king of music. Hey, let's go. The jokes from his friends made Chenlv very embarrassed. Seriously. Chenlv walked and thought a lot. Just now I was thinking too much about that. Even so, after joining the club, I worked hard. In the temporary art creation room, Chenlv was about to enter when he saw Jin standing there wondering. Is he also interested in the creative arts club? So why don't you come in? Suddenly, the dean made an unexpected announcement disbanding the creative arts club until further notice. Perhaps the saddest person is Chenlv. From now on, I've been having all sorts of problems. Haha, this look of wanting to give up, there must be a way. Teacher, I told you to stop. Please, teacher. I really want to participate. How many times do I have to say I'm handling the club's disbandment? I will do it. I will take the position of head. Please don't decide to disband the club. Chenlv patiently begged the homeroom teacher for 20 minutes. Haha, the time for establishing a club has passed. Chenlv thought his plan might have failed, but unexpectedly, in a moment of frustration, the teacher gave him a signal. But what is your name? He answered worriedly to Choi Chenlv. I think I've heard of Choi Chenlv before. You're very famous, right? Your mother is a famous writer. Pondering for a moment, the teacher answered frankly. However, you can't give him special treatment because of that. That's why you will become a child creator. That's not why I want to pursue becoming a writer. What? The teacher was surprised by his answer. It seems you misunderstood. My dream is to become a writer. I started writing continuously from a very young age and tried to improve my achievements. Lately I've been taking a break, but I still won the award. I heard that the club is also very important for university. That's why I want to join. I'm determined to do it, sir. This story. He was thinking about refusing, but seeing Chenlv's gloomy appearance, the teacher suddenly felt a little guilty. It seems I made some mistake. This. If you're so stubborn, then take this even though it's not an official club. In the instructor section, you can write my name. Instead, you have to plan specific activities. Afraid it will take more time than you think. I will do it, thank you. Chenlv happily received the paper. But what is a club vice president? Can it be called a club if you're a lone kid? There must be at least 2 people or more. Try using that. Seeing that Chenlv continued to be discouraged, the teacher provided another useful information. Of course, it seems like most of the students have gone to join other clubs. There was a 3rd grader who signed up for this. 3rd grade is me, teacher. No, not you. This kid's name is, his name is on Hey. Before he could hear the teacher finish his sentence, Chenlv had already identified who that person was and happily ran away. Thank you very much indeed, Teacher Kwan. I decided to bring him here. The teacher discovered it was crazy when creating conditions for Chenlv. Since when did Teacher Kwan? Really, it seems like I created trouble for myself. The class was very noisy during break time as usual. Jin was taking his notebook out of his bag when he saw a lot of snacks that Chenlv brought in front of him. Jin didn't understand what was going on, so he asked in bewilderment. What are you doing? Responding to his unpleasant attitude was a bright smile. We meet again, huh? We meet again, huh? Chenlv smiled and greeted Jin but received a cold attitude from him. Because of his goal, Chenlv continued to happily talk. Can I sit here? You haven't arrived here yet, right? Suddenly there was a call from afar. Hey, Chenlv has become a scoundrel. He just arrived and already started teasing the guy sitting next to him. He turned back to look at him, his expression serious. I'm not trying to make trouble right now, I just have something to discuss. Hearing Chenlv say that, Jin was also a little curious. What's the job? What's with this atmosphere? This name. It turned out to be someone Jin had met before and had an unfavorable view, not understanding why Chenlv was bothering him. Is it because I saw him smoking? Anyway, these are all for you because I didn't know what you liked, so I bought them all. Seeing Chenlv's attitude as if he wanted to bribe, Jin quickly explained. If it's because of what happened yesterday, I won't tell anyone. Seeing that Jin seemed to be misunderstanding his meaning, he burst out laughing. Well, that's not it, I just want to get closer to you. Okay, maybe it's a new type of bullying. Sitting next to the noisy table, but now the day ahead makes it even more annoying. Which club will you join? Seeing that Chenlv still seemed to have lost his enthusiasm, Jin thought to himself. If he stays silent, he will leave on his own. Hey, I'm hungry too. Hey Jin, can you give me some bread? While focusing on the plan but kept getting interrupted, Chenlv shouted loudly at his annoying classmate. Hey, go away, I didn't buy this for you to eat. Can't we share it among ourselves? I'm stingy. I have something important going on right now. The two struggled back and forth, knocking over Jin's school supplies. You scoundrel, look at the good things you've done. Chenlv quickly turned to look at Jin shyly. Sorry, I picked it up for you, I didn't mean to miss it. Pencil, carefully picking up each thing one by one, suddenly saw Heijin's attitude towards the classmate who insulted Sian-woo. By the way, please clean up your things, don't interfere with my preparation for class. The classmate, speechless, stammering. Hey, this son of a bitch. At this time, the teacher had just entered the classroom. Everyone, quickly settle down and start your activities at the beginning of the hour. Sian-woo also quickly packed up Heijin's belongings. Here, your pencil case, sorry for dropping it. I'll leave the candy on the cupboard, I didn't know you would feel inconvenienced. Later, I will continue what I was about to tell you. The teacher quickly reminded. Mr. Choi Sian-woo, don't you hurry back to your seat? Yes. Very quickly, it was time for the middle of class and the two met again. Just now it was because I was not good. In the middle of class, Sian's eyes always focused on Heijin, making him feel very confused. Are you going to go to the bathroom? What do you want to say to me? And even at lunchtime, Sian-woo refused to let go of Heijin. He finally agreed to talk. That's right, say it quickly and go back to your group of friends. Heijin, you're planning to join the art creation club, right? So, I've already prevented the club from being cancelled, now it's a question. Free club, just need to find more people. You and I are perfect, that's lucky, right? You'll agree, right? Or not? Heijin's decisive answer made Sian-woo feel like a big rock had fallen on his head. Wait, why? Don't you want to become a writer? I don't want to go that far, setting up a freelance club takes a lot of time. I'll take care of all the trouble, okay? You just need to show up. Heijin coldly stood up. Unfortunately, I don't care, sorry. This story is over. Heijin turned around and left, but the mean classmate spoke up and teased her. Hey, look at the way he talks. That's the attitude of someone who has received a lot of snacks. Everyone was talking loudly. Since then, my liver has been itchy. Why, that boy is so handsome. Looking at Heijin's back, Sian-woo couldn't help but wonder. Why lie? His friends sitting at the table began to advise him. Hey, Sian-woo, stop manipulating that guy and find someone else. That's right, why does it have to be that kid? Let me join you. Okay, once you get in, you'll have to write a lot and write continuously. Besides, I agree with him. In the end, where do you like it? He writes with a pencil. Heijin sat alone in the schoolyard, constantly thinking about Sian-woo. His words always appeared in my mind. I dare to stop the club from being cancelled, do you want to come in? After school there is a free club. Why is that the reason you're satisfied with it? In general, everything has more than that. I told you he will come to the club with me. At this time, Heijin also tried to block his reason. Absolutely impossible. Next to the window, under the gradually falling sunset, the noisy talking and moving sounds of everyone in the classroom rang out. Someone said, does anyone want to come to the PC room today? Oh me, someone else said, I'm busy with extra classes today. Hey, just skip one session. A group of students gathered together to talk and left. In the classroom, only Heijin was still sitting next to the table leisurely putting away his books. When he stood up, someone suddenly sent a text message. Heijin, it's Papa Burger, don't forget your first day at work today, don't be late. Heijin picked up the phone to read the message content and only breathed out, his face expressionless. At the same time, Choi Sian-woo was eating with 3 friends. It seemed like they were discussing Heijin. Turns out that senior was playing with him. Oh, that kid, when I first saw him I didn't like him at all. The person sitting opposite Sian-woo continued to laugh and talk, but it looked beautiful, didn't it? Sian-woo absent-mindedly replied, chewing the hamburger in his hand, aha. He remembered Heijin's image as his face became thoughtful. When the friend across from him asked, is that all your reaction? Sian-woo was still thinking, why did he refuse? He was completely immersed in his world, he wondered, I said I would take care of all the troublesome work, I thought he liked to hold a pen and write. Suddenly the guy opposite spoke again, hey. This time Sian-woo also raised his head from the pile of food and thoughts, took the potato chip and put it in his mouth, showing an expressionless face and asked again, Hey, isn't that the kid you're trying to attract? This statement completely caught Sian-woo's attention. He was surprised, oh really, and his name is Heijin. When Heijin walked into the counter, someone wondered why he went inside. The guy in the orange shirt next to him said, is it possible he's working part-time here? Sian-woo seemed to be thinking while chewing his cake and replied, oh sure. He thought to himself, aren't you saying you won't do more? Heijin tied his uniform apron and stood next to the table with empty food trays ready to clean up. He suddenly noticed a noisy sound nearby, finished eating and then went to play a game. He looked next to him and saw that it was Seo-woo and his friends chatting. Weren't you talking about taking extra classes, crazy? Heijin immediately felt annoyed, it was these guys again. He turned around and thought, never mind, just do your job. The guy in the orange shirt sitting next to Seo Woon saw that he kept looking at Hye Jin's back and said, "Seon-woo, he's so ugly, stop staring at him." The guy opposite responded, "Anyone looking at him would think you have something very important. Aze is so upset. Hey, I will help you." Seon-woon crossed his arms to show his displeasure. He was about to do something. "Don't do anything wrong." The black-haired boy smirked and called, "Hey Jin, come accept Seon-woo's heart. This kid really likes you." Seon-woo now panicked and said, "Hey." Hearing that, Hye Jin just looked over with expressionless eyes, then immediately returned to work. "Hey, oh my god, he's looking down on you." Hye Jin didn't care about Seon-woo and the others and just turned back to talk to the female customer opposite. "I'll check the bill right away." He just called. Hye Jin got angry and called again, "Hey, don't you hear what we're saying?" Seon-woo saw this and spoke up to stop him. "Stop it." A middle-aged man wearing glasses who couldn't see anymore walked by and said, "Hey, those students, can't you just be quiet for a bit?" Seon-woo sprayed the glue stiffly. "I'm sorry." "Well, because there are my friends over there, that's why," the black-haired boy sitting opposite continued. The man replied, "That shouldn't be noisy." Meanwhile, Seon-woo glanced slightly at Hye Jin, but only saw that he did not care at all and continued to do his work. He put his hand on his forehead and angrily said, "Stop, I told you I was upset, don't cause trouble for him." Friends around us joke, "We can't underestimate our screenwriters, they might even receive a large amount of money in those auditions, 1 million won." Hearing this sentence, Seon-woo slammed his fist on the table, a bang rang out. "Hey, I told you to stop." The person sitting opposite saw this and said, "I know, I was just joking." The orange shirt guy patted his shoulder and said, "Hey Seon-woo, why are you suddenly so serious?" Seon-woo didn't pay attention to him and turned to face Hye Jin's eyes. He frowned and looked back without saying anything. Seon-woo saw that and stood up thinking, seriously, he said, "Okay, let's go to the PC room." The guy in the orange shirt also stood up and asked, are you leaving already? Hurry up." Hye Jin breathed a sigh of relief, finally. The senior asked him, "Classmate Hye Jin, was he your friend just now?" He immediately denied, "I'm not your friend." She continued, "No matter what, making such noise would be awkward and our restaurant would be in chaos." Hye Jin spoke up, "I'm sorry. Pay attention later, yes." Hye Jin pinched the bridge of his nose and thought in frustration it really couldn't be helped. It was getting dark. The senior called, "Hye Jin, classmate Hye Jin, can you go out after cleaning up?" Hye Jin was washing dishes and turned around to reply, "I know." At this moment, his mother texted, "She will sleep at the hospital with father, buy yourself dinner, remember to eat well tomorrow morning and go to school." Hye Jin stared at the phone screen. He texted, "Dad is feeling better." The sound of typing on the keyboard rang out. Click click. He answered, "Mom, yes, don't worry." After seeing Hye Jin, the superior said, "Why are you taking so long? Hurry up." I'm sorry." She gave him the food package. "Here, normally the part-time worker here would take the remaining hamburger. Today it's a special priority because Hye Jin is a student, it tastes like potatoes." Hye Jin shyly said, "Thank you. Because I was late, there was only hamburger bulgogi left." Hye Jin listened and suddenly remembered Seon-woo's pile of snacks spilled on his table. He thought to himself, why did he suddenly think of that? The superior told him, "Come on, let's change and come back here." At this time, Seon-woo received a text message from Min Hyuk. "Why did Seon-woo come back first? Are you really angry? It's not like that, look at me." Seon-woo looked at the message he sent and thought to himself, it's been a while, even if there's no school tomorrow. A voice rang out, "What are you doing standing there?" Seon-woo raised his eyes and saw that it was Hye Jin's voice. Seon-woo shyly rubbed his neck. Hye Jin sighed and thought, why does he keep following me? Seon-woo said, "About that, I finished working part-time so late, I've never done it before so I only know now." He grabbed Hye Jin's bag. "Let me hold the bag for you, give it here." Hye Jin looked at Seon-woo and asked, "What are you doing?" Seon-woo awkwardly turned away and said, "Just helping him." The two of them went back and forth. Hye Jin said, "No need to pay." Seon-woo was stubborn, "I'll just take a little bit, take the bus or the subway." Speaking of this, Hye Jin started to get angry. "I said give it back." He kept talking but Seon-woo was still stubborn and crazy. He suddenly said, "Sorry?" He turned around and asked, "What?" Seon-woo scratched his head and said, "No, I mean right now, I told them to stop but there's no stopping them, I'm not a bad person. Anyway, I'm sorry for causing inconvenience to you. I apologize on my behalf." After speaking, Seon-woo bowed his head again to express his sincerity. Seon-woo's sudden action made Hye Jin pause for a moment. He closed his eyes and thought, he is the troublesome one. Hye Jin turned around and said, "Bus." Seon-woo didn't have time to react and asked again, "Huh?" He happily smiled and asked, "You said you also take the bus, so let's go to the bus stop." Sian-woo happily followed Hei-jin's footsteps. I talked to him as I walked. Tomorrow is career counseling day. He was the teacher from the last time we enrolled. Hei-jin thought to himself, he just finished apologizing but now he's smiling as if nothing happened. He's such a simple person, the type of personality with no countermeasures. Hei-jin remembered when Sian-woo was sitting in the restaurant. When he heard the sound of hitting the table, he raised his head to look at Sian-woo. At that time he angrily said, I told him to stop. Then he looked back at the person happily talking next to him and thought, when talking about competitions he had a different attitude. Normally he always acted carefree. Hei-jin suddenly said, but 1,000,000 won. Sian-woo asked again. What did you say about 1,000,000 won earlier? Hei-jin asked. Sian-woo replied, what about hunger? I'm not that curious. Don't misunderstand. I'm just asking. Hei-jin turned around and replied, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. Sian-woo was silent for a moment and then said, in the summer of my 3rd year of high school I participated in a contest and won the Daesang award. Hei-jin listened attentively and thought, that summer of 3rd year, the competition had such a scale. He remembered the day before when he stood in front of the notice board, surrounded by chatter. So who was the first prize? 1,000,000 won. So jealous I failed again. The results on the board showed that Choi Sian-woo ranked 1st and on Hei-jin ranked 2nd. Hei-jin finally remembered. He thought, maybe I already knew. He muttered under his breath, youth literature contest. Sian-woo observantly heard it and said, that's right, how do you know that? Hei-jin replied, well, I also participated. Why really? I knew right away that you were writing. Before Sian-woo could finish his sentence, he interrupted, I'll get on the bus here, you go your way. He replied, I will wait with you. No, I'm fine, give me your bag and go home. Hei-jin immediately wanted to kick someone out and Sian-woo didn't know what to do. I thought he had opened up, he's really difficult. Hei-jin stood next to the bus stop, turned around to look at Sian-woo who had walked a bit and called back, Hei-jin, try thinking about the club. He waved at him and said, if you have work problems, I'll find a way further. What? So see you tomorrow. Hei-jin didn't understand when Sian-woo turned away. Sian just held the strap of his bag tightly, thinking, why do you feel so embarrassed? When the car door opened, Hei-jin whispered in reply, no, I already said no. He got in the car and gave him the money, sat down and thought, why is he so stubborn about the club and it doesn't have to be me? Maybe because he was too tired. Hei-jin then collapsed on the car door. He closed his eyes and then opened them thinking, to be honest, I was very surprised. I thought he was an idiot. I didn't expect to win first place. Hei-jin clutched his bag tightly, the sound of the bus jingling in his ears. He thought, why are you so upset? The next morning at school, teachers were fully present in the office and preparing for class. Teacher Chai-ho was preparing to go to class when suddenly someone called, Teacher, it's Teacher Chai-ho. He turned and replied, oh yes, it's me, who is it? Hei-jin stood opposite the teacher and said, I want to ask about the club. Sian-woo reminisced about the day he met Hei-jin in high school. He smiled innocently at Hei-jin and he just looked at him coldly. Meeting again? He filled Hei-jin's desk with snacks. You said this is a portion for many people, you have to eat it all. He, now an adult, stared intently at the memory of the first time the two of them met, then turned around in surprise. Sian-woo saw Hei-jin wearing a scarf, forced his face to turn red because of the cold and looked at him sadly. At this moment, the alarm on the phone rang, ding ding. Sian-woo lay face down on the bed and fumbled for his phone. The bell stopped ringing, he frowned, rubbed his hands over his face and sighed. Sian-woo went to work with dark circles under his eyes, his whole body listless and lifeless, saying, good morning. Seeing that, her colleague immediately asked, oh my god, Sian-woo couldn't sleep yesterday, look at his dark circles. Sian-woo shyly replied, haha a bit, probably because he was too tense yesterday. After speaking, he secretly glanced at the empty desk and thought to himself, haven't arrived yet? Sian-woo sat at his desk with a heavy heart. I hated that I suddenly felt this lucky. I was surprised yesterday. Dear colleague, please don't work too hard, Sian-woo replied, thank you. Sitting in his position, he continued to think with an annoyed face. Actually, I didn't expect to see him again like this. He remembered the time the two of them talked on the stairs. He pulled his wrist and expressed, I don't live a good life at all, I don't have a happy day, Hei-jin. At that time, Hei-jin frowned and did not speak. Sian-woo's whole head darkened, thinking, I'm really crazy. He used his hand to cover his red face because he was embarrassed. What were you thinking? If it wasn't like that, at least it would be less embarrassing. At this time, the colleague said, Hei-jin is here. What you said made Sian-woo startled. In stark contrast to Hei-jin, he just calmly replied, yes, hello. When Hei-jin looked at Sian-woo, he felt nervous and restless. His hands were sweating from worry. But Ha Jin just leisurely sat down at the desk next to him, but even such a small action made Sean-woo startled. He glanced to the right, wondering, what is it? He acted like nothing happened, even though I was very surprised, even though I kept thinking about him, even though I was shaking like crazy right now. If I go up, then I'm the only one like that. Sean-woo once again thought about what Ha Jin said when the two of them struggled on the stairs. Ha Jin stood opposite him and said, now I don't have any special feelings for you anymore, each of us just keeps going. Just live your life, don't worry about anything. At this point, Sean-woo clenched his fists and said to himself, that's right, don't mess things up anymore, just pretend you don't know each other, Ha Jin, let him do whatever he wants. Time passed very quickly. Ha Jin tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose, thinking, I'm so tired, I couldn't sleep yesterday. He thought of what his mother once said, thanks to Sunwoo, our Ha Jin was able to overcome this period. That's difficult, next time do you want to bring him to your house to play? After that, Ha Jin stood up and thought he should at least relax his mind a bit. Then Ha Jin and Seon-woo both realized that they both stood up at the same time. Seon-woo immediately sat down and he looked at him without saying anything. He walked away from his working position and looked back wondering what was going on. Wasn't he planning to go out? Could it be because of what I said yesterday? It's not like I'm trying to avoid it. After that, Ha Jin returned to his seat. He looked at Seon-woo, frozen. Not only that, during the meeting, he also covered his face with documents so he wouldn't have to face him. Or even at noon he would turn around and leave just one sentence for everyone, wishing everyone a good meal. Ha Jin was alone and sitting alone across from two female colleagues. He realized something and thought, he's been avoiding me, he's obviously intentionally avoiding me. The blue shirt girl said, doesn't Seon-woo always eat with us? Returning to the office, Ha Jin continued to sigh, why is it like that? He thought, normally he is a person with a relaxed personality. He walked and muttered to himself, no, I don't know either. Before he finished his sentence, Ha Jin once again faced Seon-woo. He sweated and said, oh, I'm done, come out now. This made Ha Jin angrily blurt out, are you done playing yet? Seon-woo was bewildered, eh? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. He thought to himself, why do we keep doing incompatible things, making others worry, as expected we should say something. After thinking about it, Ha Jin turned around and said, Choi Seon-woo, you. This action accidentally touched the hand holding the cup of hot water. He shouted, feeling hot. The glass of water fell to the ground, the water inside spilled out and Seon-woo's hand was burned by hot water. He looked at his hand with a stunned face. Ha Jin raised his hand and said, I'm sorry to see. Seon-woo was startled again when he saw him approaching and said, okay, it's okay. It's all red, so it's okay. Seon-woo heard Ha Jin say that and just tried to calmly hold his hands together and say, it's just a small burn, it will go away soon. Ha Jin said, just let me see. Before I could do anything, Seon-woo pushed his hand away, come on, I told you it's okay. After saying that, he turned around and left Ha Jin with a question, Aish has to bring things to clean up, should I go to the bathroom to get them? Ha Jin stood helplessly looking at Seon-woo's back, seriously, whether in the past or now, don't bother me anymore, Choi Seon-woo. The weather is so beautiful. The employee looked out at the cool blue sky and exclaimed, on a day like today, I should have gone out instead of going to work. The black-shirt colleague immediately shattered her beautiful dreams, stop talking nonsense, get ready for the meeting. Hearing that, she turned around and complained, our group leader is too hardworking. Ha Jin was focusing on work when he heard Seon-woo say, good morning. Only then did Ha Jin raise her head to look at him. He shyly scratched his head and said, I'm a little late today because of the traffic jam. Ha Jin notices the white bandage on Seon-woo's burned hand. The long-haired colleague replied, Mr. Seon-woo ranked last today, probably because the weather was so nice that people went out to play a lot, there was traffic jam. This statement was immediately refuted by the group leader, today is a normal day. Ha Jin stared at Seon-woo. The long-haired colleague asked about Seon-woo, oh yes, it's time to go out. He replied nonchalantly, oh yes, this is the time to go out. As expected, Mr. Seon-woo is very knowledgeable. Ha Jin then breathed out a thought, stubbornly. He fell into retrospect and thought he used to cherish those hands very much. Memories go back to my high school years. When Ha Jin and Seon-woo were sitting on chairs under a tree, someone called, hey Seon-woo, I'm playing basketball with grade 7 later, do you want to play with me? That was the voice of a boy holding a ball. Hip edge. Hearing that, Seon-woo turned around and replied, sorry, I'm preparing for the competition so I have to be careful. The other guy said, well then type, hey Jin say something, you made a bet. The competition must use the right hand. Before Ha Jin finished speaking, Seon-woo interjected, yes, and typed with a steady foot. All right, you bastards. Seon-woo heard his friend scolding him and just laughed it off. The person who once valued his hand so much, but that hand was burned and covered in bandages. He-jin returned to reality and stared at Si-woo's hand, thinking, now there is almost no need to use my hands anymore. But He-jin shook his head. Why do I still think about him like that? Stop, I don't care anymore. After work, the long-haired colleague asked He-jin, are you going first? He replied, yes, I have some things to buy, so that's it. Let's have a delicious lunch and then let's meet at the office, colleague. Speak. He-jin rubbed the bridge of his nose and went straight to the pharmacy. It was all 13,001. The seller gave him the medicine and asked, where did you get so many burns? He-jin said, no, it's someone I know. Ah, well, first apply a thin layer of grease to that person. He-jin listened to the instructions and looked at the cigarette pack. He thought, we just know each other, is this too much? He-jin recalled memories of Si-woo during school when he bowed his head to apologize to him, or when he smiled shyly. He immediately grabbed the pack of cigarettes. No, he was injured because of me, so it was reasonable to give this. It was only up to this point. Si-woo then walked out of the store after eating, thanking him for the meal. He rubbed his neck out of habit and thought, yesterday and today I was really avoiding being obvious. On the contrary, I don't know if he's in a bad mood or not, but it's the right thing to do like this, he mumbled. He saw him. It's not comfortable. I went to the office to say hello to everyone. I'm home. The colleague said, are you asking Si-woo to come back? The new store in front is really delicious. Really, Si-woo said and thought to himself, have I returned yet? Just as I finished thinking, He-jin appeared at the door. I'm home. He walked quickly towards seating being obvious. On the contrary, I don't know if he's in a bad mood or not, but it's the right thing to do like this, he mumbled. He saw him. It's not comfortable. I went to the office to say hello to everyone. I'm home. The colleague said, are you asking Si-woo to come back? The new store in front is really delicious. Really, Si-woo said and thought to himself, have I returned yet? Just as I finished thinking, He-jin appeared at the door. I'm home. He walked quickly towards Si-woo, making him startled. He-jin grabbed his injured hand, pulled him away and said, come here for a moment. Si-woo didn't have time to react and let him drag him away. Coming to the empty hallway and stairs, Si-woo asked He-jin, what are you doing? He said, okay, don't move. Si-woo blushed, huh? He-jin held Si-woo's red, bandaged hand and applied ointment. Si-woo's heart suddenly skipped a beat, pounding for a while. He-jin said, this doesn't mean anything, it's my fault. This sentence made Si-woo startled and unconsciously responded, yeah, thank you, but you don't have to do that. If your hand is injured, it will be very inconvenient, He-jin replied coldly. Si-woo thought, you mean writing? It's not like I don't understand why you said that. Do you think I'm still writing? Si-woo was startled again. He thought to himself, not giving up but still keep writing, so I can't say no anymore. Out of habit, Si-woo bowed his head slightly, rubbed his neck with his hand and said, thank you anyway, I even bought the medicine. He-jin came in and said, I still have work to do, so come in slowly. Si-woo looked at him and replied, okay. He leaned back next to the window and complained. He stopped. It seemed like he had worked in vain. He-jin went straight to his position and sat down, remembering his slightly blushing face, sighing and ruffling his hair. His face was also blushing. He couldn't pretend not to know. During the meeting, a female employee held up a book titled Scones, Jam and Cats and happily said, Ida, this is this month's new book, scheduled to be released in bookstores tomorrow. Si-woo responded, wow, it's so beautiful. Looking at it like this, it really looks like a book. His mother put her hands on her hips and frowned, saying, it's not the same, it's the book, son. The short-haired employee said, taking the opportunity to go out to manage and bring a few books with her. That's right, everyone liked it and did very well, Si-woo's mother replied. The long-haired employee also spoke up, I want everyone to read it so quickly. While everyone talked, He-jin just sat fondling the book and smiled. Si-woo's mother said, everyone has worked hard, let's get off work early today and go eat barbecue. How does it feel? The long-haired female employee raised her hand and said happily, completely approving of the grilled meat. The manager said, anyway, we haven't held a welcoming party for He-jin and Si-woo yet. Can Si-woo come? Before Si-woo could say anything, his mother decided for him that Si-woo was okay, but what about He-jin? He-jin replied calmly, I'm fine. It's decided. I'm so hungry, the long-haired employee said. Then the manager also spoke, there is a very good meat restaurant here. Everyone at the bar clinks beers together and cheers happily, emptying their glasses because of the success of the new publication. The pioneer group leader orders, boss, please give me an extra portion. Sitting at the table, Si-woo's mother started talking. It seems like she has never talked to He-jin before. Why did you switch to work at a publishing house? He-jin held the beer and said, oh this. The group leader chimed in, he's a fan of the representative. Yes, I read the poet's book time and found it very impressive, he said happily. Sean-woo's mother replied, when that book was published, Hae-jin was still young, thank you very much. Hae-jin brought the beer cup to his mouth. Yes, I've liked it since I was very young. He thought to himself, that's also why I work in a publishing house. If I could work with the person who wrote these words, I wonder if I could change something about the person I am now. No, however. Thinking of this, Hae-jin glanced at Seon-woo. If I knew I would meet him, would it be different? Seon-woo's mother suddenly smiled and said, it seems like Hae-jin goes to the same school as Seon-woo. Seon-woo immediately stood up. It's not like we both knew each other. I wasn't in Korea at that time, so I didn't really know. Hae-jin tilted her head in wonder. Seon-woo is my family. The manager immediately answered Hae-jin. Well, Hae-jin still didn't know Mr. Seon-woo was the representative's son. They really looked alike. After hearing that, Hae-jin immediately turned into a state that had not yet had time to load. Seon-woo's mother joked, I heard everything. What's the difference? I'm more beautiful. The long-haired employee said, yes, there are two people who look exactly alike. Seon's mother continued, actually saying that the one who resembles her the most out of all the children in her family. After hearing this, Hae-jin immediately turned to look at Seon-woo, so at that moment, memories of the past appeared in Hae-jin's mind. Seon-woo looked at the book Hae-jin held in his hand and said, oh, that's the book published yesterday. Hae-jin said, yes, I bought it yesterday on the way home. This is the first time I saw this book in real life. Seon-woo excitedly flipped through the book. It had just been published, but he immediately bought it. He must have been looking forward to it. Hae-jin confided, this is an author I have really liked since middle school because at that time I felt touched, so I thought about whether I should continue writing or not. Hae-jin noticed that Seon-woo was different and asked, what's wrong? Seon-woo felt a little tickled and replied, no, it's nothing. Anyway, I didn't think you would tell me about this. You don't often tell stories about yourself. Hae-jin rarely said shyly, now I don't have anything to hide from you anymore. Size don't look like an idiot like that. Indeed, Seon-woo was laughing very senselessly right now. He said, I'll get you a signed copy of this book. How? Hae-jin asked again. Seon-woo hummed and explained, well, that author is an acquaintance of my maternal relatives. Really, that's great. Back to the present, Hae-jin looked at Seon-woo thoughtfully, so at that time he could have done that if he didn't think about it. There was nothing strange, it was just that Seon-woo hit it, like always. Seon-woo's mother exclaimed, oh my god, it would be great if this kid continued to write. He said this making Hae-jin feel confused. Seon-woo was startled and shouted loudly, representative. The long-haired female employee smiled and said, haha, our representative has started again. The representative put his hands on his face and asked his son, what did you think about when reading this book? Suddenly stopping writing makes me feel so much pain. Seon-woo replied, I don't have any thoughts. Oh my god, are you telling the truth or do you have your own thoughts? Seon-woo heard his mother say that and then glanced at Hae-jin. Seeing him stiffen, he thought, damn. He changed his mind to something else, let's eat meat. Hae-jin felt surprised in his heart, it couldn't be. He thought about the times Seon-woo dragged him into the club. How could this be possible? Seon-woo, have you really quit writing? At this time, Seon-woo looked down thoughtfully, but then he quickly changed the subject, smiled again and said, let's eat meat. He turned to look at him and thought, Seon-woo, have you really given up writing? He was tired now but still tried to smile and asked, everyone, let's have another drink. A female colleague smiled and replied, oh, okay. Another colleague couldn't help but wonder if he was okay. Mr. Seon-woo is really good at drinking. He replied excitedly, of course, in college, every time there was a drinking party and I couldn't call you, everyone felt uneasy. His mother's face darkened and she spoke harshly, that's right, she didn't support him in school but now he quit writing. He was sweating and looked at his mother and said, oh my god, why is this happening again? His mother turned and handed the beer bottle to him and asked, Hae-jin, also drink another glass. Hearing that, he replied, ah yes. Then he turned and glanced at the guy who was cheering, clink glasses, he had no choice but to raise the glass to everyone. Right after the party ended, he politely said goodbye to everyone. I'm a little sorry, but I'll leave first. Everyone saw that and turned to ask him, okay, what about Seon-woo? He blushed, remembering the moment when he was shouting loudly for another bottle. He thought he was being a bit excessive, his mother should have stopped his throat. He hiccuped and replied, you should go home too. His mother sighed, so can Hae-jin go with Seon-woo for a while? Hearing his mother say that, he was startled and suddenly exclaimed, no, I can go home by myself. Contrary to him, he calmly replied, yes, I can do it, don't worry, go carefully. His mother immediately replied, okay. Hae-jin also drank a lot, sorry. He stood behind him, scratching his head and speaking in annoyance, asking if anyone heard me. Everyone gradually walked away before turning around and saying loudly, "See you two on Monday, be careful on your way home." Right now, the current space is just you and him, extremely empty. He shyly turned around and walked away, saying, then I'm going, I can go by myself, so don't worry. Hearing that, he gently replied, "Okay." Even though he said that, he still followed him and explained, "I was just looking for directions, don't misunderstand." He misunderstood at this point, but it was still cold outside as he walked and replied, "That's what I was thinking." He suddenly realized that he had drank too much and felt a little dizzy. Chenlv began to stagger and sway, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Seeing that, he helplessly sighed and stepped forward to help him lean on his shoulder, reminding him to be a little more obedient. He replied, "Sorry, I owe you." Deep inside, he was thinking that being this close, he didn't feel confident at all. He had been silent all this time and suddenly turned to ask him, "But are you really going to quit writing?" He shyly spoke up, "Well, let's see." Seeing him hesitate, he urged me, "I'm serious, answer quickly." He continued to say, "I used to be like this and that." He was about to get angry but suddenly saw a convenience store, so he told him to wait a moment. Then he helped him sit on the chair in front of the store, telling him, "Sit here, I will go buy you a drink." He agreed in response, "Yes, However, he searched in his pocket but couldn't find his wallet, muttering that he just left it here. Seeing where he was going, he asked, "Where are you going?" He replied that, "I forgot something, so I went to get it," obediently sitting there. He now collapsed and mumbled, "Oh, I'm here again, I thought you left me here," and left. You still patiently reminded him again not to go anywhere, remember? "I agree, yeah." He walked away but still didn't feel secure, maybe just walking for a little while would be okay. He suddenly remembered old memories when he called him, "Hey Jean, think carefully about the club or the part-time job." "I will try anyway." He quickly walked through those memories but then remembered the first time they met again. He happily asked, "You seem to have a good life." To be honest, he felt angry. He clearly made a mistake. Why did he have to endure this mood, and why did he want to give up what he once wanted to write so much? In front of the counter, the cashier asked him, "Is this the hangover drink?" He quickly replied, "Yes, thank you." While walking towards Chenlv, he kept thinking, if he could give up, why did he do that to him then? Why could he not be selfish in the end? Looking at the pile of snacks on the table, he wondered, besides, why didn't he change even this point? He suddenly turned around and spoke, "Hey Jean." Then he immediately rambled nonstop, "These are candies, I keep bothering you, please forgive me, the candies are to show your apology, after all, they are all yours." He sat in the chair next to him, opened a package of snacks and brought it to his mouth, chewing and saying to him, "I'm really angry, Choi Chenlv." The memory goes back to high school when Hey Jean was munching on a candy bar when suddenly Chenlv opened the door, panting and shouting, on Hey Jean. He ran quickly to class, excitedly calling out his name. Seeing that, he curiously asked, "Why?" Hearing that, he immediately grabbed his hand and excitedly told me, "I heard what Teacher Kwan said, you will join the club, right?" He panicked and explained again, "I didn't say I would participate but was just thinking." He still happily held his hand tightly and continued, Okay, let's help each other in the future. I've already asked the teacher whether it's the weekend or lunchtime." He withdrew his hand and coldly replied, "I told you I was just thinking, and even if I didn't have to do extra work, I still needed time to study." He asked again in surprise, "Studying?" He sighed and said, "Yes, this year is also the third year, the last year of high school." He thought to himself even though he didn't really care about it. He looked at him for a moment, then tried to say something, if so. The teacher then entered the classroom and reminded everyone, "Everyone take your seats, first period has begun." He whispered to him, "Let's talk more about this later." He looked at him sitting back in his seat, thinking that he acted as if he had already made a decision. He sighed, wondering if the club was that good. While the two of them were moving to the music room, he explained, "So if I want to get into college, I have to improve my grades." I understood that when I heard that, He emphasized especially English. He asked him doubtfully, "English, how much did he have to raise, how much did he get now?" He was speechless. Seeing his hesitation, he approached and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm the only one who knows." He whispered to him, thinking why would he tell him? After hearing this, he spoke in confusion. "I thought he was a very good student. When you saw him react like that, you got angry. What do you think?" Another friend passing by overheard and put his arm around Hey Jean to continue, "Hey, you don't know that, don't you look at your class rank, number 1 in the class is Chenlv." At this moment, he heard thunder and lightning ringing in his ears. He was stiff and motionless, shocked by the unexpected truth. The male student continued to talk. He had probably never dropped to third place in his entire life. Hearing that, he elbowed the opponent, "Hey, it's not that bad, stop it now." Then he suggested, then let me teach you English. Even though I've never taught anyone before, I can still help you solve those wrong answers. He sweat dropped and replied, I'll think about it tomorrow and then I'll answer. The other male students saw that and asked him, you guys are done talking, right? So Wu, let's have a cigarette. He agreed with the other person and then turned back to instruct him, so you must let me know tomorrow. Let's meet in the music room later. He replied, I know. Seeing him walk away, he thought to himself that he didn't understand anything. He looked normal, but sometimes he also had unexpected aspects that made him want to get angry, those unexpected aspects and his usual actions. Today, he's really a slob, completely unsuitable. Then he wondered, how could he play with those guys? In the hospital lobby, he was carrying a few bags and walked towards the woman sitting, calling out, I'm here, Mom. Seeing him coming, the woman happily stood up and said, oh hey, Jean is here, what are you bringing? It's so late, you've worked hard. He replied, I came by taxi, so it's okay, Dad's fine, Mom. His mother gently replied, your father must have been tired today, so he fell asleep. Please come in and say hello. Hearing that, he replied, I'll sleep, it's okay, I brought some things and clothes. His mother happily accepted it. Oh, thank you, these past few days she has been changing the same clothes over and over again, so it feels so uncomfortable. At this moment, he suddenly spoke up, Mom, I'm planning to join the club. Hearing that, his mother tilted her head in confusion and asked again about the club. He replied, yes, writing club. His mother excitedly agreed, that's a good idea, our Hey Jean has written very well before, at your age you also need to care about things like this. He shyly told his mother, I'm still thinking, I work part-time at night, I don't have enough time to study. After speaking, he glanced at his mother. His mother gently spoke, I want you to quit your part-time job and join the club. You don't need to do part-time work while you're in school. You can do it later too. Hey Jean seems to have matured too early, making her mother very worried. Hearing his mother say that, he also understood that with just a few extra dollars from his part-time job, his family's situation could not get better. But the fact that he was able to take a taxi today was thanks to his part-time job. If that wasn't the case, then even a little comfort would be too expensive and wrong for him, even the club was too luxury. His mother's words rang in his ears, there was no one in the bed next to him, so go to sleep. He replied to his mother, yes. He knows that all things in daily life become worries. He opened the curtain, his father was lying on the bed, breathing hard. He thought that it seemed like a comfortable life did not belong to him. He lay on the bed next to the hospital bed, thinking about the memory when Wu told him, I won the prize in that contest. Or the memory of a male student asking, don't you know that Wu ranked first in the class. He remembered the moment when he was in an empty corner of the school, inviting two boys to go play a game. The other person still cursed him for being crazy. He was in his 3rd year. He thought about it and admired it. Having time to write and chatting at the same time, it was so different from him. The space at this time was so quiet that you could hear the ticking of a running clock, and on the wall was a notice about the National Youth Literature Contest. The teacher suddenly spoke. An hour and a half had passed. He was startled, scratched his head, worried, he couldn't think of anything. In the evening, a man wearing glasses walked into the house and said, hello, I'm home. The older sister saw this and immediately asked, where's Dad? I bought this donut, do you want to eat it? The man, Woon's older brother, answered fluently. His father said he would have a few drinks with some people in the study association. At this moment, Wu brightly appeared to greet her, you're here, oh it's a donut. His high spirit made his sister unable to understand, so she asked her brother, what was the situation? The other person replied, he found members for the club, so that's how it turned out. Hearing that, the older sister exclaimed and looked up at Woon. I've been looking for a while and finally found it, it's terrible. He ate while looking proud, ahem. Woon's older brother saw this and reminded him, no matter what you do, remember to work hard, it's 12th grade. He replied, yes. Everyone sat down at the table. At this point, my sister told me that my mother often asked about me during video calls. His mother is currently working as an editor in Paris. Hearing this, his brother added, she originally had high hopes for me, that's why she told me to write. He hesitantly replied, oh yeah, you know. He remembered that when he called, his mother often reminded him, don't be complacent, remember that you are still nothing. Even though it's a bit difficult still. My brother keeps telling me over and over again, so I won't disappoint my mother. He got upset and stood up loudly. Ah, really? He kept talking and talking, he couldn't even eat donuts in peace anymore. Woo's brother then echoed back, you're the one who took the most. He went back to his room, closed the door and imitated his brother, he was the one who took the most. He spoke out in annoyance, not knowing anything but just interfering, you know what to do. His sight stopped on the shelf where his literary contest prize was. He remembered the confused moment in the exam room, angrily facing down the award frame and thinking, it's okay, I'll try again. If I work hard this year, I can write these articles again. In the morning at school, he met his brother and said, I will join the club. He happily responded, I knew right away that I had already accepted your application. Hearing that, he suddenly got angry. He has a great talent for provoking others. You don't care to reply back. I've already written mine. If you write it, please submit it too. He sat in the opposite seat, agreeing with his suggestion. He looked at him writing, surprised. Today it's also a pencil. Seeing him staring, he asked uncomfortably, why are you looking at me so uncomfortably? He sweatily explained, being in a bad mood is so scary just looking at it. Since the last time I saw him only using a pencil, it felt a bit strange. I also like pencils better but need to sharpen them, so I don't use them anymore. Hearing that, he answered firmly, yes, but I still like to use it. It feels like trimming something down. He seemed to suddenly realize it and angrily asked him why he was staring at me like that. He replied, isn't this the first time you've answered me kindly? Normally how to say it, that's how it feels. As he spoke, he remembered the moments when he threw things, chased him away, or said he needed to study. You're curious, I just ask one question, why do you still follow me when I treat you like that? If there's no one, just bring your friends. He happily replied, I hope to have someone who can seriously write with me. You have to have a rival for your ability to improve, right? Hearing that, he thought Seo Woon meant that he wanted someone inferior to him. He stood up and told him, you're too humble, the one who won first place in that competition was you. What do you mean I'm competing with an opponent who has already won once? He walked away, leaving him sitting quietly in his place, extremely tense inside. Wow, that was so scary. He has more ambition to win than I thought, but you don't need to think like that. He remembered on the day of the exam when he was thinking that if he did that, he would submit a blank paper. The teacher again announced 1 hour and 40 minutes. He was startled and hesitated, then determined to write down what he was wondering about. The scene was chaotic. Everyone asked each other, who is that? Who is ranked number 1? Is this our school? Choi Si-in-woo, that straight one in 3rd grade. Well, that one whose mother is Jae Yoon-kyung is certainly different. When he heard that, his heart skipped a beat. Actually, what he wrote at that time was because he read an article somewhere, then stole it and wrote it. He recalled the memory, couldn't help but feel disappointed and embarrassed, and slammed his hand on the table. The teacher was now holding his face, sighing, sigh, I couldn't help it, why did such a careless club appear? Hearing that, he clapped his hands excitedly. The teacher looked at him and asked Si-in-woo in confusion, even though it wasn't a compliment. He smiled back, but it's already established, isn't it great? The teacher sighed again, spoke up, okay, do as you wish, this is the document that the previous founders wrote, let's start with it first. He happily responded, yes. He looked over and thought that his carefreeness was admirable. Before leaving the room, the teacher reminded me to write everything down during lunch and submit it to the teacher's office. He happily raised his hand to greet the teacher, yes, teacher. He immediately turned to him and asked, it's so free, I really like it. You bend down, I don't feel free but I find it annoying. You're still chatty, on TV they say that relaxation is true education. And what's the name of our club? He replied annoyed, he decided to go, he said he would do it all. Hearing that, he immediately suggested, so you and I each take one name. He looked down at the paper he wrote and asked in surprise, hey, do you like the book about the return of the expedition team? He replied in confusion, why is it a very popular book? He excitedly continued talking. Before, I stayed up all night to read it all the way through. You know it was made into a movie, right? He calmly replied, I know that. Seeing that, he continued talking, haven't you seen the trailer? It's no joke, especially with Lily playing the main role, what a crazy casting war. He replied without emotion, yeah, I know, I'm so excited. He happily continued asking, when will you get time off from work? He replied, why do I have the weekend off? I thought I had a feeling it would be very troublesome. He said brightly, it's tomorrow, so come with me to see a movie. After hearing Si-in-woo's words, he sighed, sure enough, then he replied, I don't want to, you have many friends, invite them to go. He broke down and asked, what's wrong, why don't you want it? If I told you, you would all refuse. He had to stay silent right now, he had nothing to say because what he said was so right. He explained, besides, I once went to the movies with them and got very upset. He remembered the uncomfortable moments with his noisy friends and begged him, come watch a movie with me, hey Jean. You still refuse, I told you I don't want it. He still persuaded, you have a break, why don't you go play, it's the return of that expedition team, let's see. Then he asked again, is that why you hate me? Wow, you didn't answer, it's true, it's so sad, what did I do wrong? He was currently at home, contemplating his decision. Why did he say he would go? It felt like he was being dragged along by that guy. He imagined Chenlv pulling him along at the speed of light, pulling and inviting, let's go see a movie, hey Jean, let's go to the club, let's study and write together. This feeling is extremely helpless. He mumbled continuously, the movie wasn't free, watching the movie was a fraction of the cost. Watching a movie costs 8,000 won if you include transportation, meals, or snacks. He diligently listed and calculated it would be another month before he received his overtime pay. Then he closed the notebook thinking that he really had to be frugal. Sigh, he was just being uselessly drawn to that guy without even knowing anything. In the apartment right now your screams are silent, brother. Chenlv shouted, you took my jacket, right? His brother was playing a game so he turned around and asked, what did he say? Chenlv rushed into the room loudly, what are you wearing? It's my jacket. Wu's brother replied with a guilty conscience, what nonsense are you talking about? Why are you wearing my shirt? I'm so angry, it's because of you that I lost. My sister came in at this time, why are you two so noisy? He then realized and exclaimed, what are you wearing? His brother got angry and spoke up, he already told him not to wear it. The older sister calmly returned the shirt to Wu and replied, oh this one, because I think it's very suitable to wear to the gym. He gasped in anger, crazy, why did he wear your shirt to the gym? The older sister still calmly continued talking, why are you suddenly angry? Let's eat ice cream, are you planning to meet someone tomorrow? He was now in tears, took an ice cream from his bag and answered her, just meeting a friend from school. The brother who was playing the game also said, Choi Chenlv, why are you still dating in 12th grade? He angrily replied, hey, didn't you hear me say we were just friends? The older sister smiled meaningfully and continued, everyone starts with friends, that's why you're so anxious. He sighed as you said you were real friends. The older sister was still curious and asked, so, what are you like? He spoke softly, just a friend I want to show off well. He was getting ready right now, thinking in his heart that when we met, we would go to the cinema right away, just watch the movie and then go straight home, not eating things like popcorn. Having finished putting on his shoes, he opened the door and silently wondered how long it had been since he went out on the weekend like this. Movie theaters are now crowded with people. Seeing him, he called out, Choi Chenlv. Seeing that, he happily replied, are you here? He quickly opened his mouth to him, apologizing, the bus got stuck in traffic so he was late. He quickly replied, it's okay, I just arrived. Then right after that he held up the phone to show off, I received a gift coupon for 2 people so let me order it. Great, the popcorn is also free, mine is caramel. Seeing that, he turned away, thinking, Choi Chenlv showed good intentions without any other thoughts. Making all his worries and thoughts from last night seem to disappear, just once should be okay, it's been a long time. At this time, the two of them stood in front of the theater. He quickly told him that the nearest one was 20 minutes away, so I chose that one. He agreed, yes, that was it, the rest was already past time. He happily replied, oh yeah, and then thought to himself, I don't understand why he's suddenly so observant. Or maybe it's because I used to force him too much, otherwise it would be too much refusal. His words suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He told him to eat popcorn instead of buying it. He was startled, oh yes, I have to buy it. Can I have caramel-flavored popcorn? He replied back, it's your coupon, so do as you wish. After listening, he quickly ran away before confirming with him, okay, so caramel-flavored popcorn. He replied, then thought to himself, why does he look so worried? Seeing him appear with a full package of popcorn and 2 glasses of water, he opened his mouth and asked me to hold it for him. Hearing that, he immediately refused, no, it's okay. You still suggest, I'll take my cola, give it here. He still replied, no, I'm the one who begged you so I should be the one carrying the things. He held out his hand again, okay, give it here. He still stubbornly held on to the things and changed the subject, but can you help me press the elevator button? I don't have any spare hands. You look at him like an idiot right now. And then he also printed tickets, took flyers, and took straws. He followed and could only apologize endlessly, secretly heartbroken, am I too lazy now? He still couldn't see the confusion in him, pointed forward and said, in room 5, you should go here. He silently blamed himself, oh my god, I was so eloquent, now I can't ask him to pawn the thing. He could only exclaim, I was like an idiot, sorry. Seeing that, he did not hesitate to reply, okay, that's good to know, now let me help you. He still persisted until the end. Anyway, it's almost here, I'll take it all for you. He thought to himself that he was really stubborn, then let go and did whatever he wanted. Hearing that, he immediately exclaimed, how cold, hey Jean. He silently blamed himself, it was too terrible but nonetheless not bad at all. In the theater, the movie had ended, he still persisted until the end. Anyway, it's almost here, I'll take it all for you. He thought to himself that he was really stubborn, then let go and did whatever he wanted. Hearing that, he immediately exclaimed, "How cold, hey Jean." He silently blamed himself, it was too terrible but nonetheless not bad at all. In the theater, the movie had ended, he exclaimed, "I'm going crazy, it's so interesting." He turned around to continue talking to him, what was the ending, really crazy? He was still confused and answered back, voila. It wasn't until he went out that he told him that normally things like this would be made into a series. He threw away the burn bag while admiring, wow, it looks like it will appear in the next part, how can I wait for the next part? He now started commenting on the movie, but the speech scene was a bit unfortunate. He nodded completely in agreement that speech had to be done in the planes to be meaningful. He listened to what he said and nodded, then continued, so I don't usually watch recorded videos, but it's very interesting nonetheless, thank you for letting me watch the movie. When I heard your thanks, I was extremely choked up and happy. See, I'm right, come watch the next part with me. He felt annoyed but still agreed, okay. I heard that and said it again on purpose, I promised. Seeing a bookstore, he invited him to stop by the bookstore on the way home, hee. Seeing that, he turned away and refused, but now I have to go home because I have something to do. He curiously asked again, what's going on? He denied, it's nothing, it's because I need to save pocket money. Hearing that, he immediately put his arm around his shoulder and said, oh, it's okay, I don't have any money so I have to save up, let's just go see. He was suddenly put on the shoulder and spoke up in annoyance, what are you doing, let go. He refused his request, not doing so he ran away. He said excitedly again, play a little more and then leave. He was helpless at this moment, thinking to himself that the outcome would turn out like this, exactly the same scene as he had thought, but to be honest, he didn't really hate it. At this moment, he held a book and turned to him. The director also said that the speech scene had this mistake. He didn't respond unexpectedly, as expected. At this moment, he turned to the cover of the book, hinting that the animal had an unpleasant face like his, then laughed gloatingly. He thought to himself, it's not that he doesn't hate it, on the contrary, it's a bit fun, have he also become an idiot? He smiled happily and teased Jean, he really looked like him. You're angry, I told you not to do that. On the way home, he thought back to the happy scenes with him and the promise to go see the next part together. But then he told himself it was just useless thinking. Chenlv was about to take a sip of coffee to wake up when he received a greeting. Good morning, Chenlv. It turned out to be a female colleague sitting opposite. He smiled and happily responded. Oh yes, did you come home safely that day? She groggily pulled the chair closer and whined. Or, don't mention it again, I was planning to take the first bus. After that, the department head and director talked so enthusiastically that they came home later. What do they keep talking about compared to the novel-selling market, the future of the publishing world or something? Chenlv also responded enthusiastically. Wow, really? But inside I was secretly happy. You're lucky not to go, you just have to get drunk and talk forever. The female colleague seemed to remember something, her voice serious. Chenlv, was the conversation okay? At that time, it seemed like he was very drunk. He scratched his head and forced a smile. What, ahaha, I'm not normally like that, but at that time I was really drunk. Seeing Chenlv looking confused, she comforted him. There are many times like that, just don't lose your mind, right? He pondered for a moment, feeling depressed. Actually, the problem is that I don't remember anything. That's right, on that day, I remember absolutely nothing until I got home. At that time, Hey Jean helped Chenlv sit sideways on a chair in the convenience store. In his drunken appearance, he seemed no longer alert enough, only hearing Hey Jin's voice echoing. Let me go buy you some water. Chenlv nodded slightly, almost pressing his head to the ground. The blurry image of Hey Jin is hurrying somewhere, but still worried while walking and looking back at Chenlv. I will be back. When he regained consciousness, he discovered that he was lying at home. This is crazy. The group leader was startled and curious when he saw Chenlv scratching his head and pulling his hair. Good morning. Seeing that he did not react, the female colleague quickly responded. Chief, good morning. Chenlv suddenly felt a little worried. I didn't talk nonsense that day. If it's not mandatory, being drunk is the worst. He held his head in shame as he imagined himself limping on Hey Jin's shoulder. Maybe he would be so disappointed that he would make a decision. Choi Chenlv, I will never see you again. Or worse, another scenario popped into his head. If it weren't for that, maybe he would have heard that I stopped writing that day, it was really nonsense. Hi everybody. Suddenly that greeting startled Chenlv. That was the person he had just thought of and shyly raised his hand to say hello. Hello, Hey Jean. Seeing him stay silent, not speaking, looking at her intently made Chenlv even more confused. That look on his face, even if he scolds me, there's nothing to say, it's gone. Choi Seon-woo, you idiot. He was silently blaming himself when he was surprised by Hae-jin's smile. Good morning. Seeing him speak and then decisively turn away made Seon-woo a bit confused. Hey, good morning. He breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. Hello, he doesn't seem very angry with me. Better than I thought, right? Oh my god, I don't know, it's impossible, but still. First of all, don't expect too much just because of a greeting. The office clock was approaching lunch break. Hae-jin was working hard when he suddenly stood up and turned to look at Seon-woo. I intend to go out. Then I'll go too. That's okay. Seon-woo quickly folded his things, suddenly stopped, happy, turned to look at Hae-jin who was slowly leaving. No, wait a minute. Now he's inviting me first, right? If so, then I can't blame myself for holding out hope. I'm not mistaken, is this relationship going to progress at all? Don't be quiet for a long time, you too. Oh, thanks. Seon-woo reached out and pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette pack that Hae-jin gave him, still thinking. What happened back then that is now like this, both curious and scared? Honestly, even I can't imagine it. While sucking on a cigarette, Seon-woo thought about the image of Hae-jin when he discovered that he had stopped writing and came to whisper. Seon-woo suddenly not being able to compose anymore makes me very sad. Hae-jin's eyes looked sad, making Seon-woo worried. I thought there was no chance for either of us. I was heartbroken and told him that I had stopped writing. I thought he would respect me like a coward running away from his own mistakes. But I didn't expect him to be the one who brought the relationship closer. Seon was thinking and hurriedly following Hae-jin like a fool when he suddenly bumped into the door, waking him up and reminding himself. Don't do useless things to ruin the current situation. The team leader and female colleague were discussing something but were excited when they saw two people entering. It's just the right time, we're choosing dishes for this lunch. Sushi okay? No sushi okay? Seon answered confused. Hey, sushi seems like it. Haha, today I will also eat separately. Before he could finish speaking, Hae-jin suddenly interrupted. Whatever we do, he also likes sushi. Seon-woo blushed and turned to look at him, unable to help but wonder. Seriously. If that's the case, I'll keep that hope alive. The group leader raised his chopsticks to pick up a piece of sushi and asked curiously. However, it seems like you two became closer to each other after the company party. A little bit of faith flashed in Seon-woo's head. Of course I'm not the only one who feels that way. Female colleagues also did not forget to contribute. That said, they are normally very awkward with each other. That day, what did you do to get close to each other? The probing eyes of the two women made Seon-woo shy. That kind of thing. I don't know. What do you think? From that day on, we have become more profound, right? Hae-jin quickly swallowed a piece of sushi while answering Seon-woo's question. It's just that you're from the same school. Seon-woo suddenly felt a bit disappointed. That just now was your familiar expression that I knew well. It's similar to what Hae-jin said before. I'm not interested, sorry. Seon-woo tried to comfort him. Actually, that's not the case. That expression of always hiding and suffering. It's an expression that I can recognize more than anyone else. After finishing eating and drinking, the four people paid and left. My colleague stretched her arms and looked very satisfied with the meal. It's so delicious. The team leader is the person who takes his work seriously and does not forget to remind his employees. Once inside, show me the illustration sketch. Yes. Hae-jin continues to work hard, only Seon-woo is always distracted with thoughts. First of all, he wasn't angry. To say the airflow is comfortable is a bit of an exaggeration. While not knowing what to do, I received a new notification about the movie The Return of the Expedition. Yes, episode 3, you have to watch it. Images from the past suddenly appeared again, the same movie the two of them once watched together. Please watch the next episode with me. Okay. The scene at that time was filled with so many emotions, the two had a lot of fun watching episode 1 together. The relationship broke down, we couldn't watch episode 2 together after all. Suppose my thinking is correct, Hae-jin. If I could get closer to you. Being confused with those thoughts, Seon-woo decided that he had to boldly redo the unfinished business of the past. Today after work, watch a movie with me. Although I don't know what Hae-jin's answer will be. But in his heart he really wanted to confirm. Seon-woo looked intently at Hae-jin, wanting to get an answer. Then I was suddenly happy when I received an answer from Hae-jin. Okay. Perhaps he was a bit shy as he quickly turned away. Really? As if implicitly confirming Seon-woo's question, Hae-jin turned to look at him and said, Going fishing is the return of the expedition team. After all, I'm planning on driving today. There's no special reason. Jin almost burst out laughing because he looked at Sian-woo looking like someone had shot him in the heart, thinking to himself, I can see your thoughts. Sian-woo regained his composure and said happily, then I'll see you at the movie theater in front of the company. I know, now get to work. I know. Sian-woo was like a child, repeating the appointment over and over until it was time to get off work. It's been hard. Everyone, please be careful. Perhaps in addition to the female colleague who is always quick to say hello, today there is also Sian-woo. The atmosphere in the movie theater was very noisy and bustling. Only 2 people were silent because of embarrassment. Jin boldly spoke up first. It's 6 hours and 40 minutes before the movie comes out. So we'll see when that happens. But Jin, how did I get home that day? Finally Sian-woo boldly asked. Jin hesitated. That day? I was so drunk that day that I don't remember anything. Jin looked at the ticket and breathed a sigh of relief. You've been bothering me all day, but now you ask. He thought to himself and glanced at Sian-woo. Seeing his curious eyes, Jin couldn't help but laugh, but still deliberately teased him, turning away while speaking. Let's see, how is it? We haven't had dinner yet, let's go buy something to eat. That sentence made Sian-woo confused again. What about me? It looks like caramel popcorn. Jin. After walking a bit, he saw Sian-woo still standing absent-mindedly, so he quickly glanced sideways. Anyway, looking at his appearance, it seems like he doesn't remember anything. That day, he even went in alone and bought Jin a lot of food. When I got into the taxi, I didn't forget to turn around and grumble. You must eat that, don't throw it on the floor like before. Despite Jin's constant urging. I said I already know, let's go home. The 2 quickly went to the cashier. Jin happily ordered. Give me a caramel popcorn and 2 glasses of Coke. Sian-woo didn't seem to care and kept looking down at the table, making Jin extremely embarrassed. Someone please help this guy wake up. Sian-woo pursed his lips tightly, showing a pitiful look. His face is really funny. I don't know why you look so sad. Thinking for a moment, Jin burst out laughing. This is the popcorn and Coke you ordered. Thank. Sian-woo suddenly looked at Jin, who was holding the drink. He laughed. Then quickly get your share. I'll take it and give it to you. Popcorn and Coke, I'll take it. Jin looked at Sian-woo's lovely appearance and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, finally the mood is happy again. Quickly run after him and hold out your hand. Give me the Coke. No problem. Jin suddenly felt dissatisfied and thought. It's like that again, don't you remember? Sian-woo hugged his things and waved to Jin. Because it's the 5th floor, we have to take the elevator. Let's go quickly. Seeing him awkwardly carrying the bag and reaching out to press the elevator, Jin spoke fiercely. Give it here, Choi Sian-woo, if you keep holding it like that you won't be able to press it. What did you say? No, nothing. Sian-woo was extremely happy when he realized Jin's concern. Now that he's no longer awkward, thinking about it again, it seems like he's taller than before, right? That's right, the last time we met was in high school. Seeing Jin staring at him intently, Sian-woo asked, Are you going to say something? Or not? Jin stepped out of the elevator, thinking while walking. At that time I thought it was high enough. Choi Sian-woo is always a familiar person in Jin's eyes. Where? That's a familiar saying every time Sian-woo disappears from sight. Every time he goes to a meeting point, Jin just needs to look for the head that is better than the others. Sian-woo always stands out with his outstanding height in the crowd. Every time that happens, the first thing he says will be, just like that lighthouse, you're really too tall for me. Sian-woo will look around awkwardly, then respond. What are you saying suddenly? Now the height has also changed. While we were apart, Choi Sian-woo grew a lot. It's no longer the Choi Sian-woo I once knew. His hands were able to hold more things than in the past, and he didn't know how to write. While thinking, Jin was suddenly startled when Sian-woo pulled his hand and asked in surprise. Where to go? I told you where we are, but you didn't pay attention. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Jin turned to look at Sian-woo, who was innocently holding a glass of Coke and taking a long sip, and felt that he was too sad and sentimental. It's natural to be different from before. Trying not to think anymore, Jin attentively observed the movie's dialogue. Once there, we finally reached the legendary forest. Can't believe we did it. Now everyone can live like before. Thank you for finding peace again. 2 hands accidentally touched each other while both were grabbing popcorn. Touched. Jin's thought made him confused. He clenched his hands, emotions welling up in his heart. In that moment, I felt relieved with Choi Sian-woo's familiar expression. Still has that stupid look on his face. In our relationship, Choi Sian-woo is always like that. The next line of the movie seems to replace Jin's feelings. I don't know why I feel nostalgic. Maybe I missed you so much. The film features main characters who are injured and transformed by their adventures but eventually discover that their nature has not changed. Finally back together again. The two suddenly shrank back from their emotions. Perhaps just like the movie, they eventually returned to how they were before. The two said goodbye as the movie ended. I will take the bus home. I missed the last train, so I'll probably just take a taxi. Let's say goodbye here. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yes, be careful. Waiting for Hae-jin to leave, Seon-woo expressed his happiness. Great. He suddenly loved life so much, humming the song. Seon-woo entered the house, smiling at his sister. I'm back. The older sister was bloated with a big belly, yawning long and short. Coming home so late, my parents went to bed first. She also fell asleep on that sofa. I keep meeting someone, so I'm a little late. I'm sorry I woke you up. The older sister laughed at her younger brother's smiling, waving face. Flowers bloom all around. While thinking, Seon-woo suddenly rushed forward and hugged him. Sister, you know I love you very much. The older sister got goosebumps and avoided it. Are you crazy? What's wrong? It's late and you're still drinking. It's okay, I'm wide awake. Why did you do something you've never done before? Are you on a date? Being guessed by his sister, Seon-woo's face suddenly lit up. Yes. Huh. After her surprised attitude, he realized he had said something wrong and quickly backed away, denying the push. Or not. Haha. Oh ho. The older sister couldn't help but laugh and said excitedly. This kid, if he has a lover, he should let her know. Seon-woo replied frantically. I'm not on a date. Oh, is that so? Really no, I was happy to see the movie I was looking forward to. Ah, is it some kind of expedition team? That's right, you must be tired, go to sleep quickly. I also go to the room to rest. Seon-woo quickly ran back to his room. The sound of the door closing loudly made his sister feel disappointed. Well, it's not fun at all. Having escaped his sister's interrogation, Seon-woo's heart was still beating wildly thinking about the date. She was so loud that I tried to avoid it, but isn't it true that it's a date? What happened the day that made me skip the date? Hey sister. Huh. The older sister was surprised to see Seon-woo appear again. That day you were drunk last week, how you looked at that time, nothing unusual. Seon-woo didn't seem to understand what her younger brother meant. What are you talking about? You guys are all drunk or something. Didn't you go in alone and immediately fall asleep? Ah, is that so? Don't talk nonsense anymore, go to sleep quickly, sister. Knowing he couldn't gain any more information, he had to say goodbye. Oh yeah, good night, sister. Poof. The sound of the baby kicking made her sister suddenly stop. What's wrong? Why are you like this every time I see you? The older sister tilted her head to look down at her stomach to check, then slowly walked towards the room. The next morning, Seon-woo glanced slightly with many questions in his heart. The recent relationship between me and Hae-jin. There's an unusual flow of air flowing through. Now he doesn't feel uncomfortable when he's with me anymore. The two of them are very comfortable when they are together, talking about movies and novels. That day, after watching a movie, we had dinner together. I don't know why, but I'm also very happy. It's not that I'm not curious, but I have to keep my mouth shut and stay quiet. Looking at Hae-jin and smiling, he quickly turned away when he saw the group leader. Mr. Hae-jin, can you help me reduce the spacing between lines? Hae-jin has already checked it, so it would be better to see it directly. Yes. Seeing him busy and receiving everyone's trust makes Seon-woo very proud. He seems busy all day today. If I finish my work, I'll try to talk to him. Seon-woo suddenly discovered that there was something familiar in Hae-jin's pocket. That. The notebook is old and tattered. If you are a person who has ever written, there's no way you would not know the meaning of the papers with stains on your hands. Perhaps he continued to write later. Soon it was time to get off work, but Seon-woo couldn't answer all the questions in his heart. Why do I think Hae-jin doesn't write? Because he said at his previous job he did a different job. While closing the document, he remembered what his female colleague said when Hae-jin first came to work. I heard that Hae-jin used to work in an office somewhere else. Another detail that also made him think was when he invited Hae-jin to the creative art club. He flatly denied that. Unfortunately, I don't care, sorry. Or maybe it's because my memories of when I was a student were obscured. If you think about it carefully, it's not that strange. It is not necessary to become a writer to write. It's just that I realized the truth that you and I are so different. After deciding to put down my pen and return from the trip, I focused on reading books without writing anything. This is the first time I haven't written for such a long time. I thought that if I read other people's works, I might change my mind. What I felt was a feeling of liberation. The novel I read was not burdensome and on the contrary was very enjoyable. After that, I didn't write anything. I adapted surprisingly quickly, although I have no regrets. He still writes, but why doesn't he become an author? Suddenly, the sound of a text message interrupted Chenlv's thoughts. He picked up the phone in surprise. How much news? Chenlv pressed confirmation one after another, happy when he realized. What about that name? The street at night is quite noisy and busy. Chenlv stood in a corner waiting for someone to come to the appointment. Hello, Chenlv. Are you here? As soon as he raised his hand to greet, he received endless scolding. I told you to contact me when I get back to my country, you heartless bastard. After all, how many times has it been? It turned out to be Park Min-hyuk, his old classmate. He knows Chenlv's background in the palm of his hand. Choi Chenlv's mother is Mrs. Jae Yoon-kyung. She writes anything from being hired as a columnist to translating. One of Korea's typical authors continues to advance after his first book entered the bestseller list. Choi Chenlv's father is Play Tae-un. He's a linguistics professor imprisoned by his older wife. Chenlv's hair color is also inherited from his father. Choi Ji-woo's older sister is 5 years older than Chenlv. She's the family's foreign language talent. While working at a marketing company in the US, she returned home to raise her children. Another half-unknown member is Choi Min-woo, who is 3 years older than Chenlv. Work in the planning team of a game company. A special member of a literary family studying computer engineering. Because I often have to work at night, I can't go home. In the cold weather, the sizzling, fragrant sound of grilled meat mixed with Park Min-hyuk's grumbling. This bastard is so heartless. You should have contacted me and met me first, huh? Chenlv calmly picked up the glass of wine and drank. Come on, I already said sorry. I'm busy studying, so I don't have time. Are you making excuses? Looking at Min-hyuk's interrogation attitude, Chenlv suddenly had a thought. These days I feel like I'm becoming a criminal every day. Seeing Chenlv sitting silently, Min-hyuk lowered his voice. The last time we met was this kid's year-end vacation. I even contacted you in advance that time. At that time, Min-hyuk looked so pathetic. As soon as he met Chenlv, he pretended to tease him to cover up his shyness. How come haha, now you look like a sociopath, right? At that time, Min-hyuk rushed to eat as if he had been starved for a long time. Thinking of that moment, Chenlv laughed, using the excuse of making peace. Instead, I paid for the meal, which was 130,000 won. Okay, you've changed a bit. While reaching out to pick up a piece of grilled meat, Chenlv was suddenly startled. Huh. He quickly teased. Looking at his sullen face, he looked like a playboy. As for me, I have a mature look, the face of someone who belongs to society. Before he finished speaking, Park Min-hyuk unconvincedly slammed his hand on the table. Hey, it could also be because I'm wearing different clothes. Okay then. Let's talk about you a bit. How's working at the publishing house? Chenlv's face suddenly pouted, making Min-hyuk even more curious. Is no one okay? Chenlv quickly explained. Let's see, I said I don't have time to think about such things. Suddenly, the image of watching a movie kept appearing in Chenlv's mind. When the two of them touched hands while getting popcorn, he had a thought. Does he hate it? Chenlv drank too much and sat down on the table, making Min-hyuk startled. Oh my god. While drunk, he kept babbling to himself. Why do I remember Hey Jean here? Be honest, Choi Chenlv. Haha, so that means no. Ahem, it's not like that. Do you remember Hey Jean? Receiving the unexpected question while drunk, Chenlv answered frankly. Hey Jean, of course I remember. It turned out that Park Min-hyuk had met Hey Jean before and he walked over to say hello. Hello Hey Jean. At that time, Min-hyuk sensed that Chenlv and Hey Jean were having some problem when he appeared very uncomfortable. What's wrong with Chenlv? Hearing that, he started drinking and babbling again. I thought we were closer, but since winter he suddenly looked down on me. It's not just looking down on you. Anyway, I'm working in the same company as Hey Jean now. How? Hey Jean applied for a job at a publishing house. He liked my mother from before. How should I say it? It's a bit unexpected. Chenlv puffed his cheeks and looked at Min-hyuk and asked again. What? Oh no. I mean you guys. I thought both of them would definitely become writers. But neither of you is a writer. I'm sorry, you clearly have great potential. Chenlv quickly shook his head to explain. At my level, I only need the environment and support to be able to write. A writer must be someone who really wants to write. So. That's it, don't order rice? Oh, of course there is. Min-hyuk reached out and called out. Boss. The two of them started babbling again. It's very conscientious of you to pay today too. Please have some integrity. Before saying goodbye, Park Min-hyuk still did not forget to give instructions. Anyway, if you're still human, contact first next time. I already told you. But today is also me paying, right? It's not difficult to crave a meal, besides, you earn money. Shameless bastard. I know, see you soon. Oh, come here. Sian Woo turned and left. Min Huik suddenly stopped when he remembered Sian Woo's words. At my level, I only need the environment and support to be able to write. A writer must be someone who really wants to write. Then he quickly pulled out his phone to call someone. Let's see, if it could stop like that, it probably wouldn't be the culprit. That line of thoughts was appearing in my head when the other end of the line picked up the phone. Yes, I'm coming. Just met Sian Woo. The next morning, Sian Woo reached for the paper on the table, opened it, read it, and asked curiously. Research about new authors. Sian Woo's mother nodded slightly. That's right, it seems like you've adapted, so you have to do your duty. I've said it before. Sian remembered the past, the scene at that time was the same as now, his mother also said at that time. Okay, just put your pen away. But what do you plan to do in the future? Do you have any plans? Sian Woo sat opposite and said obsequiously. It's not that I hate literature, but because I used to be someone who couldn't write. Even so, I want to help others write, I want to do it. So, his mother now agreed. Now I'm looking for someone to help me. These are the new works we received this time, please review them carefully and then invite them here to take responsibility. Or find a new author. Anyway, I brought you here to do these things, so don't think it's a privilege. If you cared about that, you wouldn't have come here in the first place. His mother's words made his heart ache, he bowed his head in shame, unable to speak anymore. That's all, listen carefully then go to work. Sian Woo bowed to say goodbye to his mother, then left, not forgetting to take that piece of paper in his hand. The person I will help. Suddenly he remembered what he said at the bar yesterday. A writer must be someone who really wants to write. Then the image of the notebook in Hei Jin's bag. That's right, I've been thinking about it for a long time. When Hei Jin and I sat and studied together. What he looked like back then. For me, literature is just a part, but for you, literature is everything. If I can help someone. If you allow me, the articles I want to read the most are, of course. Standing blankly looking at Hei Jin, suddenly seeing him turn around, Sian Woo quickly approached. Hey Jin. Hey Jin. After that call, the two turned to look at each other. Familiar memories came rushing back, perhaps from when Sian Woo was still a classmate and called him that intimately. Jin, hey Jin, on Hey Jin. I called, hey Jin, it's your turn. Ah. At that time, at close range, the two accidentally looked into each other's eyes. Almost like that. Hey Jin couldn't help but exclaimed. Intense. Sian Woo looked puzzled. Intense means enthusiastic, huh? Seeing him stay silent, Sian Woo became even more upset, determined to find an answer. Shy, embarrassed, intense, hot? Ha ha, don't you think? If you count to 3 and can't say it, you lose. 1, 2. Be quiet, I'm thinking. Park Min Hyuk was playing a game next to him and was also noticed by 2 people. I've been curious since just now, what are you 2 doing? Huh. Playing the hot word matching game, whoever loses will have to submit their feedback to teacher Jae-ho. I won, hee hee. Hei Jin was starting to get angry, but those 2 people still didn't stop. Huh, what game? The game continues from there. It's similar to the word matching game, but it's connecting words that have similar meanings. For example, irritation and anger. Min Hyuk felt that the game was silly and dismissed it. Who plays that game? Hei Jin was furious because he knew Sian Woo was using him as an example and was deliberately teasing him. Hei Jin said he doesn't play time-consuming games, so I just improvised. Okay, I'll go. Refusing to let go of Hei Jin, Sian Woo decided to follow behind and chatter. By the way, it's good to learn vocabulary, come along. It's too heavy, take your hand off. Park Min Hyuk and his classmates looked on in shock. In the end, when we're together, why bet? Since when have these 2 been close? Look what you said, it's not gum. Sian Woo abandoned us. The classmate looked at Min Hyuk in bewilderment. What did you say? I already said it. But what is the end result? Choi Sian Woo, he's not an idiot like us. This time in the teaching room. Teacher Jae-ho, I came to submit my thoughts. The teacher was attentively typing on the computer while speaking. Oh, is that so? Put it over there. Hei Jin and Sian Woo just stood silently looking at the teacher as if they had something to say. Ha, what's wrong? If you have any dissatisfaction, say it quickly. You will read our comments, right? Jae-ho suddenly stopped, turned his chair to look at the 2 students. What? I suddenly thought like that, we wrote with great enthusiasm and it would be a shame if you didn't read it. Of course you have to read it. Anyway, the teacher also posted it in the activity book. Isn't this the purpose of the club? Sian Woo scratched his head shyly. Even so, I wrote with great enthusiasm. In his appearance like that, Hei Jin could only sigh and ponder. Do you know that the literature club is famous for its self-study ability? What? The teacher turned to look at Jin curiously, previously listed on extracurricular awards. I'm very curious about why it became a self-study club and almost became a dead club. The teacher in charge also did not change. Oh, is that so? Seeing that the teacher seemed dissatisfied with the statement, Sian-woo decided to speak up to stop him. No, Jin. Even though I'm grateful to be on my side, why are you arguing like this? It's revealed his personality is scarier than I thought. Oh, do we need to stop it? Before he could stop it, Jin realized he had said something wrong and bowed his head to admit his mistake. I hope you will take care of us like your seniors. We promise to work hard. Jae-ho could only laugh it off. Okay, I know. Thank you, teacher. Seeing Jin's attitude constantly changing made Sian-woo feel very confused. The two of them were about to leave when they heard someone calling. However, are you studying properly? Club activities are important, but achievements are still a higher priority. The mock exam is coming up in May. Ah, of course. Okay, you probably know what to do. So I hope you can help us. The two quickly closed the door and left. Unlike Jin's drunken look, Sian-woo was very interested. Jin, you're so cool. So his semester has passed like that. Jin is busy with part-time work and taking care of sick people, so she doesn't have time. Even so, I have never lost consciousness like that. Even if there are other reasons. Sian-woo happily held 2 books in his hands. I've chosen a book to write my thoughts about. Let's write together. Yes, another reason. Jin thought to himself, glancing at Sian-woo, making him confused and not understanding the reason. Jin asked curiously. When did you finally study? Huh. I asked him when he studied. Last time I saw him playing with his friends after school. Ah, at the beginning of the semester, huh? I took the opportunity to relax a bit before being found for that new extra class. The last free time. Learn more, that's it. Jin still kept muttering. You have to sleep less. I don't understand why Jin said that. It turns out he didn't get enough sleep to prepare for the mock exam. What are you doing today? Star. It's just more work. Today is Friday, so you have the weekend off, right? But then come to my house to study. Why did you suddenly come to your house? Haha. I told you I would teach you, so why do you pretend you don't know? My dad comes home from work on Sunday, so he can't do it. From tonight to tomorrow would be the most suitable. In the evening, the tutor came again. Anyway, you'll come right, Jin. Looking at the test results, Sian-woo could not help but exclaim, wow, seriously? You just take it once and get a perfect score? Are you a genius? Jin was completely speechless with Sian-woo's exaggerated praise, saying, don't overdo it. Then Jin heard Sian-woo saying, if I study a bit more, my grades will improve even more. Don't you take extra classes? Upon hearing this, Jin quickly responded, no, I do not. Not stopping there, Sian-woo continued to inquire, so you must be taking online courses, right? However, Jin's answer was not affirmative. Instead, he said, I self-study. Upon hearing this, Sian-woo sincerely admired, so this is the result of having a clear direction in your studies. Impressive. Although Sian-woo spoke sincerely, Jin had a different thought, wondering, is he teasing me? A moment later, Jin heard Sian-woo say, suddenly, I feel a strong determination in me. Let us focus for real from now on. In contrast to Sian-woo's enthusiasm, Jin sighed and said, I understand. After Jin finished speaking, Sian-woo loudly declared with determination, let us get started. After an hour, both of them had to give up because they could not solve the problem. Facing the bookshelf, Jin spoke up, I want to read this one. Sian-woo quickly responded, you can borrow it. Getting an easy agreement made Jin happily say, thanks, you have a lot of books. At this point, Sian-woo just smiled and said, I have not read half of them yet. I buy them and read them slowly. Jin, flipping through the book, commented, you're totally different from me. Seeing that Sian-woo still did not understand his words, Jin explained, I have to read it first and only display the ones I like. Sian-woo nodded and said, quite the opposite, huh? So if I write a novel in the future, can it be displayed on your bookshelf? It will become a good book. Jin, unimpressed, replied, let's see. I'll decide after reading it. Hearing the indifferent words, Sian-woo leaned on the bookshelf disappointedly, saying, just overlook it for me. Jin didn't relent and said, a critic won't overlook things for friends. Just as he finished speaking, Sian-woo grabbed him and firmly said, did you just say we are friends? Surprised by Sian-woo's attitude, Jin hesitated before answering, about that. Seeing him hesitate, Sian-woo urged, say it again. Still not understanding Sian-woo's words, Jin awkwardly replied, what is it? Sian-woo immediately repeated seriously, say that I'm your friend again. Suddenly, Hey Jin exclaimed, wait a minute, where are we going? Hey Choi Sianwoo. He involuntarily called out before Hey Jin's speech, huh? At that moment, as Sianwoo was pushing Hey Jin against the bookshelf, Hey Jin spoke softly, now what are you doing? Seeing Hey Jin up close made Sianwoo's heart race, and he stammered, At this moment, Sianwoo blushed, thinking, oh no, what have I been doing since earlier? When you're friends, there's no need to go outside when he changes clothes. Now, just roughly say it, I look like a fool. Thinking this, Sianwoo tried to appear calm and said, my clothes seem a bit loose compared to you, don't they? Hearing his question, Hey Jin quickly replied, I'm not small either, it's because you're tall. Unsure of what to say, Sianwoo casually responded, oh, I just felt that way. Although he said that, in Sianwoo's heart, he was silently thinking, thank you for fault-finding me, Hey Jin. Seeing Sianwoo's inexplicable expression, Hey Jin couldn't help but be annoyed and said, you really? When Sianwoo was laughing and responding, his older sister opened the door and peeked in, saying, I just ordered fried chicken. Who wants to eat? Her sudden appearance startled Sianwoo and he exclaimed, did you knock on the door? Hearing this, his sister jokingly said, why? Afraid of getting caught not studying and playing instead. Faced with her thoughts, Sianwoo was completely speechless, muttering, that. Seeing his younger brother's awkwardness, she laughed and said, why so hesitant? Hey Jin, you should come out and eat too. While Sianwoo remained silent, Hey Jin politely responded, yes, thank you. As the room was left with only the two of them, Sianwoo suddenly felt a bit awkward and said, so, shall we go out to eat? Hey Jin didn't hesitate to reply, sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Sianwoo turned and walked away with chaotic thoughts in his head. Observing Sianwoo's back, Hey Jin remained silent, recalling Sianwoo's brother and sister's words with his expressions. Hey Jin couldn't help but think, clearly, Sianwoo has caught a bit of silliness, why say those things at this moment? A while later, at the dining table, a voice rang out, oh, so you two are classmates. Sianwoo's sister continued, how is the little guy at school? Hearing the question, Hey Jin felt a bit uneasy and stammered, at school, well. Sianwoo's older brother then added, seriously, just tell me if Sianwoo caused any trouble. Hesitating for a moment, Hey Jin slowly responded, trouble? Sensing his brother's inquiry, Sianwoo expressed his discontent, saying, why are you asking like that? As Sianwoo finished speaking, his siblings said, why? Sianwoo seems suspicious. Not responding to his siblings, Sianwoo started making signs to Hey Jin, indicating, if I got caught, I would be in trouble, please help me. Feeling a bit safer, Sianwoo finally laughed and said, nothing at all. Still skeptical, Sianwoo's sister said, something seems fishy. She then pressed Sianwoo's head down and said to Hey Jin, help me supervise him. He's the youngest, so we spoil him a lot. Not agreeing with his sister's actions, Sianwoo immediately complained, sis, why are you patting my head with hands that just ate chicken? Hearing her request, Hey Jin sincerely replied, no, thank you. I appreciate the kindness, much like today. Impressed by Hey Jin's politeness, Sianwoo's older brother could not stop praising him. You are a really good boy, completely different from Sianwoo. Sianwoo heard that and immediately expressed dissatisfaction, you such a. However, Sianwoo overheard his siblings saying having a mother would make him less arrogant. Watching his three siblings talking and laughing, Hey Jin felt a bit out of place. After a moment of silence, Hey Jin said, I'll go wash my hands, may I use the bathroom? Hey Jin's politeness made Sianwoo surprised. Sianwoo suddenly laughed and said, why do you have to ask for permission for that? Go wash it, I will set up the blanket for sleeping. Hey Jin quickly replied, thank you. When he entered the bathroom, he closed the door and fell into a contemplative state, thinking that this was a family that loved each other. It had been a long time since he had been in such a comfortable atmosphere. Slowly walking forward, Hey Jin couldn't help but feel a sense of self-consciousness, thinking, now, I only have the feeling of being self-conscious. Then Hey Jin quickly walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and started washing his hands. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the sink at his own home where the water had been cut out, feeling a tightness in his chest and a bit of difficulty breathing as he recalled his home where there was only a trickle of water. As he touched the hot water flowing generously from Sianwoo's bathroom, Hey Jin felt a sense of shame. He muttered to himself, I hate it, sensing that all of his actions in front of Sianwoo seemed foolish. Later, lying on the bed for a while, Sianwoo suddenly sat up and asked, Hey Jin, are you asleep yet? Annoyed, Hey Jin replied, I told you I already sleeping. How many times did you wake me up? Seeing his attitude, Sianwoo calmly said, I just felt regretful about something. I wanted to make things more interesting. I will teach you well. Say that I am teaching you academics might be really hard to believe, but... Listening to Sianwoo's words, Hey Jin remained silent to hear him out. Finally, Heijin murmured, it is interesting enough. I have read books and had late-night snacks. Your brother and sister are very kind people. Hearing Heijin say that, Sienwu seemed to disagree and said, because you are kind, that is why you think so. But lucky for me, I thought you would not like them because they are a bit noisy. Next time, I will invite you when my older brother and sister are not at home. This statement left Heijin unsure how to respond. After a moment of silence, Heijin whispered, you and I are really different. Not letting Sienwu understand that statement, he quickly turned away and dismissed it, saying, it's nothing. I'm going to sleep now. Watching Heijin for a moment, Sienwu quietly wondered, why does he always speak like that? Early the next morning, while Sienwu was still groggy, Heijin had already been awake for a while, neatly folding the blankets. Have your breakfast before you leave? Hearing Sienwu's response, Heijin couldn't help but feel annoyed. It's already noon, not early morning anymore. Sienwu quickly adjusted and suggested, then have lunch before you go. Heijin tactfully declined Sienwu's invitation, saying, it's okay, I plan to have lunch with my mom. You should get some more sleep. With no other option, Sienwu could only say, how can that be? I need to check it out. After a few seconds of silence, Heijin spoke slowly, your face is swollen from waking up. Immediately, Sienwu reflexively touched his face to check and then seriously remarked, but even so, I'm still handsome, right? Heijin chuckled and asked, what are you saying? As they approached the door together, Sienwu continued the earlier topic, hey, I was serious. Do you think that I'm not handsome? Unable to bear Sienwu's persistence, Heijin reluctantly said, you're handsome, very handsome. At that moment, Sienwu's older brother appeared and asked, is your friend leaving? Why? Eat before you go home. Before Heijin could reply, Sienwu answered, he's leaving to have lunch with his mom. Heijin followed suit, bowing politely, I thought everyone was still asleep, so I didn't greet you. Thank you for everything yesterday. Sienwu's brother just smiled and said, Sienwu's sister has already left. You've troubled Sienwu a lot. Sienwu, standing beside them, interjected, hey, I told you not to say those things. A few seconds later, Heijin sincerely said, it's true, I owe Sienwu a lot more. That's the truth. Now, I'll be going. Heijin's words left Sienwu somewhat puzzled. Sienwu overheard his brother be formal to Heijin, be careful. If you have the chance, come play again. After Heijin left, Sienwu said to his brother, look at Heijin. Doesn't it seem like he's setting clear boundaries with me? Sienwu's brother, seemingly unaffected, replied, what are you talking about? You don't understand it well. But apparently, Sienwu still didn't grasp his brother's words and continued, well, looking in that direction might be lucky, but... Feeling Sienwu's confusion, his brother interrupted, he's obedient, unlike you. You two are completely different types, so how can you be close? Sienwu was left speechless, then followed his brother's back with his gaze and said, hey, don't change the subject. Now, I'm extremely sensitive to those words. Helpless against his younger brother's attitude, Sienwu's brother casually said, I don't understand what you're thinking. I am going outside. Immediately, Sienwu questioned, where are you going? Without hiding anything, his brother answered, meeting my girlfriend. Why is your face so swollen today? It's really ugly. His brother's words successfully ignited Sienwu's anger. Even so, I'm still more handsome than you, Sienwu retorted. Despite Sienwu's apparent anger, his brother wasn't concerned and jokingly said, well, that's just your opinion. Funny. After entering his room and closing the door, Sienwu couldn't help but fume, why did he suddenly start caring about my appearance and provoke me like that? Heijin already told me I'm handsome. Seconds later, Sienwu noticed the book on the table, picked it up for examination and thought to himself, it seems like Heijin intended to borrow this book but forgot to take it back. Then he recalled Heijin's words before leaving and couldn't help but ponder, or maybe he doesn't want to take it back because he feels indebted to me. Somehow, Sienwu found himself interested in the topic of his brother's girlfriend. Sienwu had met his brother's girlfriend before. Once when Sienwu came home, she greeted him with a hello. Sienwu responded with a somewhat confusing remark, Big brother, did you turn into a girl? His brother then revealed himself and said, what are you saying? This is my girlfriend. Greet her properly. After observing Sienwu's expression, she commented, this kid is indeed as interesting as they say? Realizing his mistake, Sienwu scratched his head, bowed apologetically, and said, I'm Choi Sienwu. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. His words amused both of them. Uncomfortable, they asked. Seconds later, Sienwu seriously asked his brother, did you forget something? His brother casually replied, no, it's fine. Many people say I look alike with my girlfriends. Anyway, we are going out for a bit and then coming back. Seeing Woo's brother and his girlfriend holding a bunch of items, mentioned cheering props, and she added, "We are going to cheer for a gaming team. Ah, if we keep talking like this, we will be late for the match. Let's go." Later on, Seein-woo also heard that the two not only shared hobbies but also had similar family backgrounds, interests, and daily habits. Afterward, while lying on the bed lost in thought, Seein-woo considered, although Hae-jin and I differ in style and attitude, we did watch a movie together. However, Hae-jin claimed not to like watching movies. But then Seein-woo mumbled to himself, when it comes to family conditions, we're quite similar, and my family isn't wealthy either. Moreover, quickly, Seein-woo sat up, thinking, the more I think about it, the more I realize that Hae-jin and I are really different. Seein-woo felt troubled thinking about these issues. No, if I evaluate it that way, the differences between me and the Park Min-hyuk guys are also significant. How did I end up becoming friends with them in the first place? Nevertheless, Seein-woo stood up, moved around, and said, I don't know. I've never had to worry about friendships before. Deep thoughts are difficult. While putting the other book back on the shelf, Seein-woo noticed the book Pride and Prejudice. Soon after, while lying on the bed, Seein-woo fell into a contemplative state. Although Hae-jin and I have a comrade relationship, both of us didn't start as friends. Well, Hae-jin and I are quite alike. In his thoughts, Seein-woo couldn't help but conjure up images of himself and a miniature version of Hae-jin. Faces, my brother, you look so strange. Despite the previous thoughts, Seein-woo continued to focus on the book. Ah, there's also this, he noted. Great, it's been a long time since I've seen this. As Seein-woo read, he remembered, I received this birthday gift in elementary school. I was too young, so there are no memories left, but... While reading the book, Seein-woo seemed to come across something, closed the book abruptly, and blushed, it's this. The next day, upon arriving at school, Seein-woo immediately went to find Hae-jin. Seein-woo's sudden appearance left Hae-jin puzzled. What's going to happen this time? Seein-woo quickly replied, one is the book you wanted to borrow from me and the other is a gift from me to you. You must read it. After saying this, Seein-woo swiftly ran off, leaving Hae-jin still confused. Seeing the gift, Hae-jin couldn't help but wonder, why suddenly give this? Pride and Prejudice is a novel by Jane Austen that tells the story of the relationship between Elizabeth, a middle-class woman, and the wealthy Darcy. They had to overcome pride and prejudice towards each other before falling in love. Thinking about the book, Hae-jin couldn't help but ponder, but is this book usually given as a gift to friends? Thinking aloud, Hae-jin muttered, I don't understand what you mean anymore. Seein-woo, next to him, couldn't help but ask, what are you talking about? Hae-jin immediately clarified, I mean the book you gave me, Pride and Prejudice. Seein-woo quickly replied, oh, you'll find out when you read it. However, a moment later, Seein-woo was surprised by Hae-jin's words. I read that book a long time ago, and Hae-jin continued, did you read it before giving it to me? Feeling a bit upset, Seein-woo retorted, of course, you're so unreasonable. What do you think of me? Trying to prevent any misunderstanding, Hae-jin explained, no, it's just that you a little bit sudden, there are many unread books on your shelf. Before Hae-jin could finish his sentence, Seein-woo cut in, fine, I'm upset now, Hae-jin. Thinking Seein-woo was joking, Hae-jin calmly said, give me your feedback first, then you can go. However, Seein-woo paid no attention and left. As a new class began, the teacher both lectured and said, now turn to the next page. While the teacher was enthusiastically teaching, Hae-jin paid no attention. His mind was filled with thoughts like, I talk a bit casually, but it's indeed sudden, and I don't know what you meant. Hae-jin turned to look at Seein-woo beside him, but instead of a response, Seein-woo's expression was irritated and disdainful, pursing his lips. Seeing Seein-woo's expression, Hae-jin couldn't help but think, well, whatever the reason, it's still adorable. Suddenly, Hae-jin snapped out of it, thinking, wait, did I just say he's adorable? What am I thinking? Remembering Seein-woo's words, Hae-jin seemed to realize something, the pride that everything is as I think, may be similar to Darcy? So the prejudice one is... Immediately, in Hae-jin's mind, a scene appeared where he was Elizabeth. And, of course, according to his thoughts, when Darcy, represented by Seein-woo, spoke, you also like that book, right? Elizabeth, represented by Hae-jin, would respond with a determined and prejudiced look. Children like them actually live very comfortably. You can give them a book they haven't read, and it's impossible to be friendly with them. At this point, Hae-jin felt desperate with his own thoughts. Stop thinking about it, focus first, midterm exams are coming, and I will read it again and think later. After the class ended, Hae-jin went to his part-time job as usual. Just as he entered, he heard someone ask, Hae-jin, is this book yours? Hearing the question, Hae-jin replied softly, oh yes. But the girl continued with a smile, I'm sorry for touching your things without permission, it just brought back memories. Comfortably, Hei-jin said, "It's okay, I was reading it as I walked." As Hei-jin finished speaking, the girl started again. "I was so anxious reading it in elementary school." The girl sitting opposite also joined the conversation. "I watched the movie. Did Colin Firth appear, right?" After chatting for a bit, the girl turned towards Hei-jin and asked, "Did you plan to read it, so you bought it, like a new book?" Hei-jin honestly replied, "No, it's a gift I received." The girl in the yellow dress immediately teased, "Giving and receiving romance novels, huh? It seems your friend is quite sentimental." Hei-jin, feeling awkward, quickly clarified, No, I really received it from a friend." The other person joined in the teasing. "Not just any friend, that friend must have a crush on Hei-jin." Hei-jin, taking the book while trying to explain, said, "No, it's not like that, it's just a friend, I have to go home now." Finally, they let it go, telling Hei-jin, "Look at him blushing, go ahead and leave." As Hei-jin walked away, he thought, "I've already said it's not a book that friends casually exchange. Look at how he spoke, there must be a reason." While on the bus, Hei-jin stared at the book, and as he flipped through it, he unintentionally discovered something. "What's this?" Looking at the bookmark with the words "Cold-hearted Mr. Cat," he felt a bit irritated. "We're not alike at all." Then he casually looked at the lines in the book and found there are underlined parts here. If there's any difference, it's a stroke of luck. If everything is perfect, it will surely lead to disappointment. At that moment, everything became clear to him, so he's preoccupied with that saying. Thinking back, it makes sense. In fact, Hei-jin had never felt disappointed in Choi Seon-woo. Instead, he always found positive aspects that shattered his prejudices. At that moment, Hei-jin couldn't help but think, why did he need to go to this extent even though I said that? The more he thought about it, the more his face turned red. The next morning in class, Seon-woo was still half asleep. Although Seon-woo's friend was focused on playing games, he still asked, "Seon-woo, why are you later than usual today?" Seon-woo, feeling a bit annoyed due to sleepiness, replied, "Why didn't you go to school late then?" His friend quickly responded, "I slept at the internet cafe yesterday, so there was nowhere to go." Seon-woo, hearing this, slumped into his chair but still complained, "You are crazy." As soon as Seon-woo sat down, a figure rushed over and slammed into the table, making Seon-woo startle. Ready to swear reflexively, he recognized that it was Hei-jin standing in front of him. "Oh no, Hei-jin, I didn't mean to say anything bad to you." Hei-jin didn't pay much attention and said, "I know." Their words made Seon-woo's friend a bit dissatisfied. "Hey, so you were saying that towards me?" A moment later, he eavesdropped as Hei-jin spoke seriously to Seon-woo. "I know the reason you lent me that book now. I'm sorry, I didn't notice your concern about what I said." Seon-woo, hearing these words, casually replied, "It's nothing, not to the point of needing an apology." But before Seon-woo could finish, Hei-jin suddenly asked, "But do you think of the Pride and Prejudice genre before giving it to me?" When reminded by Hei-jin, Seon-woo realized the genre is romance. As Seon-woo finished speaking, his face turned red. Naturally, Hei-jin had similar emotions as Seon-woo exactly, so in the future, think carefully about the genre before giving it, understood? After hearing their conversation, their friends suddenly felt a bit confused. It seems that happy times pass by more quickly than others, unaware of time flowing and being swept away. Seon-woo's vague desire is to continue being by Hei-jin's side, observing Hei-jin sitting and writing. Returning to reality, Seon-woo is still silently thinking, "So, if you allow me, I would really like to read your writing." While admiring Hei-jin's focused work, Seon-woo contemplates, of course. Without hesitation, Seon-woo takes a document and walks to Hei-jin's desk, calling, "Hey, Hei-jin." Suddenly being called makes Hei-jin feel puzzled. What's up? Just a moment ago, Seon-woo seemed confident, but now he seems to be tongue-tied and unable to speak. After that, Seon-woo quickly finds an excuse. "Oh, the lunch menu, it's your turn to choose, right?" Hearing Seon-woo say this, Hei-jin is also a bit surprised, saying, "Why did it come to me so suddenly?" Just when Hei-jin is focused on thinking about the menu, Seon-woo silently feels lucky. "Great, thanks for your simple kindness, Hei-jin." Although Seon-woo knows that he has intervened excessively, even if Hei-jin says he hasn't written anything yet, Seon-woo's interference is shameless. Just as Seon-woo is contemplating, a voice rings out, "Choi Seon-woo." Hei-jin, with a light tone of confusion, asks, "Why are you standing there like that?" Seon-woo quickly finds a reason to cover up, "I'm busy thinking about this and that. Have you chosen the menu?" Hei-jin honestly replies, "Udon or buckwheat noodles, something like that today. I just don't feel like eating rice for some reason." Hearing Hei-jin's words, Seon-woo silently thinks, "That's right, just opening up this much next time is already a miracle. Bury what needs to be buried and just live like this. The author and the work here are already quite enough." After submitting the report, Sian-woo speaks up, "What do you think if I replace it with these works?" The woman glances at Sian-woo and says, "Although this is the first project, it's not like you've put in too much effort already. You've reviewed everything in just one day." Hearing this, Sian-woo scratches his head and laughs. "I've had a habit of reading quickly since long ago, so it's just short stories with not many sentences, so it doesn't take long." After thinking for a while, the woman says, "Overall, all of your opinions are similar to mine. Most of the works are outstanding from the time of submission, but this work is a bit beyond imagination. I want to ask why you chose it." She then hands Sian-woo a piece of work to see. Looking at the article he reviewed himself, Sian-woo quickly explains, "Oh, the sparkle in everyday life is the theme for this new short story collection, and most of the works describe romantic moments. However, this work focuses entirely on expressing daily life. I think it's a piece that can balance out the new publication." This seems to be the emotion that Sian-woo himself felt somewhere. Now, in Sian-woo's mind, the words from the past conversation between Sian-woo and Hae-jin begin to resonate. "Every time I read, it feels so magical. Clearly, you're very cold, but after reading, I feel much more comfortable." Hae-jin responds, "I can't write emotionally rich lines because I'm not that type of person. It feels like I'm lying. There are people like me and I hope to comfort someone." After seeing that Sian-woo seems to agree with his words, Hae-jin continues, "I think there needs to be writing from a sensitive person like that, like you." Hae-jin's words make Sian-woo sense something, causing him to smile. In the present moment, Sian-woo is still struggling with his thoughts. Could it be that, don't tell me you chose this piece because you were thinking about Hae-jin's words? If that's true, it's really spine-chilling because Hae-jin can't write due to his mood. Are you planning to choose a piece that reflects Hae-jin's thoughts? That would be disrespectful to him. Unable to endure these thoughts, Sian-woo softly says, "Quiet," and then silently thinks, "Clearly, it's because of the interesting ideas and approach. There's a depth in the soul that fundamentally can't be read, not because of thinking about Hae-jin's words." A little later, Sian-woo finally hesitates and says to the woman it's not perfect enough to include in the documentation. However, if this work is included, it would be fantastic. Please consider it. Just as she is still puzzled by Sian-woo's words, Sian-woo is thinking, not because it's Hae-jin's writing, but because I remember what he said. Then Sian-woo speaks up, "To be empathetic, you have to look at reality." Finally, she says, "Well, we don't have to make a decision here. Tomorrow, I will try to talk to the director in the meeting, tidy things up, and then you can go home." When the small meeting ends, Sian-woo also leaves the room and responds to her, "Yes, thank you for listening to me." After turning away, he can't help but feel embarrassed about his words. I feel so shameful I had to do it that way." However, Sian-woo then thinks to himself, honestly, the team leader is right. Bringing an unprepared piece is not good for the writer. I wish I could be a bit more confident. While he is thinking, someone says, "I'm leaving now." Sian-woo is surprised to see that Hae-jin is still here at this hour and says, "You're just leaving now?" Hae-jin quickly responds, "I was about to leave." "Did you just finish the meeting?" Sian-woo doesn't hide anything and answers, "So close?" Then Sian-woo thinks, confident. Just as Hae-jin is still not understanding Sian-woo's words, he continues, "Hae-jin, can you help me a bit?" At the cafe, after the conversation, Hae-jin speaks up, "Sure, maybe I've understood what you said. There are many parts that need to be edited, but you can handle it yourself. Just speak positively at the meeting." Sian-woo, while handing out documents, feeling discouraged, says, "Even at this point, you still won't help me." Then Hae-jin speaks without hesitation, expressing his thoughts, "No, I think this new publication also needs an article about that perspective because true empathy requires overflowing emotions, not just fantasy." When Hae-jin says this, memories from the past resurface. Hae-jin has said something similar before. After hearing Hae-jin, Sian-woo hesitates before saying, "That's right, well?" Hae-jin is silent, waiting for Sian-woo to speak. Suddenly, Hae-jin's phone rings and he quickly answers it. This phone call leaves Sian-woo a bit stunned. Wow, perfect timing, just when I was so emotional. Then Sian-woo hears Hae-jin say, "I'll take this call for a moment." Before Sian-woo can react much, Hae-jin is already gone. When he is left alone, Sian-woo silently thinks, "What is it? Anyway, I felt confident, so it should be fine." Right at this moment, Sian-woo hears a name that makes him pause. Yes, Teacher Jae-ho. Sian-woo can't help but stand up and look towards Hae-jin, who is on the phone. "Teacher Jae-ho, Jae-ho, is that Kwon Jae-ho's name? Why is that person showing up here?" The short-haired, black-haired woman read the article on her iPad and remarked, "With this situation, it's going to be difficult." Echoing what the department head had mentioned earlier, there are still shortcomings in terms of perfection, she continued. No matter how well the sentences are written, if they are unreadable, it's all in vain. Xianwu anxiously thought to himself, this is the reaction I anticipated. Xianwu then spoke up, saying if it's simply a matter of readability, everyone should be clear about it. He then presented a sheet of paper and added, this is roughly a sample that I have revised. Heijin observed and pondered silently, thinking, careful preparation indeed, all within a day. Suddenly, the woman asked, Heijin, what do you think? I heard you have read it. Heijin replied, yes, and it's very positive. I believe with a little adjustment, this work will become unmissable. Upon hearing this, the woman sighed, then said, all right, let's review the progress and discuss it again. Xianwu, contact the author for me. The meeting ends here, everyone, continue with your work. Xianwu stood up, waved to Heijin with a bright smile, and remarked, it seems like it's been resolved, at least for now. Heijin responded, indeed, fortunately. Then Xianwu said, it's all thanks to you. Honestly, if I stubbornly insisted alone, there wouldn't be a chance. Heijin glanced at Xianwu's raised hand while Xianwu continued, it can be said that thanks to you, I have gained more confidence. Xianwu then noticed his own raised hand, chuckled awkwardly, and explained, oh, this? It's just a habit, this guy wanting to high-five with you. Heijin placed his hand as if to reciprocate, leaving Xianwu puzzled. Heijin withdrew his hand and asked, is your hand okay? Xianwu laughed, clenched his fist, and raised it to demonstrate, oh, absolutely fine and healthy. Seeing this, Heijin turned away, saying, good, the sample hasn't been completely approved yet, so let's do well. Xianwu, still bewildered, raised his thumb and replied, oh, thank you. Returning to his desk, Xianwu interlocked his hands under his chin, looking bored and disheartened, thinking, could it be, is Xianwu in elementary school or something? Is just a touch making him so preoccupied? Xianwu suddenly realized this is not a joke. Some say that lately anything related to Heijin disgusts me like a middle school student experiencing first love. Xianwu urged himself to snap out of it, thinking, get back to your senses, you troublesome guy. The colleague sitting across from Xianwu and Heijin inquired, tomorrow is our night out. Do you two have any plans? Our team leader is planning a barbecue and I think it would be a lot of fun if both of you could join. However, Heijin declined due to a prior engagement. The colleague expressed pity that Heijin had prior plans, lamenting the missed opportunity to spend time together. Xianwu, standing up, exclaimed, I like meat, before Heijin continued, not a friend, but my high school teacher. Xianwu was surprised and asked, is it teacher Jae-ho, receiving Heijin's affirmation. The colleague, aware of Xianwu's fondness for meat, laughed and asked, but Xianwu's mind was elsewhere and he responded half-heartedly. Xianwu awkwardly replied to Heijin, oh, so you two still keep in touch, huh? That's surprising. In Xianwu's mind, thoughts were racing, it could be like that, even my former homeroom teacher from junior high got married, haha, I've decided to brighten up again. Lost in his own thoughts, Xianwu barely registered his colleague saying, so, with the team leader, you and Xianwu, there will be 3 of us going. Xianwu, still immersed in his contemplations, suddenly asked Heijin, see can I join too? Min-hyuk is also participating, leaving Heijin puzzled by Xianwu's unexpected request. Heijin responded, I'm fine, but we should check with the teacher. I'm sure he also thinks it's not a big deal, but... Before finishing his sentence, Xianwu quickly interjected, well, let me try calling Park Min-hyuk then. Xianwu sighed, silently thinking, now I don't know anymore, this is better than getting annoyed by myself. Xianwu also apologized to his colleague for not joining the barbecue. Suddenly, a ringing bell indicated a new message in the inbox. Xianwu checked and realized he had contacted the author earlier in the day. Tomorrow works too, but if things progress quickly, we would appreciate it, he had messaged. In the evening, on his way home, Xianwu called Park Min-hyuk. He asked, who's meeting whom tomorrow, and then scolded Xianwu, I already said to you that you have to contact me first, and here you are betraying me? Xianwu retorted, betrayal? What on earth are you talking about? The friend saw through Xianwu's intentions and replied, it's clear from the lineup, there's no need to hide or deny anything. Isn't it because you want to interfere with their relationship so you are scared to go alone? The friend's words struck a chord with Xianwu, who could only sigh and say, since when did you become so smart? Stick to the usual concept, okay? Xianwu's words irritated his friend, but eventually he agreed to go. Later, Xianwu mentioned that he would share the address through the message the next day. His friend agreed and asked, Kwon Jae-ho is coming too, right? Xianwu replied, yeah, and was a bit surprised by the way his friend casually mentioned the teacher. Park Min-hyuk said, see you tomorrow, and then hung up, leaving Xianwu bewildered. What's going on? Why is that person so admired by everyone? Xianwu wondered, feeling uneasy. The next morning, at the publishing office, the short-haired team leader was sipping coffee when she heard the door open. She thought, who comes to work so early without any reason? To her surprise, it was chenlv. He was wearing a white shirt today with neatly styled hair, making the team leader exclaim, "Oh my, you're too well prepared for the first meeting." chenlv, feeling a bit embarrassed, didn't know if he was too obvious, and the team leader teased, "You're quite outstanding. With chenlv looking like this, what about me? The author will compare us." chenlv playfully replied, "Well, today I won't take anything seriously, alright? At least let me look presentable." But in his heart, chenlv whispered, "Actually, it's because I'm preoccupied with the evening appointment." The team leader laughed, "As you say, I'll go along with you, so don't worry. If you were too dazzling, it might be hard to watch." chenlv happily responded, "Sure," and suddenly the office door opened again. Someone came in to wish everyone a good morning. It turned out to be Hae-jin. Hae-jin seemed surprised by chenlv's appearance and just looked at him without saying anything more. chenlv awkwardly replied, "A good morning." Hae-jin stared at chenlv for a while, then greeted him with a cheerful "good morning" before walking past him. chenlv replied but didn't quite understand. Hae-jin sat at his desk, typing on his computer, reminiscing about a day in high school. Back then, chenlv had sat across from him as they worked on assignments. A friend approached chenlv, handing him a gift box, saying, "Some girls gave you this," mentioning that the uniform resembled those of high school girls. chenlv, surprised, asked, "How do they know me?" The friend replied, "Who knows? This kid here, how come I didn't get a box of Pepero?" Hae-jin shot a glance at chenlv, startling him. Then Hae-jin cast another look towards the pile of gifts chenlv had received, neatly placed on the chair, and the friend continued, "Finally gets a box of Pepero and they say it's meant for Choi chenlv." Hae-jin stared at chenlv, hesitated, and said, "Thinking about it now, you." His words startled chenlv, who quickly explained, "I felt guilty refusing, so I planned to share it with others later." But Hae-jin simply remarked, "So, you're the handsome type, huh?" chenlv, puzzled, asked, "You just realized that now?" chenlv's confidence left his classmate in bewilderment to the point where he echoed chenlv's recent statement, saying, "Did you just say you just realized that now?" and added, "It's true, couldn't have said it better myself." Turning to Hae-jin, the friend asking, "What do you think, Hae-jin? Am I not handsome?" He leaned close to chenlv, causing him to push back, complaining, "You're getting too close, seriously." chenlv teased, "So, you never thought I was handsome until now?" Hae-jin oddly asked again, "Does that really shock you that much?" chenlv blushed, smiling, "Well, if I'm not handsome, why would they do that to me?" Hae-jin frowned, blushing and staying silent for a while before saying, "You don't need to judge someone solely based on their looks." The conversation between the two caught the curiosity of their friend. chenlv quickly chuckled, "So, you mean a person's essence is more important than their appearance, right? Clearly that's the case." Hae-jin couldn't bear it and had to tell chenlv to be quiet. Jumping back to the present, Hae-jin reconsidered, although I had said those things back then. He recalled the moment earlier when he encountered chenlv and he admitted that with age, his perspective had changed. chenlv was indeed very handsome. Suddenly a doorbell rang, signaling someone's arrival. Hae-jin stood up to greet, but the team leader popped out and asked, "Are you Hyein, the author? You arrived early, huh? Please follow me this way." Hyein, still in her school uniform, remained quiet as she walked past Hae-jin without a greeting. Hae-jin, puzzled, was left wondering. Then the team leader said to Hae-jin, "When chenlv is done gathering the documents, let him know the author has arrived and please direct him straight to the meeting room." Hae-jin responded, still quite surprised. At that moment, chenlv appeared and asked, "What's wrong? Who came?" Hae-jin informed him, "The author had arrived, you better get there as soon as possible." chenlv rushed inside, thanking Hae-jin. Hae-jin stood there, bewildered, silently wondering, could I have misjudged something? chenlv pushed open the door to the meeting room and apologized, "Sorry for being late, it took me a bit of time to gather the documents." A colleague introduced chenlv to the author, saying, "Let me introduce you, this is PD Choi." chenlv, initially smiling, froze when he saw Hyen's face, utterly surprised by her striking resemblance to Hae-jin. Instead of coffee, they brought a cup of tea for Hyen. The team leader expressed their gratitude, saying, "First of all, we've read your work, Hyen. Thank you for submitting it to us. Everyone, including PD Choi, was deeply impressed with your piece." This statement made Hyen glance over at chenlv. chenlv, hesitating to meet her gaze, turned his eyes in a different direction. chenlv inwardly exclaimed, "Oh, what's going on? Can people really look so similar? Could she be Hae-jin's hidden sibling? Would it be okay if I accidentally found out about this complicated family matter?" The team leader said, "I know you may not want this, but we will adjust the manuscript to align with the project's objectives." Hyan replied, feel free to make changes, everyone. Whatever adjustments you think are necessary. This surprised Sian-woo a bit. She added, just go ahead and edit it. However, you think the manuscript should be modified is fine. Sian-woo suggested, I think we only need to edit some phrases to minimize interference with the content as much as possible. Sian-woo took out a stack of paper, saying, this is a sample that I took the liberty of adjusting. If we discuss based on this. Before finishing the sentence, she took the stack of paper, asking, is it okay to edit it this way, and then promptly agreed. Sian-woo, taken aback, thought, did she not even check it first? Suddenly, Hyan said, I have something more troubling than that. Sian-woo responded, oh yes, feel free to ask anything. Hyan asked, if I edit it this way, how much will I receive? After a brief exchange, Sian-woo escorted Hyan out and advised her to be careful. Then Sian-woo rushed over to surround Hae-jin, scanning him and making Hae-jin feel odd. Hae-jin asked, what's going on? Sian-woo replied, oh well. Have you encountered the person? Do you feel unwell anywhere? I heard that meeting a doppelganger leads to bad luck. Hae-jin was left speechless. Sian-woo continued, luckily you're fine. Whoa, how can you two look so alike? Hae-jin couldn't help but burst into laughter and asked, how was the meeting? Sian-woo responded, everything ended well because she accepted the revision plan, so we decided to edit it and accept it right away. Hae-jin echoed, fortunately, everything ended smoothly. However, Sian-woo recalled the moment when Hyan asked, if the manuscript is edited this way, how much will I receive? Sian-woo wondered how to address this, thinking, Hyan asked quite straightforwardly. Hae-jin said, now I can let go of my concerns. It seems like you were quite attentive today because of the meeting. Hearing that, Sian-woo was briefly startled, chuckled awkwardly, and said, is that so? Then thought to himself, well, the reason I was so concerned today is actually because of something else. In the evening, Sian-woo and Hae-jin went to the agreed-upon place, a grilled salt restaurant where Min-hyuk and Professor Jae-ho were already waiting. Jae-ho turned around upon seeing them and asked, who's here? Choi Sian-woo, it's been a while since I last saw you. Hae-jin nodded in greeting, while Sian-woo remained stiff, silently questioning in his mind what's going on in this situation. The meat sizzling in the pan emitted a mouth-watering sound. Jae-ho said to Hae-jin, I've read the book you mentioned before, the short story from your publisher. It's become the best-selling product, hasn't it? Hae-jin replied, it's the debut work of the author Cha-yoon Kyung from that publishing house. It could be a topic for discussion. Teacher Jae-ho continued, so, you still like that author, huh? Hae-jin responded, I thought teachers like you wouldn't read novels. Sian-woo, chewing on his meat, thought to himself, how are those two talking like they are best friends? It seems like they understand each other quite well. Teacher Jae-ho explained, I don't usually read, but this is a book my student participated in writing. Sian-woo, sitting next to Hae-jin and across from the teacher, the reason for this change in position is that Sian-woo told Min-hyuk to swap seats with him. Sian-woo thought to himself, considering the discussion about the newly published book, it seems like there has been some recent contact, and added, from what I know, it might even involve a signature to that extent. Sian-woo also wondered, why does Min-hyuk keep staring at the teacher like that? Jae-ho noticed and asked Min-hyuk, this kid has arrived and hasn't said anything yet? The term, this kid, irritated Min-hyuk and he retorted, what's the matter? Is it not allowed for, this kid, to come? Jae-ho laughed and replied, who said that? It's been a long time since I've seen my student like this, so I'm just happy. Min-hyuk, still annoyed, asked, it seems like you often meet Hae-jin, huh? This question pleased Sian-woo and he thought to himself, exactly, even though I don't know anything, I might as well ask about it. Jae-ho answered, not often, but we do run into each other occasionally. I remember it was in the winter of the last semester. He continued, you two, before graduating from university, completely ignored each other, right? The teacher's words brought back memories for Sian-woo. Jae-ho continued, after going through that time together, you became my favorite student, Hae-jin. Hae-jin expressed gratitude and the teacher responded, there's no need to be thankful. As a teacher, it's something natural to do. Sian-woo realized, so, during that time, I obviously didn't know about that. Jae-ho continued, but speaking of that, he pointed at Sian-woo and then at Hae-jin, asking, have you two rekindled your relationship? Both of them were startled. Sian-woo exclaimed, what are you talking about? Why would you suddenly say that? Just when I'm feeling bored. Jae-ho pointed at both of them and said, you had a relationship like that when you were little, right? I know everything. Min-hyuk, chewing food, asked, why keep a distance then? I heard you met again and thought you had fully harmonized. The atmosphere around Hae-jin became increasingly somber. He slammed the glass on the table, opened a beer, and filled the glass. Min-hyuk couldn't understand, but teacher Jae-ho seemed very interested. Jin suggested, let's have a drink together. Sian-woo wondered, is Jin angry now? After a while, the meat was gone, 2 bottles of beer were empty, and Jin collapsed. Min-hyuk asked, hey, is he okay? He's down, isn't he a zombie or anything? Sian-woo called him, but there was no response. It seemed like he couldn't handle alcohol. However, Sian-woo remembered that Jin remained calm after drinking at some party. Sian-woo thought, no. If he's intentionally pretending, he must be like a monster. Teacher Jae-ho, irritated, said, don't do things silently. If you're not good at drinking, let me know. Wake this drunkard up and let's disperse. The teacher reached out to wake Jin, saying, on Jin, get up. But before he could touch him, Sian-woo pushed his hand away. The teacher became more annoyed. I'm sorry, I don't need to wake him up anymore. Sian-woo said, let me handle it. I'll take him home. Teacher Jae-ho replied, well, do as you please. On the way out, Min-hyuk stopped Sian-woo and said, hey, don't do anything bad, just casually take him home. Sian-woo angrily scolded Min-hyuk, stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, Teacher Jae-ho called Sian-woo back and reminded him, I think you know best. If you want to be close to Jin again, you have to handle it well, even though I don't hear everything. You were the one who pushed him away, right? Sian-woo remained silent for a while and then responded, I know, and added, this is just me trying to alleviate my guilt, not an attempt to rekindle the relationship. Sian-woo gently advised, try a little harder, Jin. Jae-ho took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, searched for a lighter, and said, these kids are terrible, I knew it would turn out like this. Min-hyuk said, oh, I have a lighter, then asked, so what now? I've waited 7 years, don't you have any thoughts about us? Sian-woo supported Jin as they walked along the street, silently thinking, even though I said I would take him home, is his address the same one from high school? Sian-woo recalled Jin struggling to drink earlier and continued pondering, he seems a bit strained, maybe it's because of me. Even though he can't drink, he still tries to endure it for my sake. He's so drunk that he can't even tell me his address, I should have stopped him halfway. However, thinking back, it's only from one side. I seem utterly incapable of bearing the burden of memories from that time, it feels empty, my heart becomes heavy. Sian-woo hailed a taxi, still lost in thought, but what should I do, really? Can I take him to my place? Jin mumbled a few words and woke up. Sian-woo realized and said, oh Jin, you're awake, thankfully. The sensation of being drunk made Jin feel the ground spinning. Sian-woo took advantage of the moment to comfort him, the ground really isn't good for you, tell me your address and I'll tell it to the taxi driver. Jin replied, you know my address, and Sian-woo thought, my concern was pointless, then informed the driver, we're in Gangseo district. Suddenly Sian-woo heard Jin say, please don't leave. Sian-woo turned back and asked, what did you say? Jin responded, I said, don't leave. Sian-woo fell silent for a moment and then continued, of course, I'll take a taxi and bring you home. Jin persistently. Sian-woo supported Jin as they walked along the street, silently thinking, even though I said I would take him home, is his address the same one from high school? Sian-woo recalled Jin struggling to drink earlier and continued pondering, he seems a bit strained, maybe it's because of me. Even though he can't drink, he still tries to endure it for my sake. He's so drunk that he can't even tell me his address, I should have stopped him halfway. However, thinking back, it's only from one side. I seem utterly incapable of bearing the burden of memories from that time, it feels empty, my heart becomes heavy. Sian-woo hailed a taxi, still lost in thought, but what should I do, really? Can I take him to my place? Jin mumbled a few words and woke up. Sian-woo realized and said, oh Jin, you're awake, thankfully. The sensation of being drunk made Jin feel the ground spinning. Sian-woo took advantage of the moment to comfort him, the ground really isn't good for you, tell me your address and I'll tell it to the taxi driver. Jin replied, you know my address, and Sian-woo thought, my concern was pointless, then informed the driver, we're in Gangseo district. Suddenly Sian-woo heard Jin say, please don't leave. Sian-woo turned back and asked, what did you say? Jin responded, I said, don't leave. Sian-woo fell silent for a moment and then continued, of course, I'll take a taxi and bring you home. Jin persistently pleaded not to leave and slumped again. While sitting in the taxi together, Sian-woo thought on Jin rarely asks for anything like my explanation of a habit since childhood. During school, I never remembered anyone asking me for help. Sian-woo looked at Jin and said, I'm disappointed in you to that extent, but today the Jin from back then asked me for the first time. Sian-woo recalled a past incident when Jin called him, saying, if you have something to say, just say it, don't avoid it like that. Sian-woo still walked away without saying anything, making Jin angry. Jin chased after him, grabbed his collar, and yelled, what are you doing now? Wu, taken aback, finally compromised. Fine, I have something to tell you. After saying a lot, Wu concluded, let's not meet again, and then ran off without seeing the pained expression on the person standing behind him. Reflecting on that moment, Wu realized Jin said, don't leave, but that's a request as I am now, can't fulfill. Carrying Jin out of the taxi, Wu took him home and met his mother. After a few greetings, Jin's mother said, Jin mentioned you not too long ago. Why is this kid drinking so much? He has never been like this before. Wu laughed and replied, it's because of this and that. Wu laid Jin on his bed, and Jin's mother inquired, you haven't been in touch for a while, so he was quite sad. It hasn't been long, and you're already taller. Wu complimented, you seem even younger, auntie. She exclaimed, Wu is still the good child you used to be, right? It's getting late, so I can't keep you for dinner before you go home. Pour you a glass of fruit juice to drink before leaving. Alone, Wu stood by the bed, watching Jin sleep. Wu gently touched Jin's cheeks with his hand, and when Jin furrowed his brows, Wu withdrew his hand. Then, Wu went outside, closed the door, and left with a parting phrase, sleep well, Jin. The next morning, Jin looked disheveled due to the hangover from the night before. He went to the convenience store to buy a drink, silently pondering, why did I drink so much? He recalled his mother saying in the morning, remember to thank Wu, he carried you home. Reminding himself, I'm more concerned about having to see Wu on Monday than the aftermath of this hangover. Vaguely recalling, besides being carried by him, I feel like I said something embarrassing while drunk. He took the water bottle to the counter and sighed, I wish Mondays never come in my lifetime. Then he heard the sound of an argument at the checkout counter. A customer exclaimed, in other places I don't have to pay for the envelopes, they still gave it to me for free? The cashier responded, that's because they are violating regulations there. Originally, envelopes should be paid for. The customer persisted, who in the world would take money for these bunches of envelopes? Adults say so, that's how it is, replied the young cashier firmly. Jin recognized the cashier as the student who had visited the publishing house. He suddenly recalled Wu's mention of doppelganger, his hand reaching across his confused self. Jin wondered, why is she here? Do we live in the same neighborhood? The customer insisted on calling the manager to talk in person. Jin searched through his pockets, found some loose change, and placed it on the cashier counter along with the water bottle, catching the attention of the other two. Jin told the customer, I'll cover it, then said to the girl, add this to my payment. He added to the customer, you don't have to feel guilty, it's only 21. This statement shattered the man's wounded pride, transforming embarrassment into anger. He turned away, muttering, well, regardless, young people these days, I won't come here again. Jin looked at him, silently thinking it would be better if customers like him never returned. Suddenly, the girl called him to express gratitude. Jin replied, no problem, I've done part-time jobs before. They stared at each other for a moment, then both turned away, feeling a strange resemblance. Jin wondered, why does it feel like I'm looking at a reflection? Hyan asked, I wonder if you're the person who published the book, listening? After Jin confirmed, she continued scanning the water bottle, saying, I only skimmed through it a bit, but it lingered in my memory, so I recognized you immediately. Jin mused, it seems like I understand why she still remembers. Holding the water bottle, she said, as a thank you, I'll buy this for you. Jin declined, you don't have to do that. However, Hyan insisted, normally, because of that customer, I've faced many difficulties. Honestly, it's a bit painful. Unable to refuse, Jin accepted. He recalled Wu's words, no matter what, you did really well. I think those words are essential for our book. If we get the edits, I might feel less stressed. After some hesitant contemplation, Jin reassured himself, I know this might be a bit impulsive, but I can't resist. He asked Hyan, is there anything challenging in your job? She replied, the parts that needed editing have been edited. Anyway, I plan to finish and send it to your side. She then asked, I wonder if you could help me with one more thing? Jin responded, sure, if it's within my capability. Hyan handed him the water bottle and said, I think you guys should review if there's anything else that needs editing. I want it to be published as soon as possible. Jin replied, is it really that difficult? Can it be done slowly? She answered, no, I just want to finish quickly. I don't intend to become a writer. This way I can earn money faster, right? Jin agreed, that's right. The remaining payment will be transferred as soon as the manuscript is completely edited. Hyan asked for Jin's email address and he handed her his business card. Stepping out of the convenience store, he looked back and wondered, why is that so? Well, it's fine. After all, we just crossed paths, so there's no need to worry. In the evening, Jin sat in front of his computer reviewing the manuscript. He thought to himself, Woo has already revised everything he came up with. The sample Woo wrote isn't bad, but it's just safe enough, lacking the freshness I felt the first time I read it. Of course, for the author, this will be the most annoying statement to hear from the reader. Jin thought about the image of Hai and annoyed, asking, I made corrections as instructed, why do you say it's different from those thoughts? Above all, what worries me is what the girl said when we met at the convenience store. No, I just want to finish quickly. I don't intend to become a writer. I don't want to go into the cultural and artistic creation department. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in it either. Jin snapped back to reality and resumed typing, reminding himself, our faces look alike, so I have useless thoughts, check and send it, don't worry anymore, it's indeed useless curiosity. Jin thought so, but 3 days later, on his way to work, he greeted his colleague sitting across from him and took his seat. Hearing Woo's cheerful morning greetings, he glanced discreetly and saw Woo chatting with the colleague. She asked, the meeting is over, so you're back to your usual self? Woo laughed and replied, because I can't be handsome every day. Then Woo and Jin met. Woo blushed, greeted good morning, feeling guilty for touching Jin's face while he was asleep, and Jin felt embarrassed due to the alcohol and the unresolved truth. Both of them thought, because it's too awkward, we want to go crazy. Woo greeted Jin, good morning. He felt a bit guilty having touched someone while sleeping, so his expression was shy. Jin replied, well, I was also confused because of the alcohol and the truth is not clear yet. After a brief exchange, the atmosphere between them suddenly grew tense. Woo walked past Jin, saying, I'm passing by. Jin responded with a nod. Once they were seated at work, Woo turned to the side and inquired about Jin's well-being after sobering up. Jin replied, it's nothing out of the ordinary, bowing his head and sighing. I heard you had a hard time that day because of me. I'm sorry, Jin apologized. Comfortingly, he added, that's okay, sighing with relief internally. He realized Jin couldn't remember what happened that day. Woo's actions didn't go unnoticed by Jin, who asked why he was sighing so early in the morning. Startled, Woo explained, I just sighed. Oh, was it loud? He quickly changed the subject, mentioning that the author had edited the work over the weekend. Jin thought to himself, oh, so it seems like I responded and sent the message right away. Their conversation was interrupted when the group leader called them for a meeting. Woo and Jin stood up together, and Woo said, I'll let you know when it's over. Maybe you'll find out during the meeting. Jin nodded in acknowledgement, wondering what was happening. During the meeting, the representative sternly declared, this cannot be used. The checked parts were indeed added by Woo to the sentences he suggested. Woo admitted, yes, that's right. Jin realized this was the issue at hand. The representative continued, overall, there is a feeling of inconsistency. The balance of the article has been broken and, above all, this can only be seen as irresponsible. Please pay the costs for what has been done until now and until the end. Jin thought, this is definitely a convincing reason, but how do I say it? Woo, sitting next to Jin, wore a dark expression and sighed, I don't want it to end like this. First, we have to contact the author and then piece it together. The air became tense, making Jin uncomfortable. He called out Choi Woo. When Woo looked back, Jin said, about that author, can I talk to him once? As a result, the two of them arranged to meet with the author. Jin thought, finally, I have to take some action. Woo initiated the conversation. I reviewed the revision you sent. I found it a bit regrettable compared to before, so I requested a meeting. I apologize for it being so sudden. The girl in a school uniform sitting opposite replied, no problem. I'm on my way home anyway. Is there anything else that needs fixing? Woo hesitated for a moment when he saw Jin looking at him. Then, as if making a decision, he stood up with a smile and said to the girl, instead of worrying about fixing anything, how about we grab a drink before we start? It's not a problem for you, is it? The girl replied, it's okay, thank you. Woo left, leaving the girl author and Jin alone in the room. The girl nodded slightly at Jin. He was surprised to see that she still looked like a child trying to appear as adult-like as possible. He asked the girl, how about a part-time job? She clasped her hands together and replied, I only go to the convenience store on weekends. Jin continued the conversation, mentioning that he also works part-time, including at the same convenience store. He shared how the prize money and cultural gift vouchers he received from a competition helped him a lot. The girl nodded, having money would be nice. She recalled an incident when she approached her mother, who was meticulously recording expenses in a ledger. She asked, "Mom, I need to buy reference books tomorrow." The memory paused as she stood by the door, watching her mother with one hand supporting her head while the other hand wrote, the rhythmic sound of the pen filling the room. Returning to the conversation, she shared with Hey Jean, "Having money is good even if it's not an urgent need. I've already made all the requested edits." Hey Jean responded, "It's not just about making edits based on requests but aligning the edits with what the author truly wants to convey. It's about expressing the words you genuinely wish to write." The girl continued, expressing her perspective in the choice between the harsh truth, telling lies, and the necessity of making a living. Writers must navigate those challenges. "I don't have the luxury of such contemplation, nor do I consider myself a writer." Upon hearing those words, Hey Jean was suddenly reminded of the image of himself standing next to a hospital bed. He thought, "That sense of leisure doesn't seem to belong to me." Turning to the girl, he expressed, "I didn't suggest lying, but being an author already involves a form of deception. You don't have to lie to me." Regardless, Hyen became a writer because she decided to present those words to the world. That's admirable, words straight from the heart. His words took the girl by surprise. Sean-woo, leaning against the wall with a glass of water, had overheard their conversation. Seeing her off at the door, she said, "I understand a little of what you mean. I'll go back, make edits, and contact you later." Both parties exchanged polite bows, with Hey Jean expressing gratitude. "Thank you. I'm the one who should be thankful." Sean-woo, raising his glass, cheered, "Please continue writing as you wish. I'll do my best to support you." The girl turned around and replied, "Yes." Sean-woo watched the girl walk away and reflected on Hey Jin's words to her, "You don't have to lie to me too." He pondered the notion of lying, wondering if that was indeed the case. School memories flashed before him as Hey Jin looked at the page in front of him, stating, "I really like this. From now on, it will be like that." When Hey Jin raised his head, Seon-woo's hand reached for his face, drawing them closer, their lips almost touching. As they pulled away, both of their faces were flushed. Seon-woo thought to himself, reflecting on the past, "Our relationship crumbled, all because of your lies." Under the clear summer sky, the whirring sound of the fan in the classroom accompanied the lecture at the podium, lulling some students into a nap. The professor's voice continued to echo, narrating how people in ancient times, faced with the challenges of life, resorted to an unconventional idea, consulting the destiny of the stars. As the class came to an end, Seon-woo absent-mindedly gazed at Hey Jin seated beside him. Hey Jin remarked, "You were contemplating the genre of Pride and Prejudice before giving it to me, weren't you?" Seon-woo blushed hesitantly and admitted, "Romantic." Hey Jin's face mirrored the redness and he responded, "Yeah, that's why. Consider gifting me books of that genre in the future." Returning to the present moment, Seon-woo pondered, questioning his thoughts during that time. He wondered whether it was him staring or if he was the only one lost in deep contemplation, perhaps because he wasn't fond of romance. On the podium, the teacher continued the lecture, delving into how people in ancient times believed in the destiny written in the stars, thinking that their prayers would be answered by stargazing. Noticing Seon-woo's distraction, the teacher called out, "Choi Seon-woo, pay attention." Choi Seon-woo was startled and asked again, "Yes, what?" He felt like he kept glancing at the next table as if it were smeared with honey. Seon-woo, confused, whispered to the teacher, it's not there," and then raised his hand. There was someone sleeping right in front of him for a long time, but the teacher just said, "Ah, him, that kid, he's not that kind of kid." The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Seon-woo, puzzled, thought, this isn't the atmosphere I anticipated. The teacher announced, "Today's class ends. Choi Seon-woo, follow me to the office." Seon-woo, panicked, cried to Hey Jin, "I was so wronged, Hey Jin." Hey Jin glanced at him with an expressionless face and replied, "Really? But I was also called." "On Hey Jin, you come too." Hey Jin froze, not understanding what was going on. When they arrived at the office, the teacher handed them a piece of paper containing information about the National High School Congress radio station, saying, "Take this. It's the guidebook for implementing this literary conference. Although it's still a long way, go ahead. Try it once. If you're lucky enough to receive an award, it will be beneficial for you. Although it's not mandatory, the history exam will also be arranged as preparation." Seon-woo choked up, "Teacher, I didn't know you were calling because of me." The teacher got goosebumps and said, "No, please erase that nauseating expression for me." Hey Jin stared intently at the notice with glowing eyes. The teacher continued, "Because it's this weekend, the schedule is quite tight. Choose a topic in the morning and you have to submit one assignment every day." After hearing the teacher's instructions, Seon-woo happily replied, "Yes. Closing the office door, Sean-woo said to Hye-jin, I have to thank teacher Chai-ho. Hye-jin nodded and said yes. Sean-woo asked again, are you going? Hye-jin replied, I have to go. Sean-woo said, Hye-jin's lack of interest in writing is gone. Today, I feel extremely grateful. Hye-jin pointed to the bonus section and told Seon-woo even though it wasn't necessary, look at this. Seon-woo suggested, that's a substantial bonus. How about you? Are you bringing your family along? Hye-jin replied, not sure yet. I might go alone. Seon-woo proposed, in that case, let's go together. Hye-jin inquired, together. Seon-woo explained that he had to go with his mother every day, so he wanted to try going with a friend, doing things like enjoying hot dogs at a rest stop. Hye-jin, contemplating, mused about going on a picnic or something. Seon-woo added, by the way, a picnic sounds good too. While discussing, someone called out, hey, Choi Seon-woo, we're going to the garbage sorting yard. Do you want to join us? Seon-woo replied, not now. Tell Hye-jin I'll catch up and then head home. See you in class. Hye-jin seemed contemplative and mentioned to Seon-woo, Choi Seon-woo, I don't like the smell of cigarettes. Seon-woo stopped, turned around and said, I heard you. I'm not going anywhere. The other person was surprised and questioned, what's up with him? Seon-woo, with his arm around Hye-jin's shoulder, said, come on, let's go, Hye-jin. Hye-jin thought, what am I saying? His heart started to beat faster as he glanced at Seon-woo. Despite that, the feeling wasn't unpleasant. The sound of their heartbeats became clearer and clearer. Seon-woo suggested, let's go to the library later. Hye-jin replied, okay. Hye-jin and Seon-woo stood and talked next to the bookshelf. Hye-jin brought up, you mentioned we should share some self-composed songs. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Seon-woo held a book and responded, that's true. I wanted to share them with someone other than the teacher before the conference. Crossing his arms sheepishly, Seon-woo admitted, to be honest, I wanted to see your writing, specifically, I've never seen it before. Before he could finish his sentence, Hye-jin relented, closing the book in his hand and said, I know. Seon-woo asked, really? Hye-jin sighed, responding, your persistence is quite something, huh? While speaking, Hye-jin placed a blue notebook in front of Seon-woo, adding, and this one is mine. Seon-woo flipped through the notebook, thinking, it's more embarrassing than I thought. Hye-jin seemed to share the sentiment. As Seon-woo's heart raced, he glanced at Hye-jin, wondering, I'm curious about what he thinks when he sees my writing. Seon-woo swallowed nervously as Hye-jin began to speak. Isn't this song as pure as a dog barking at a ghost? The unexpected comment left both of them momentarily stunned. Seon-woo uttered, huh? Seon-woo froze as the dog started barking. Hye-jin looked at the audiobook, examining the content of the article reflecting the inner feelings of an only child in a family with siblings. Seon-woo commented, it's about family and loneliness, so the first thought that comes to mind will always be about being an only child. Because you can imagine freely, that's why this article is good, isn't it? Especially for that exam, the actual article can be written when you become an author. Hye-jin didn't seem convinced. While he might naturally write if he became an author, expressing feelings he has never experienced is still a lie, unlike the song he composed himself, which he genuinely liked. Hearing that, Seon-woo turned his head, putting his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Hye-jin peeked at him worriedly, wondering if he was angry. He thought to himself, I should have just gently let it go, I always have this problem. Without knowing why, the thought burst out of his mouth. He told Seon-woo not to do these things as it would only hurt his mood. In response, Seon-woo awkwardly replied, no, my mood is not hurt at all. Hye-jin called out his lie, stating that his expression showed otherwise. Seon-woo admitted, it's not that I wasn't really hurt, but I never thought about it, so that's why it was shocking. Besides, I'm still a bit embarrassed with this kind of constructive conversation. Seon-woo then gave examples of friends he knew. Hye-jin looked at him, then turned away, questioning, so what do you think of my article? Maybe it's too formal, so it's not interesting at all, or it's gloomy. Seon-woo nodded in agreement, stating that it was just as needed, so that's good. Hye-jin took a breath and then burst into laughter, saying, ahaha. Looking back now, I see that you also said some cheesy things. Seon-woo shyly responded, even you noticed that. Hye-jin chuckled, agreeing, that's terribly cheesy. The disease is incurable and whoever likes it has to endure it. Upon hearing Seon-woo's comment about the increasing heat, Hye-jin asked, you said who likes it? Seon-woo replied, you laughed, so you can't deny it. But it really does feel hotter today. The air conditioner must be broken. Hye-jin added, yeah, it's almost the end of term. I thought more people would come after Tet. Meanwhile, someone sitting behind a bookcase opposite the two of them overheard the entire conversation. It was Seon-woo's friend who had secretly slept since the 5th period and then woke up. Feeling irritated, he thought, they're already dating. Why have I been feeling itchy ever since the last time? Why are they so cheesy? It gives me goosebumps. I'm so angry, especially with Choi Si-in-woo. Why is he suddenly acting like this? It's not suitable for our level or something. How can it be a contributing conversation? What's good about living hard? What's bad about living a sloppy life? Suddenly, he recalled the teacher's mumbling words on the podium, making others feel annoyed. Damn it, he thought. That night, after finishing his shower, Si-in-woo was using a towel to dry his hair when his sister called him back. After quickly eating an apple, he returned to his room, closing the door behind him. Turning around, he responded, Okay, I'm done. Si-in-woo closed the door, picked up Hae-jin's blue notebook, and began flipping through its pages. As he read, he pondered, I've never experienced these feelings, so I can't. Maybe family, loneliness. Clenching his fists, he remembered a topic written on the board, pain. Seated at the table with a pen in hand, he contemplated, what does pain feel like? While Si-in-woo was in a contemplative mood, his sister called out again, Hey, did he cut the melon? Did he really eat it? Didn't eat it? Si-in-woo bowed his head and replied, Oh my God, you don't eat. He thought, at home, I've never experienced loneliness. If I don't make up stories, how can I write? And the reason is because of my mood. Si-in-woo raised his head, recalling the day when Hae-jin gave him the notebook. He put his hands around the back of his neck, pondering. Something felt very familiar about Hae-jin's writing. No wonder he felt uneasy. On the day of the exam, Hae-jin went to the train station first and looked at the clock, wondering why Si-in-woo hadn't arrived yet. He would be late. Anxious, Hae-jin had reminded him not to be late, but he himself woke up late. Seeing Si-in-woo approaching, Hae-jin noted that his face looked gloomy, unlike usual. Si-in-woo's expression darkened, and he worriedly thought, I couldn't write a single word. From that day on, I couldn't write even a single word. The bus started moving, and Si-in-woo sat next to the window in a sour mood, catching Hae-jin's attention. Si-in-woo thought, until now there has never been anything like this. The teacher will be angry because I submitted a blank paper at the last minute. He envisioned the scene where the teacher sat asking questions, entering the exam room, but couldn't think of anything to write. At that moment, all he could manage was a helpless no. He shook his body in worry, thinking, what should I do? Hae-jin, even though I like you, I feel a bit resentful now. Hae-jin, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Are you worried? Si-in-woo, startled, stammered, what? Hae-jin replied, his confusion evident. Si-in-woo admitted, I am like that. So, yes, I'm worried. However, Si-in-woo remained silent afterward, folding his arms. This left Hae-jin wondering why he didn't elaborate or say much. While rummaging in his bag, Hae-jin offered some candy to Si-in-woo, saying, Hey, if you're not feeling well, I have this. He also pulled out another bottle of medicine. Hae-jin's actions created a lightning shock around Si-in-woo's head, thoroughly surprising him. Si-in-woo accepted one candy and said, just give me the candy. Do you normally bring all of them? Hae-jin explained, only when I take exams. What if something happens when I go alone? I haven't been able to use it for a long time. Si-in-woo brought the candy to his mouth and finally smiled. I didn't expect that one day I would receive candy from Hae-jin. Hae-jin, silent, didn't say anything, but Si-in-woo was as happy as a flower. I didn't think you'd like snacks as gifts, Hae-jin remarked. Hae-jin paused and said, at that moment, it was so sudden that, looking at his expression, not knowing what to say, made me happily laugh out loud. Hae-jin blushed shyly, her mind in disarray. Si-in-woo closely observed Hae-jin and thought, how cute. He moved next to him, smiled, and said, it's still quite a long way to go. You should sleep a little. Hae-jin shifted over and replied, what are you doing? Go sleep alone. Si-in-woo ignored him, brought the candy to Hae-jin's mouth and said, I'll wake you up when we get there. You should eat one, too. Hae-jin took the candy in his mouth and Si-in-woo added, before the exam, my mother will definitely put her to sleep. I was in the car and my mom said I had to do this to do well on the exam. Good night, Hae-jin. Hae-jin thought, what is that candy? I usually bring it with me, but the first time I tried it, it was so sweet. Finally, the two stood in the crowded exam hall. Hae-jin stared at the information board. Si-in-woo turned to ask him, where's the exam room? I am in public lecture hall number 2, Hae-jin answered. Hearing that, Si-in-woo's face immediately darkened. Do we have to separate? I thought we could stick together because we go to the same school. Hae-jin turned around and explained if it gets stuck at the beginning or the end, it will be like that. Si-in-woo replied with a sad face, then let's meet here after the exam. Good luck on the exam. Hae-jin nodded and so did he. Si-in-woo was about to walk away, turned around and added, but don't do better than me. Hae-jin sighed helplessly, what are you talking about? After saying that, Si-in-woo left waving his hand in farewell. Jin looked at Xian-Wu's fading back and suddenly covered his mouth, realizing that the sweetness in his mouth had not yet disappeared. Xian-Wu paused in the exam room, contemplating his next steps. I have to think positively. If I'm lucky and inspired, I can write fluently. The topic might be easy, he thought, attempting to stay calm as he settled into his seat. The teacher arrived, reminding students to maintain order, and Xian-Wu silently prayed, please, please, please. As the time began, the teacher wrote the question on the board and the sound of pens rustling filled the room. Xian-Wu's face tensed as he wondered if the topic was really what he expected. As the day darkened, Jin stood waiting for Xian-Wu to emerge. I'm here, he called out. Xian-Wu regained his composure, responding, yeah, you came early, right? Jin shared that he had encountered the topic before and written about it quickly. Startled by this revelation, Xian-Wu hugged Jin, putting his arm around his shoulder. Of course, it's great. Besides, it seems I did better than you, Xian-Wu declared. Jin looked up at him and admitted, fortunately, I was afraid you noticed what I said. Laughing, Xian-Wu replied, what is that? Jin confessed, honestly, if I knew this topic existed, I wouldn't have said that. Xian-Wu insisted, you're the type that won't care about this. What, it's my way, right? Jin dodged Xian-Wu's arm and suggested, your reaction like that proves it's okay. Let's take the bus home before we're late. Xian-Wu absent-mindedly pursed his lips, realizing there's one thing that Jin doesn't know. This time, he didn't write a single line. When the two of them settled into their seats on the bus, Jin proposed, on Monday, let's go thank the teacher. Xian-Wu, surprised, responded, huh? Jin explained, thanks to the teacher, we can both write better than usual. Xian-Wu smiled, acknowledging, that's true. However, he turned away, placed his hand on his chin, and sighed, contemplating, if things continue like this, what should I do? Even if my performance is down this time, if I keep worrying like this. Concerned by Xian-Wu's silence, Jin asked, there's no problem, right? Your expression hasn't been very good since just now. Xian-Wu confessed, actually, there is a big problem. We were too busy sleeping, so we couldn't get to the rest stop. This revelation struck Jin like a thunderbolt, and he turned away, choosing not to pay attention anymore. Xian-Wu, seemingly oblivious to Jin's reaction, continued excitedly, oh yeah, we can stop on the way back, right, Jin? Jin coldly replied, so be it, feeling a surge of frustration for worrying unnecessarily. Unaware of each other's internal thoughts, at the rest stop, the two bought a plethora of snacks. Jin, holding a meat skewer, commented to Xian-Wu, who had amassed a pile of food, are you really planning on eating all of that and this too? Xian-Wu, with a smile, asked, why not? Jin responded, that's right, normally when you eat together, you eat so much that it's strange. Xian-Wu playfully hugged Jin's waist, causing him to jump. Xian-Wu casually remarked, but I only got a handful. Jin pulled away, telling him not to speak anymore, and wondered why he had to eat a lot to grow big. Jin responded, it's probably okay if you don't grow up. Suddenly, the two noticed a baby standing alone, crying. Jin, spotting the child first, grabbed Xian-Wu's hand and exclaimed, look. Confused, Xian-Wu asked, what's going on? What's wrong? Has she lost her family? Jin explained, it seems like that. We have to take the bus, so someone will probably help her. Without hesitation, Xian-Wu approached the distressed child in front of Jin's surprised eyes and greeted, oh, hello. I must say, your shoes are really beautiful. I like the color green. Look at them. Are they yours? Addressing the boy, Xian-Wu inquired, what's your name? Do you know your parents' number? The boy, named Park Sung-hyun, replied, I don't. Jin moved closer, noting that the child had stopped crying. He observed a tag hanging on the boy's bag and realized, here it is. It was a yellow card with the baby's name and phone number written on it. Xian-Wu handed all the food to Jin, saying, I'll call so you two can talk here for a bit. Jin instinctively reached out to grab what Xian-Wu handed him, thinking, me. As Xian-Wu turned around to make the call, he spoke into the phone, hello, are you Park Sung-hyun's parents? At that moment, only Jin stood next to the boy who still had tears in his eyes and cowered. He thought to himself that he needed to do something to make her less afraid and find a way to ease the tension. Thinking quickly, Jin immediately started talking to the child, let's eat. However, he failed to control his voice, making himself appear intimidating and startling the child. After finishing the call, Xian-Wu informed the two they said they will be here. Squatting down in front of the boy, he reassured, it seems like your whole family lost you while they were walking. They will get off the bus and call the police. Just wait a little longer. Jin exclaimed, so lucky. Xian-Wu happily chatted with the boy while Jin, observing the scene, thought, he's really good at handling situations like this. It's so embarrassing. As darkness approached, the police and the mother arrived to pick up the boy. Grateful, the mother bowed and thanked the two. Sean-woo remarked, "How lucky, huh?" Hae-jin nodded in agreement. A policeman inquired about their transportation home, prompting Sean-woo to realize his oversight. Hae-jin teased, "Now you realize." Scratching his head, Seon-woo suggested, "Well, it's the baby's fault that I didn't pay attention. What should I do? It's all my fault. Let's use my money to take a taxi, just use my pocket money." Seon-woo held out the blue card with shaking hands. The kind policeman offered to take them to the bus stop and ensured they boarded the bus. Seon-woo, sitting in the car, expressed his gratitude with tears in his eyes, saying, "Thank you." Hae-jin sighed, "I thought you had another way. Turns out you forgot the bus number." Seon-woo chuckled, "Haha, I often act before thinking. I looked like I was alone and very scared." Listening to Seon-woo recount the story, Hae-jin reflected on the moment and wondered, "Why did I think of you at that moment? You who never seemed to feel lonely." He envisioned a scenario where the mother, busy making a living, felt sorry for the child but was too preoccupied to provide proper care. Hae-jin saw himself in that child, a person who only took care of himself and found the overwhelming responsibility of caring for others daunting. He considered the loneliness of his own childhood, realizing that he could have written about it, but Seon-woo, someone who had experienced love, felt sentimental about the harsh realities of life without hesitation. As the roadside light illuminated Seon-woo's nodding face, on the verge of falling asleep, he suddenly leaned and collapsed onto Hae-jin's shoulder. Seon-woo tilted his head and rested against Hae-jin, silently expressing gratitude for helping the child. Upon reaching their destination, the two thanked the policeman, who replied, "Okay, thank you for doing a good job today. Be careful on your way home." Seon-woo smiled sadly, realizing that his plans for the day had been disrupted. Hae-jin suggested, "How about coming to my house to hang out?" Seon-woo, in a sudden panic, exclaimed, "Oh, it's late. Next time, I want to stay from early morning to late at night. I mean, what if your parents don't allow it? Even though I'm fine, but..." Hae-jin calmly proposed, "Then let's go to sleep. I'm the only one at home today. Come on." With that, he turned around and walked away, leaving Seon-woo in shock, blushing and gaping. At this moment, before entering his house, Seon-woo could only mutter two words under his breath. He bowed his head in greeting, almost as if seeking permission to be a bit impolite. Observing his behavior, Hae-jin asked in confusion, wondering whom he had greeted. Seon-woo explained with confusion, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just, I don't understand why I felt the need to do that." Maintaining a neutral expression, Hae-jin calmly reminded him, "Put your bag down somewhere." Suddenly remembering something, Seon-woo added, "Oh, right? I'll make a quick call and then come back. If I don't call, you might get scolded later." Understanding the situation, Hae-jin told him to take his time and return afterward. Seon-woo happily agreed, picked up his phone, and walked out the door, presumably to talk to his sister. Hae-jin watched him leave, contemplating, "I just unintentionally brought him here, and there's nothing in my house. What should I do?" The room felt empty and dull, lacking a game console like other houses, and despite having books, they couldn't match the quality of Choi Seon-woo's collection. The absence of a regular TV made the atmosphere awkward. Deep in thought, Hae-jin was interrupted when Seon-woo suddenly reappeared, exclaiming, "Tada. I'm back." Seon-woo then gently asked, "Oh, can I take a look at Hae-jin's bookshelf?" Slightly confused, Hae-jin agreed, saying, Sure, just go ahead." At that moment, Seon-woo spotted a familiar red notebook on the bookshelf. He spoke up, "This one?" Standing next to him, Hae-jin inquired curiously, "What did you say?" Seon-woo, noticing the notebook, asked his own question, "Did you put this on the bookshelf?" Hae-jin regarded him with a somewhat emotionless expression and replied, "Of course. Where else would I put it? I don't randomly place books anywhere. Don't you remember saying last time that I only put good things on the bookshelf? So, the gift you gave me is on the bookshelf. You like it, right?" As if Seon-woo had spoken directly to his heart, Hae-jin could only swallow his saliva and reflect on all those things he still remembered. Mumbling, he admitted, "Yes, I did say that, and it's exactly what I like." Seon-woo was overjoyed at his response, even shedding tears of happiness. He playfully remarked, "I need to explore more. This bookshelf only contains Hae-jin's favorites." Standing beside him, Hae-jin jokingly warned, "Don't make me regret it in the next 5 seconds." Seon-woo, still grinning, acknowledged that he was just teasing and perhaps went a bit too far. Examining Hae-jin's bookshelf, Seon-woo noticed well-worn books, seemingly read multiple times, adorned with numerous bookmarks. Perhaps every meaningful passage had been marked for future reference. Imagining Hei-jin's childhood self immersed in passionate reading, Sean-woo silently reproached himself, feeling like a mere empty shell compared to him, frozen by his own story. Breaking the reverie, Sean-woo suggested ordering food since there wasn't anything to eat at home. Hei-jin responded with a casual sure, and Sean-woo excitedly started making choices, proposing pizza and cola, even mentioning a gift certificate. Hei-jin, with a sigh, reminded him that he was using his sister's phone to pay. Sean-woo, undeterred, loudly claimed that he received the gift certificate from a friend and insisted on placing the order. Approaching him, Hei-jin asked about the pizza flavor, thinking to himself that he felt a bit confused today, perhaps making a mistake. Sean-woo responded with a gentle, original potato taste. As the night gradually descended, both of them finished their dinner and settled onto the mattresses, preparing to sleep. Hei-jin turned to Sean-woo and apologized, explaining that his family often sleeps on the floor. Without hesitation, Sean-woo replied, "I've slept on your floor too." Feeling a sense of security in those sincere words, Hei-jin expressed his gratitude for the day, participating together in the competition and the club. He confessed that, initially, the allure of money drew him in, but the joy of writing well surpassed any monetary reward. He had reached a point where he felt content even without receiving an award. However, these confessions left him suddenly perplexed. He felt the need to interject, advocating for fairness in the competition results. Then, in an unexpected turn, Sean-woo knelt before his mattress and, with a faltering voice, admitted that he had submitted blank papers that day. His companion, taken aback, questioned why. Shyly scratching his head, he explained that embarrassment and uncertainty had hindered his ability to write since the day they evaluated the articles together. He also confessed his inherent weakness in addressing the theme of sadness. Disappointed, Hei-jin collapsed, expressing regret that the entire day had been marred because of him. Panicking, Sean-woo inquired why it had turned out that way and quickly asserted that it wasn't his companion's fault. He believed it was because he had been too lenient on himself. In response, Hei-jin challenged this notion, pointing out that the indifference towards his own loneliness was evident even that day. He suggested that perhaps Sean-woo's loneliness was rooted in familial bonds. Realizing he might have gone too far, he apologized. But before he could complete his sentence, Sean-woo leaned closer, staring intently and exclaiming that he was startled. Blushing, he acknowledged the close proximity, and Sean-woo continued to comfort him, playfully calling him an idiot and questioning why he was crying over this. The focus shifted as he quickly redirected the conversation, asking about their thoughts on the competition. Sean-woo playfully nudged his head and assured Hei-jin not to worry, emphasizing that the competition was a one-time event. Sean-woo, looking perplexed, seemed as if a large, playful puppy had just bumped into Hei-jin. Confused, Hei-jin questioned the action, to which Sean-woo responded with bewilderment, stating that he was merely offering comfort. Warned about the possibility of continuous questioning, he was abruptly interrupted as another head bumped into him. Angrily, he shouted, demanding that it stop. However, the playful actions persisted, with Sean-woo continuing to nudge his head, finding amusement in the process. Irritated, Hei-jin reiterated his request for it to cease, inwardly pondering why Sean-woo was being treated like a dog. In this moment, his stability wavered, causing him to tumble onto the mattress. Both individuals looked at each other in surprise, and the situation became incredibly delicate. One was positioned above, the other below, creating a close and intimate distance. Their hearts raced uncontrollably as if a spark had ignited within. Drawn inexplicably closer, he questioned the peculiar sensation of having to keep a distance. His hands hesitated, causing a sudden discomfort and a surge of cold emotions. The incomplete kiss was halted, and he asked, puzzled, about the abrupt change. Awoken from a trance, the embarrassed and blushing figure sat quietly. In response, he was urged to acknowledge the situation. Rationality returned, and he immediately inquired about the recent occurrence. The question lingered. What would have happened if he hadn't intervened to prevent the fall? The realization struck that something unusual had transpired. Addressing him as Hei-jin, he remarked on the distinct atmosphere, emphasizing that he was the only one seemingly aware. Overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, he retreated to his sleeping spot, grappling with an inexplicable mood. A sense of impending explosion in his heart left him feeling vaguely regretful. Swiftly regaining composure, he redirected his thoughts, pondering the meaning of contentment and entertaining distractions like memorizing the national anthem. Despite a night filled with restlessness, he eventually succumbed to sleep. Morning arrived, and he hastily departed, adhering to the established politeness. Confusion lingered as he questioned the recipient of the farewell. Curiosity met an inquiry about the return of his parents, learning they would be back later that evening. With a tinge of regret, he bid farewell, expressing a desire to stay until the evening when his father returned from a business trip. Urged to depart, he departed with a smile, promising to meet again on Monday. Thus, an unconscious night passed, leaving behind an unspoken connection between the two, buried like a forgotten star. In the classroom, the teacher's voice resonated as the entire class settled down for attendance, beginning with "Hey Jean." The peculiar atmosphere from before seemed forgotten, as if it had never existed. Hey Jean, unaware of the celestial encounter, focused on the present. The teacher commended him for his recent writing contest award, prompting a round of applause that made him blush. Suddenly, the door burst open and Park Min-hyuk entered the classroom, disrupting the stillness. The teacher scolded Min-hyuk for the disturbance, and the boy promptly apologized. The class regained order, with each row passing along survey forms for the upcoming individual advice session. After the distribution, the teacher outlined the next activity, signaling the end of the current one. Min-hyuk wondered inwardly about the purpose of such activities. During the break, he approached Hey Jin's desk to offer congratulations. Hey Jin, still wearing an annoyed expression, urged him to calm down. An abrupt call-out from Min-hyuk irritated him further, pleading for seriousness in Min-hyuk's future writing endeavors. Post-class, in the library, Hey Jin inquired about Seon-woo's latest writing. Shyly, Seon-woo admitted that he could now write and had tried to implement Hey Jin's suggestions from their previous conversation. In an unintentional moment, Seon-woo's gaze met Hey Jin's, specifically fixating on his lips. The sudden acceleration of his heartbeat took him by surprise. Without warning, Hey Jin looked up and declared, "I like this. It will be like this in the future." Unable to restrain his emotions, Seon-woo swiftly planted a kiss on Hey Jin's lips. Witnessing this, Hey Jin was taken aback and questioned the current situation. Refusing to let him continue, Seon-woo initiated another kiss, and the two found themselves quickly descending to the floor. However, Hey Jin abruptly pushed him away, exclaiming, "Stop, stop. What if someone comes?" He posed a single question, seeking reassurance that Hey Jin didn't dislike their actions. Affirming that no one would interrupt them, Seon-woo eagerly pulled him back down, drowning out the room's ambient noise with the hum of the fan. As the star-crossed encounter unfolded in broad daylight, unbeknownst to them, an unseen observer cast a shadow upon the scene. Meanwhile, Min-hyuk, seething with anger, lamented the disruptive nature of these encounters, finding them utterly distasteful. Contemplating the recent scene, he couldn't help but feel repulsed. Just as ancient people predicted the future through the stars, the destiny of these individuals seemed entangled. Lost in his thoughts, Min-hyuk collided with someone else, shouting in frustration with his eyes half closed. It dawned on him that the person he had bumped into was none other than the teacher who had dropped some documents. Anticipating another reprimand, Min-hyuk braced himself. However, the teacher silently picked up the papers, adjusted his glasses, and walked away without uttering a word. The incident added to the growing chaos in various aspects of their lives. In the restaurant, Min-hyuk suggested to the boss, "Let's take a break and get some fresh air before finishing work." The boss cheerfully agreed, saying, "Sure, why not?" They went to the steps in front of the shop, and Min-hyuk, feeling exhausted, sighed, "Oh my, I'm so tired." At that moment, he received a message from Chai-ho stating that he couldn't make it on the day they had planned. Frustration surged within him, and he angrily threw his phone away, exclaiming, "Oh my God." The fiery disappointment consumed him. Who was that idiot? Plans had been confirmed, and yet, a day before, they decided to cancel. He blamed himself for being too rude that day, not responding afterward, and now those two were probably back to living together. But why the two of them? Reflecting on that moment, he recalled the teacher telling him the 12th year is about to end. "You must be feeling anxious. I'll help you get out of here." He sighed, ran back to retrieve the phone he had tossed, lamenting the cost of fixing the screen. However, his attention was caught by a book being discussed in an essay on the screen. In the present, during the meeting, a girl holding a card shouted, "AAA, we need to pack 200 gifts for the book concert." The team leader, annoyed, hit her head and exclaimed, startled. Seon-woo turned to thank the team leader, acknowledging the hard work. He expressed surprise at having 200 seats and wondered about the turnout. The team leader assured him that the director's name value would contribute, but objectively, their books were the best. The representative entered with cups of coffee and continued, "No doubt, it's because our books are exceptional that readers are highly interested. Everyone deserves credit for the success of this publication." The team leader turned to Seon-woo and praised, "Seon-woo, you're the best. Your enthusiastic support has been a significant factor in the author's determination." Wu awkwardly smiled, secretly attributing the success to Jin's influence on the author's determination. He stole a glance at Jin. Over a month had passed since the book's publication and it had achieved remarkable success. Wu found Jin engrossed in studying a card, contemplating whether such gift-giving trends were becoming more common. The book had held the bestseller position for 3 consecutive weeks, gaining popularity through word of mouth among avid readers. The new book's distinctive feature was its emphasis on empathy with reality, setting it apart from other essays. Despite their meticulous preparations, the meeting room was consistently occupied and Wu and Jin were frequently assigned on-site duties. Currently, they found themselves grappling with customer inquiries. Wu, feeling out of his depth, sweated nervously, questioning his qualifications for such tasks. Jin sported a dark expression as they sought the customer's opinion on the paper's color. Wu, determined to grasp the details, sought clarification, while Jin, though feeling strangely excited, remained focused on the task. During the celebration, the author called out to Wu and he responded, "Ah, author? I should have greeted you first. It must have been a challenging journey for you." The author reassured him, saying it was okay, and handed him a box of cookies as a gesture of gratitude. Receiving the gift, he expressed his immense joy, exclaiming, "Cookies! All of this?" The author, genuinely grateful for his past assistance, openly shared her feelings. She requested him to pass on her gratitude to someone facing similar challenges, to which he shyly agreed, saying, "Oh yes." Inwardly, he pondered that they both seemed to share similar sentiments. Just then, another voice called out, announcing the program explanation in the waiting room. The author bid farewell, gesturing and cheering for her to do well. Jin approached and questioned, "What are you doing? If you have time, help me bring the chair to sit on." Agreeing, he said, "Okay, give it to me. Also, author Hyen said to give these to you." He took the bag of cookies, surprised, and asked, "Again?" "I only said a few words, it was so embarrassing." Jin happily shared that those words meant a lot to him. On stage, the MC engaged with the author, expressing admiration for her work. He inquired about the sense of comfort in not having only oneself in the sentences, praising them as some of the strongest sentences he had read recently. Wu and Jin stood backstage, deeply moved, feeling a shared emotional connection as if their parents were experiencing the same sentiments. The MC continued, acknowledging that the author was still a student and asking about the challenges of writing alongside studying. She graciously responded, "Actually, 2 people helped me to be here, PD Wu from the publishing house and author Jin." Jin's heart surged with emotion at being referred to as author Jin. It resonated deeply with him, acknowledging his identity as a young writer who needed help. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Wu and exclaimed, "Choi Wu, I have something to say." He admitted, "I actually wanted to write." In his room, Jin prepared to sleep, reflecting on the moment he called Choi Wu and confessed his desire to write. The memory angered him, leading to a venting session directed at his pillow. His face turned red and he questioned his sanity, unable to comprehend why he had made such a confession, especially to Choi Wu. Recalling Wu's unpleasant expression added to his frustration, and he continued grumbling to himself. Despite considering it a useless act, an underlying sense of insecurity lingered. Upon arriving at the office, Jin felt even more embarrassed, anticipating a meeting with Wu. A colleague greeted him, having just heard that Wu was on his way. Politely responding to the colleague's offer to buy something, Jin declined, expressing relief that Wu was out working on warehousing and printing the second issue. Worries about potential trouble caused by Choi Wu dissipated, allowing Jin to proceed with his day as usual. He began pondering whether he could continue with his usual routine. The acknowledgement of his desire to write, driven by a wish to help those facing similar challenges, unconsciously hinted at a yearning for change. The growing aspiration for a more meaningful life transformed into a new burden. He questioned if anything could truly change. As he immersed himself in contemplation, the door suddenly opened and a familiar voice announced, "I'm here." A girl inquired with surprise, reminding him that he mentioned finishing work elsewhere and asking about the contents of the bag he brought. He explained, "Hey, I forgot something," revealing the bag held books he purchased during a long overdue visit to the bookstore. Wu entered, placing 2 bags filled with books, prompting curious glances from others. Politely greeting him, the girl continued to press about the bag's contents. Wu shyly admitted, "It's books. It's been a while since I've been to a bookstore, so there are a lot of things I want to buy." Observing the quantity of books, Jin thought to himself that Wu had indeed bought quite a few. The remote team leader appeared, calling for a quick meeting before everyone could head home. As the meeting concluded, the team leader emphasized the importance of giving their best once the publishing house's name was revealed, urging everyone to be prepared for the upcoming publication. He responded with a yes, anticipating that he was on the verge of getting busy again. Glancing at Seonwoo, he noticed the peculiar behavior of Seonwoo looking back, then suddenly turning away and starting to hum. Perplexed, he couldn't grasp the oddity, sensing a mysterious atmosphere. As the farewell greetings began, with wishes for a safe journey home and rest, Seonwoo interrupted, calling Hae-jin back. Handing him a bag filled with books, Hae-jin questioned its purpose. Seonwoo earnestly explained that they were best-selling novels in the genre Hae-jin enjoyed, encouraging him to pursue writing. Confused, Hae-jin asked why Seonwoo was giving them to him. Seonwoo joyfully replied, "You want to write, and you said so. You should try it. Here, they said they would accept submissions, so the opportunity has come. If you need anything, I will help." Reflecting on the unexpected gesture, Hae-jin sensed that something had changed. Seonwoo seemed to be seizing an opportunity not just for Hae-jin but perhaps for himself as well. Contemplating this transformation, Hae-jin followed the rhythm of his beating heart and placed a gentle kiss on Seonwoo's lips. At that moment, it didn't matter what it signified. With determination, he exclaimed, "Okay, let's do it." After that particular day, a shift occurred in his relationship with Hae-jin. He began expressing his opinions more fervently, merging various topics and suggesting ways to explore shared themes in their short stories. Hae-jin, feeling a bit bashful, responded with an uncertain, "Oh yes." Observing Hae-jin's shy demeanor, he inquired, "Did I put too much pressure on you?" Hae-jin, hastily covering his face with a book, denied it, remaining silent. Such changes extended into their post-work moments. On one occasion, as the cafe was closing, the waiter reminded them, "Guys, the cafe is about to close." Reacting quickly, he apologized, "Oh yes, sorry." Grumbling about intending to finish their work after hours but being unable to do so, he shared his frustration. Taking note of his words, Hae-jin spoke up, stating that he often stayed until closing time and then left shortly after. Surprised, he asked if it was bothersome, like the kind of understanding that part-time workers have for each other. Reflecting on this, he suggested, "Or we could do it at my place." After a brief pause, his mind still processing the idea, he questioned, "Why? What do you think?" Providing a sincere explanation, he mentioned that his mother often went out with neighbors, returning only in the morning. If it was too urgent, they could work at his house. At that moment, it seemed like a revelation to him, his thoughts unclear as he responded, "So, you're suggesting I come to your place just to help, is that necessary?" Upon hearing that, he turned away, muttering, "That's it," thinking it seemed urgent, but there was no need for such a reaction. As if abandoning pretense, he decisively declared, "No, on second thought, I should come. The work needs to be tackled head-on, like a mountain." Sensing the charged atmosphere, he remarked that it had been a while since he drank beer, especially due to his pregnant sister. When questioned about it, he explained that his sister, anticipating her own delivery, felt the urge to drink whenever she saw him doing so. Reacting to this revelation, he exclaimed, "Ah, so that's the reason. I had no idea, that's really interesting." Observing him walking away, he couldn't resist getting closer and touching the back of his neck. Inwardly, he thought that some things hadn't changed. Blushing, he turned around to ask, "What are you doing?" Without hesitation, he planted a kiss on his lips. Moments like these occasionally surfaced, and perhaps Hae-jin, feigning resistance, ultimately accepted them. Aware that nothing had fundamentally changed, now was the time for him to communicate this. Turning away, he asked, "Why are you standing there? Come in and sit. I'll clear the table, so just wait a bit." He promptly responded, "Okay." He hasn't changed at all. In reality, both he and Hae-jin pretend not to change, avoiding confronting the cracks from their school days due to a lack of confidence to face that past. Fearful of ruining the opportunities they've strived to find, they both attempt to pretend as if nothing happened. As he opened a beer can, foam unexpectedly spewed out and he exclaimed, "Oh, that foam," but still attempted to drink. Wanting to bury the feelings of hurt and guilt, he tried to act like nothing had happened. Is that possible? Surely he thinks the same as me even if one day they find themselves in a deadlock. Yet he lacks the courage to jeopardize the happiness of the present as if trading tomorrow to be with Hae-jin today. He spoke up, "I'm going to use the bathroom." "Okay." Hae-jin agreed, "Okay." Standing in the bathroom, he examined his wet clothes and lamented, "They're all wet. What kind of unexpected disaster is this?" Noticing the ducks on the wall, he thought, "Oh, these cute things. Hae-jin also has this type of taste, it's so moving." Spotting a wet area on the wall, he realized it was covered to hide mold, but this only made it worse. Deciding to expose and remove the moldy parts, he took out a toothbrush, convincing himself it was to prevent the mold from spreading, not because of their situation. Luckily, he had bought the toothbrush. As he started scrubbing, he muttered, "Before it spreads, I'll clean it all up for him." Frustrated, he wondered why it wouldn't go away, sighing, "What are we doing? Let's stop these useless things and go out." He opened the door and stepped out to ask, "Hey Jean, where are your clothes drying?" However, he suddenly stopped. He was standing right in front of Hey Jean at a very close distance. He asked why Hey Jean wasn't wearing a shirt, mentioning that he had been in there for too long, so he came to take a look. Realizing the situation, Hey Jean covered himself with both hands and explained, "No, there's too much beer on my shirt. I'm planning on borrowing your shirt to wear and going home. I also don't intend to stay the night. I didn't even bring a toothbrush. Where's your house?" At that moment, there were beeping sounds from the door, followed by a woman's voice, "Oh, I just drank a little, but I couldn't ring the bell." "Hey Jean, it's Mom. Open the door for me." In panic, he shouted, "What's wrong? You said your mother wouldn't come home today." Hey Jean pushed him into the closet, whispering for him to come in as well. Hey Jean's mother called again, "Hey Jean, are you home?" He quickly replied, "I'll open the door right now." In confusion, he hid in the closet, wondering what was happening. It didn't seem like a man having an affair was caught, but it felt somewhat similar to something that had happened before. Recalling the past, a classmate's voice rang out, Hey Jean and Chenlv aren't here either. Where have they gone?" The weather in August is sweltering and hot, so the fan always has to operate at full capacity. Chenlv looked cool and sweaty, lying lazily on the bed thinking. Right now, it's the end of summer vacation with more than 100 days left until college enrollment. After that happened, a strange heat appeared like August. That heat almost flowed out. That feeling really makes Chenlv blush every time he thinks about it. Damn, he probably feels the same way because their living radius has changed after the summer. Chenlv revolves around studying, going to school, and going home. Hey Jean will study on her own, work part-time to help her mother, and stay at home. Oh, that's new. Chenlv was happy when he looked at the calendar notes on his phone. But this weekend I also met him with the reason of solving the problem at the center. Actually, it was different from when I saw him for about half a day. Oh, it's too late, He jumped up and jumped out of bed, quickly smoothing his messy hair. Older brother Cian saw his brother grooming himself and asked curiously, Where are you going?" "Well, I'll have dinner at home." Although it's a bit regretful, Hey Jean studies so hard, thinking like that makes her feel like trash. Hey Jean achieved the maximum score on the final exam of the first semester. His slow performance in recent times is probably due to his lack of moderation, so his performance goes up and down like a vertical curve. He must be motivated, so he wants to work hard. Chenlv quickly carried his bag out, not forgetting to greet everyone. "I'm out here. Why do 12th grade students keep wandering around? I go to school." Chenlv angrily turned to correct his sister. Seeing that, his older brother also burst into laughter. "Haha, fatal. Oh, do not said those words. Okay, haha." Chenlv slammed the door, his voice vicious. 12th graders are very sensitive, no joke. They have to say something that cares about me. When I go to other people's houses, they tell me to be careful and walk carefully. I joke like that every day. He glanced at the clock. It was almost time for the appointment. He quickly walked to the elevator door. Ouch, it's really late. Seriously? He hurriedly walked away, even though he didn't understand why he had to be in such a hurry. The door creaked open. It was Chenlv walking in, bending over and panting. Seeing that person, Chenlv quickly stood up straight, smiled brightly, and spoke loudly. "Here it is." Hey Jean seemed to have been waiting for a long time, raising his head to look at him. "You're a bit late." "I'm sorry, it was so hot that I was a bit distracted. Time passed so quickly." "I'm not going to say anything to you, it's okay." Chenlv pulled out a chair and sat next to Hey Jean. "Oh, what kind of weather is this? Why the hell is it so hot every year?" Seeing drops of sweat rolling down Chenlv's cheeks, Hey Jean thoughtfully gave him a glass of cool water. "You really did too much." Chenlv quickly brought his cheek closer to the water bottle in a silly yet adorable action, making Hey Jean laugh. "What are you doing? I gave you something to drink. I didn't let you do that. So it's okay to be cool and high." In the evening, I went to order something and then came back. This time the center slowed down, so there were a lot of things to do. Hey Jean looked at Chenlv's footsteps and smiled. "Thank you every time. Except for meeting like this, we meet twice a week after school to read books. The club only has 2 people. Some of them joined because they wanted to get a certificate during the summer vacation. Unexpectedly, Park Min-hyuk also participated. I heard he had something going on, so he studied on his own. In the end, what's the matter? Maybe something happened. They all do what they need to do in their positions. Even though it's not obvious, it's definitely doing something. After returning, Jin continued to instruct Wu on exercises. Is it solved like this? Apply this and you will get results. Both of them had very strange feelings towards the other. Their hands gently touched each other, full of shyness. Wu shyly grabbed Jin's hand, startling him. What are you doing? I'm writing. Jin's red cheeks looked adorable. This time he proactively responded. Wu glanced over, feeling happy. Wow, I got it. It's really strong. Jin even surprised Wu more when he proactively confessed his feelings. I know it's not the time to do this, but I want to do more things with you. Not later, but now with this feeling. Suddenly the phone rang. The two quickly let go, breaking the romantic atmosphere. A little embarrassed, mixed with regret, Wu picked up the phone and shouted loudly. Hello? Oh my god, what is Wu doing? It's nothing more than studying. If you have something, just say it quickly. It's true that you're a hard-working 12th grader, but since it's summer vacation, shouldn't you be going out? 12th grade summer vacation is not a vacation. This time my dad opened that hotel and you'll be able to eat delicious meat and sleep for free, which will be less stressful. Wu thought to himself. He really let me go. My son is a 12th grader. Suddenly his classmate's next sentence made Wu look at Jin awkwardly. Next to it is the sea, so there are a lot of college girls in the summer, very interesting, very hot. But I don't care. Suddenly an idea came up to test Jin's heart. Hey, I'll call you back later, just give me an excuse first. Even though Jin was next to him, he had already heard the entire content, but still deliberately asked again. What is it? Who called that? It's Jongho Jin. He told me not to travel. His family opened a hotel. He's in the 12th grade and doesn't seem to be very alert. That's probably true. Jin answered decisively and then turned away. That's right. Wu knew Jin was upset, held his head and sighed. I'm not good at lying. So I will say it. Actually, after that day I did strange things. Every day I didn't see your face I would be very upset. Besides, I want to go to the beach with you. I'm probably out of my mind. Cigarette butts lie on the floor. Park Min-hyuk seems to be very stressed as he tries to cram vocabulary into his head. I'm tired of Geo, Gu O Lo Gy Tame, it's too long. Pri. Oh, why'd I have to learn these languages? Anyway, I can't go abroad for the rest of my life. He sat up, through his notebook, searched his contacts and called but no one picked up. Why can't anyone call on the weekend? Min-hyuk was muttering when he saw someone pick up the phone. Do you have time to hang out? Let's go to the beach, I'm seducing Wu. Is he really going? Choi Wu is going out at this time. Hearing that, Min-hyuk felt a little sad and slowly hung up the phone. Besides, I can't do it now. I have to give that unlucky guy a shot. Park Min-hyuk remembered what happened a few months ago. The atmosphere in the room was so noisy and uncomfortable. I must have heard that voice again. He looked uncomfortable when he saw teacher Kwon Jae-ho coldly passing by. In Park Min-hyuk's eyes, the teacher's appearance was so hateful, making him grimace. Okay, that name. Seeming to sense something, Kwon Jae-won looked back. The way people look at you is so uncomfortable. It's not like he was meant to live like that. Well, you know, those guys are often like that. Or maybe you feel annoyed by the heated conversation. Thus, they consider themselves to have a different nobility than themselves. That really makes me feel bad. That's strange, hold back a bit, Mr. No. Discovering that Park Min-hyuk had bad intentions towards Kwon Jae-ho, the homeroom teacher called out loudly, startling him and making his heart beat erratically. Oh my god, it's crazy. The teacher saw this and turned to tease him. Has a habit of being startled. What's going on, homeroom teacher? Isn't this guy trying to push the teacher just now? Oh. Kwon Jae-ho saw Park Min-hyuk scream in pain because his ear was pinched, so he stopped the homeroom teacher. Oh yes, it wasn't her intention to push me, it was the collision, it was both parties' fault. It hurts, I let go and talk slowly. Seeing that his attitude showed no remorse, the homeroom teacher continued to warn him. Hey, he said some harsh words, not to mention apologizing. These kids need to be taught properly, Mr. Kwon. Small things like this combined will shake the power of education. Unable to satisfy his anger, the homeroom teacher continued to pressure Kwon. Please be strict with your students as a teacher. Having no other choice, Kwon Jae-ho had to take Park Min-hyuk back to the office with the promise of a severe punishment. Okay, just stay here for a bit and then come out. Now that you go out and run into your homeroom teacher, it's even more annoying. I have nothing to say to you. Park Min-hyuk replied gently. It looks like he has a lot to say, he just keeps sighing in front of others. If you're upset, just say it. Why should I do that? Getting angry at the disobedient students will only make the teacher's mood worse. So why do you get a salary? I thought that meddling little by little in things like this was also a job. It seems that Park Min-hyuk is not very friendly with what he does, but Kwon Jae-ho still patiently analyzes it. If not, many students would have asked me to intervene. I see, the last year of high school is gradually ending. I'm starting to worry a bit. It seems like they also want to ask me to do something. A kid with no will, no ambition to grow up has no time to relax. It's high school summer vacation now. Park Min-hyuk thought to himself, then stood up and turned away, muttering, "What an unfortunate name." Teacher Kwon not only did not mind, but also actively gave instructions. Summer vacation. During summer vacation, don't miss any self-study sessions. The multiple choice test must score over 50 points. If you can do it, maybe I can see your will. Then I'll drag you out of there. Park Min-hyuk walked away feeling angry. So he was criticizing me. Returning to the present, in the messy room, Kwon Jae-ho's words still echoed in my ears. Then I'll drag you out of here. Making Park Min-hyuk even more frustrated, he stood up and kicked the pile of trash under his feet. Huh, oh my god. Unlucky name. Act like you're talented and then say whatever you want. Help me pull what to pull and how to pull it. Pull yourself away from speculation. Night falls. Under the flickering streetlights, Seon-woo and Hae-jin are walking together. No one said anything to anyone because what Seon-woo said before was rejected. Of course you're insane, what the hell are you asking? Of course that's true. Seon-woo remembered that awkward conversation, his eyes slightly sad, looking over at Hae-jin. That's right, that's true. I know too, but in my heart, what should I do? Am I the only one in such a hurry? How can you be so mature, Hae-jin? The footsteps slowed down, then stopped completely. Got there, and now I'm coming in here. Seeing Hae-jin turn around to look at him, Seon-woo quickly responded. It's just arrived. I told you don't have to take me home, you do it every time. Hearing these scolding words really made him very upset. He tiredly leaned on Hae-jin, but he tried to push him away. What are you doing? What if someone sees it? The more Seon-woo resisted, the tighter he tightened his grip, whining in response. Hae-jin doesn't understand my feelings. But why do I hate breaking up with you like this? Both hearts also began to beat erratically. Standing silently for a while, Seon-woo raised his head, put his hands gently on Hae-jin's waist and whispered, I just like you too much. Haha, that's probably it. So I'm back here. He waved goodbye. See you after class. Let Hae-jin stand there blankly watching him. But who would have thought that he also had similar thoughts? Who is the one who doesn't understand my heart? During recess, Hae-jin sat quietly declaring his expenses, but in particular the word "see" appeared. Maybe Hae-jin thought a lot about it. What am I doing? While wondering to myself, my curious friend suddenly asked me, Beach, Hae-jin, are you planning to go to the beach with Seon-woo? Is it okay to leave at the end of high school? What is this? The classmate suddenly looked straight at Hae-jin's face and smiled meaningfully. What? Park Min-hyuk's probing eyes made Hae-jin very uncomfortable and spoke shyly. I don't go to the beach. So what? He's probably thinking maybe Seon-woo won't leave. Go away, this guy. Seeing Hae-jin angry, Park Min-hyuk became even more interested. Seon-woo likes to go out very much. So isn't it very suitable for these guys? Looking at the club, you guys don't see it at all. Because Park Min-hyuk has seen Seon receive a lot of praise and encouragement from teachers. Seon-woo's personality is very good and he communicates well with people. Remember to maintain that. You see that, right? He takes care of everything himself. Hae-jin slammed the notebook on the table and quickly argued. That doesn't sound right. Even though we play together, we have to take care of our own lives. If there's nothing, then go away. Of course there's work, you have papers to submit, right? Park Min-hyuk arbitrarily rummaged through Hae-jin's school bag, making him curious. What are you doing? This is your thoughts after reading it. I'll help you submit, so don't worry. I have work in the teaching department. While holding up the fluttering paper, he warned Hae-jin. Even Seon-woo is a very scary boundary keeper. Around him there are many adults who have money but cannot take care of him. If you come to your senses, you're the only stupid one here. I don't know if you want to listen or not. Hae-jin was sad when he heard those words. Park Min-hyuk went to the staff room and saw Kwon Jae-ho talking to a very warm woman. So please help me. Yes, you go. Turning to see him, the teacher quickly turned away, looking unconcerned. Park Min-hyuk seems angry. Ignore me. Ahem, teacher. On Hae-jin asked me to give you this. Teacher, I have something to ask for your advice. Kwon Jae-ho widened his eyes in surprise, but still showed no concern. Okay. Your achievements seem to have increased. Even though he was ignored, Park Min-hyuk is still patiently waiting. Huh, are you going to ignore me until self-study time is over? Besides, summer vacation is over. Seeing that Kwon Jae-ho did not make any movement, Park Min-hyuk got angry and threw the paper on the table. Suddenly he saw a USB plugged into the teacher's computer. Waiting for Kwon Jae-ho to get up to leave, he pretended to answer the phone, then quickly snatched it. Hey Ho-jin, we're going to the beach this afternoon, right? It's going to be a long distance, so can you see me? There's a bit of trouble. After school, Hae-jin packed her things, filled with emotions. Let's relax a little today, let me go home from part-time work and do the rest. The next day, I went to school and then went to work. Going into semester 2, I will probably be even busier. The possibility of going to the same university as Choi Seon-woo is 0. I have to earn more money when I go to university. As he walked, he silently advised himself, but Seon-woo's words that day echoed in his ears. I want to go to the beach with you. Have I lost my mind too? Of course it's something you say when you're out of your mind. I don't have many adults who care about me, nor do I have as much money as you. That's the way it is now. But, Hae-jin suddenly stopped. When will I be able to go see the sea with you? Are you sure you'll wait for me? Seon-woo's words last night seemed to strangle his heart. Hae-jin doesn't understand my heart, why does he want to break up like that? But Park Min-hyuk's words urged him to give up. Seon-woo is a very scary boundary keeper. If you come to your senses, you're the only idiot here. But Seon-woo's eyes were filled with emotion and his confession was very sincere. I simply like you. Making Hae-jin's heart skip a beat. The phone rang. Seon-woo was waiting for water when he was surprised to see the caller's name. Hae-jin, what's going on? Why did you call first? The voice on the other end of the line was filled with sobs. Where are you now? Where are you going? Seon-woo's face suddenly lit up. Go to the beach, let's go. Although he felt a bit strange, he was very happy to look up at the clock. Is it late? Oh no, wait a minute, what time did the other guys say they were leaving? It's not late at all. From now until 3:20, go to the sidewalk in front of Haseo area. Seon-woo ran and called the phone. Hey Ho-jin, I'm going with Hae-jin. Absolutely do not start first. Seon-woo rushed like crazy, his mind only thinking about the person he liked and was almost hit by a car. Happiness burst when I saw Hae-jin also running to wait for me on the other side of the street. Let's go to the beach. Each wave crashes against the shore, the sound of rustling is very pleasant. The atmosphere on the beach was bustling with laughter and jokes from visitors. When we get there, please come down quickly. The machine is from the train station without traffic jams, it costs 8,000 won. Thank you. The whole group was very excited, only Hae-jin was standing thoughtfully. The smell is salty, truly the sea. Suddenly Seon-woo shouted loudly, then ran away, making Hae-jin startled. The sea. Hey, wait a minute. Hae-jin quickly followed. Seon-woo was so excited that he lost all his shoes and school bag and rushed into the sea. Hae-jin rubbed the sand in his eyes with his hand and worried. It's late, do you have a change of clothes? Seon-woo was suddenly bewildered. Oh no. The actor came straight from school here. What should I do if I have nothing to do but go into the water? If I can't buy it, I'll wear it wet, but what can I do? Whatever I get, I don't have anything. If I return to Sister Un, I will probably die with my mother. Up to now, I have never once found someone to replace me during an overtime day. Seeing that Hae-jin was still worried about his part-time job, Seon-woo burst out laughing and threw sea water at him. Hae-jin dodged cautiously. What are you doing? Once you get here, just play. We have to play around like two crazy people. Ignoring Hae-jin's shyness, Seon-woo continued. You're very narrow-minded, you know that? I'm narrow-minded right now. Hae-jin, from the beginning, wouldn't it be okay if you just said you really wanted to come here? Park Min-hyuk saw the two of them playing intimately with some admiration in his heart. Truly youthful, like in the movies. Anyway, I don't know what to do with this. Park Min-hyuk pulled out his teacher's USB from his pocket and looked at it. I brought it out because it's very important, but could it ever be dangerous? He wondered what it would be like to see himself being taken away by the police. If you rush, you must follow the plunge. He came up with the idea of using Seon-woo's phone to send a text message to Kwon Jae-ho. Park Min-hyuk straightened his body and looked at the sea. Now I just calmly wait and see. Each wave of rushing feet is cool. The sound was so soothing, it seemed like there was something very familiar to Hae-jin. The sea, I don't remember clearly anymore. It seemed like he was still healthy at that time. The image of a happy family seemed to appear before his eyes, but it was only a beautiful memory for him. Hae-jin, come here quickly. Hurry up. What's wrong? Look at this, isn't it beautiful? It's sparkling. Wu called Jin to come home and show him something beautiful like a pearl, and the two debated together. Is it possible that it is a precious stone? There is no such thing. Well, I searched and found that a glass vase will transform into this when hit by waves. Ha, so this is not a gem but a bottle of choo-choo. Haha, oh my god, my dream is to earn 1,000 gold tomorrow. Ah, look, the sun is setting. So beautiful. Surely going with you will be something special. Ah, that's right. The sea has a special power. Any sharp object is sharpened and becomes sparkling. The sea also creates beautiful memories. Like you who constantly shapes me. I hated you from the beginning, I don't know why now. Why are you suddenly like that? I once competed in the National Youth Literature Contest. Maybe you don't remember, but I ranked second. I was defeated by someone unpredictable, so I was very angry. Knowing that the two had a predestined relationship and in such a difficult situation, Wu bowed his head in embarrassment. Oh yeah, that's a very straightforward request. Besides, I plan to use the bonus money to pay for my father's hospital bills. This information shocked Wu even more. Hospital bills? He's been lying there for several years, that's why my house is often empty. You're the first person I told that to. Anyway, maybe because of this my grandmother didn't treat you well. Wu felt a little guilty when he used the prize money to buy a game console. Even though it was a stolen essay, first place is yours. Jin turned to see Wu's eyes looking at him, making him confused. Why are you looking at me like that, so sad? Me now. Me. Now me. Jin suddenly placed a kiss on Wu's lips, then smiled. There's no need to ask. The two quickly looked around. Probably no one will see it. Wu's heart suddenly wanted to jump out of his chest. What's wrong, this feeling? I can't tell if my heart is beating happily or because of insecurity. The sky was also dark. How long has Park Min-hyuk been waiting on the roadside? Oh, as expected, I brought something very important. With just one text message from the student he despised, he came all the way here. Kwon Jae-ho quickly lowered the car window, looking frustrated. The problem is that my exam is not finished yet. It turned out that he had previously sent a text message to the teacher he hated with the content, I will throw into the sea at 10 p.m. in Gangmun East District, Gangneung City, Gangwon Province, along with a picture of Kwon Jae-ho's USB. At night, the beach becomes more bustling with the sound of firecrackers exploding from the couple. Park Min-hyuk hesitantly gave the USB to the teacher. Really, only now have I seen such a myth. Where does that type of brazenly stealing things from teachers in the staff room come from? There's even more threats, but isn't this the head of the disciplinary committee? Ah, I'm done talking, let's go. Holding something important in his hands, Kwon Jae-ho is not afraid to provoke. Just walk around obediently and you'll get a diploma, that's all, and you can't do it. Okay, it just hurts my mouth. Must stop talking. Park Min-hyuk was depressed and sighed. It started again. Have you had dinner yet? He turned to look at Kwon Jae-ho in surprise. If you're hungry, you have to eat something delicious. Come with me. The teacher said as he signaled Park Min-hyuk to follow him. Looking at the still hot cup of noodles in his hand, Park Min-hyuk burst out laughing. Ha, box noodles, if I go back to my room, they will grill the meat for me. It's so noisy, eat quickly before you have to go back to Seon. Why is that? During the summer vacation, he studied very well in supplementary classes and life was very good. As he spoke, the teacher raised the cup of noodles and slurped. You're doing well, but why are you suddenly acting out like that? What, so I already knew it? Well, I'm sure he'll be absent tomorrow, so maybe he can persevere to that extent. Being provoked again, Park Min-hyuk wanted to get mad, but tried to hold back. Oh, even if I say it frankly, it's true. I plan to take the bus early in the morning to check attendance. While trying to show determination, he lost the pair of chopsticks he was holding, making the teacher laugh. If you throw that away, what are you going to eat with it? Ah, damn. That guy's karma, haha. After all, what is the reason? I should know it because I thought of an excuse to bury this matter on the way home. Seeing the teacher suddenly serious, Park Min-hyuk also hesitantly responded. That well, you keep making me angry all the time, teacher. What's the point of being upset? I didn't have anything to do with you during the vacation. Normally, if the teacher doesn't mind, it's normal to say thank you. Silence suddenly covered the space, only the sound of the ocean waves remained. Kwon Jae-ho seemed to have realized something. Maybe I've touched on something very serious. In the motel room, Jin and Wu were intently looking at the fireworks they just lit. Luckily, there are spare clothes here. Even though I didn't do anything special, I still felt guilty when I was able to eat meat. Also, before going out, try to see if it helps. Ah, it's turned off. Jin looked at the fireworks regretfully and spoke softly. You from now on are a bit different. Huh. Wu held his breath as he watched Jin. The meat is only eaten for one person, so it's a bit quieter than usual. Where does it hurt? In the end, what am I like in Hei-jin's thoughts? It's just I'm a little tired, so that's all. So now let's go inside. It could be like that because he's been in the car for so long, but it turns out he's tired at times. Seriously, what have I become in Hei-jin? We used the inside room, right? Following Hei-jin, Sian-woo felt strangely uncomfortable. Since then, I have been constantly feeling uneasy and feeling guilty. If Hei-jin wins the award, he will definitely use the prize money meaningfully where it is truly needed. What a shame. Moreover, I know that I stole someone else's article and defeated you. Suddenly Hei-jin interrupted his thoughts. Where have the others gone? Let's just take a shower first and then go to bed. Sian stared at Hei-jin, his eyes full of guilt. You will hate me. Ah, that's really true. He was thinking and feeling scared. Will it really be like that? Sian-woo pressed Hei-jin against the edge of the wall, knowing what he wanted. Hei-jin teased. Dislike. Sian-woo trembled with anger and forced him to kiss the person he liked. Why naturally? Hei-jin was suddenly startled and screamed loudly when he discovered Sian-woo touching his body. Hey, Choi Sian-woo, what are you doing? Hei-jin's whole body cringed. Where are your hands placed? Why is it so natural and why is it so convenient? Sian-woo, wait a minute. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside. Dad, then let's go home and sleep. Regardless of Hei-jin's warnings, Sian-woo still hugged him tightly and did not let go. Hey, are you planning on killing this whole motel or something? Park Min-hyo quickly told his classmate who was accompanying him. Originally, this was an abandoned house that had been renovated and the people in the house were not paid. There's no one. Hey Sian-woo and Hei-jin aren't here either. Where did these guys go together? The two of them hid in a corner, sweating profusely for fear of being discovered. Where are these guys going together? Because of carelessness, Hei-jin fell into Sian-woo's arms. The two looked at each other passionately, ignoring the other two's ramblings. We were still together when we were eating meat, so we probably went out to see the ocean. I have to leave early tomorrow, so I should sleep first. Sian-woo and Hei-jin hid in a dark corner, giving each other a passionate kiss. At that time, the anxiety was melted by your warmth when we touched each other, but the truth cannot be melted. Unbeknownst to me, the previously stolen essay had already been anthologized and published. The car rolled on the road. In the back seat of the car, Hei-jin fell asleep leaning against Choi Sian-woo. The boy in the front seat was talking. He thanked his dad. Thank you for taking us home. You're the best. Choi Sian-woo pondered, why did he suddenly think about literary books? It was as if I knew the cause of my insecurity. He thought of the anthology of award-winning works. The car jolted once. The person in the front seat apologized. Oh my sorry you too. There was a speed bump. Hei-jin leaned on Choi Sian-woo's shoulder. Choi Sian-woo looked at the sleeping person in a complicated mood. I wanted to pretend I didn't know. Choi Sian-woo gently touched on Hei-jin's hand, then slowly squeezed it. Choi Sian-woo feels his feelings. My feelings for him are increasing, making me feel like I'm becoming a coward and a coward. If I pretend I don't know this feeling of guilt, everything will still be the same. The group arrived back in Seoul. Choi Sian-woo and Hei-jin got out of the car. Choi Sian-woo politely bowed his head to thank the people in the car for taking them home. Thank you for taking them home. Please be careful. Choi Sian-woo's heart is always pounding. Is it necessary to check? It's not necessary to know everything, right? He said goodbye to Hei-jin. He thought to himself, I want to pretend I don't know anything. The times others got angry with me, I thought more and more, I just want to live and pretend I don't know anything. Choi Sian-woo went into the room and slammed the door. I was scared. Choi Sian-woo wondered, what the hell did I do? If we confirm that, what will happen to us? Choi Sian-woo opened the book for the 13th time, a collection of literary awards for teenagers. Choi Sian-woo stared at it intently. I saw that book at a bookstore. Choi Sian-woo seemed to remember something. I've been thinking lately, so there's also this one. Choi Sian-woo was in a fluttering mood. He was curious about what the kids would write recently. Hei-jin came over, he said, so it's here. Hei-jin pointed behind him. I've already gone to look around the display shelves. If we've checked the inventory, we can leave. Choi Sian-woo put the book down. He asked again, me, I finished it early, that's my job, but thank you for helping me. Hei-jin said we all divided the work anyway, it's okay. But he wondered why he was suddenly at the educational bookstore. Choi Sian-woo leaned his hand against the bookshelf. He awkwardly replied, I just accidentally picked it up and read it. He used his hand to cover the book he had just picked up. Hei-jin didn't ask much more but just asked Choi Sian-woo, anyway, do you want to buy anything or not? Choi Sian-woo was surprised by Hei-jin's question. He stammered in response, no, nothing. Hei-jin quickly suggested, let me pay for this and then let's go. Choi Si-woo agreed to answer yes. On Hae-jin's side, it is said that there will be a meeting tomorrow after viewing the selected entries. Choi Si-woo said to On Hae-jin, I didn't expect you to be so anonymous. On Hae-jin said that adding my name would reduce fairness. Choi Si-woo laughed, let's see, our director will not be moved by such personal emotions. On Hae-jin said, I know that, but it's a matter of my conscience. On Hae-jin's phone rang continuously, but he still didn't answer. Choi Si-woo wondered why, who was calling. He answered him, the caller was Park Min-hyuk, causing Choi Si-woo to gasp in surprise. What about Park Min-hyuk? That's not right. How did he know his number? On Hae-jin explained that the last time we met he asked for me. On Hae-jin picked up the phone, asked the person on the other end of the line what was going on, and instead called me. Choi Si-woo was on the side wondering what was going on. On the other end of the line, Park Min-hyuk greeted Hae-jin. He asked, I'm calling at this hour unexpectedly, right? I want to ask you another unexpected favor, please meet me. On Hae-jin agreed, okay, then there, see you later. After saying that, On Hae-jin hung up the phone. On Hae-jin and Choi Si-woo were at the bus stop. Choi Si-woo was waiting for On Hae-jin to answer the phone and not get on the bus. He wondered what's going on, but On Hae-jin replied, I'm not sure. He just said let's meet tomorrow please. He said he didn't meet me but met you, are the two of them that close? On Hae-jin said, let's see, it seems like Park Min-hyuk has urgent work. What, nothing is impossible. He and I are both schoolmates. That's true, but even though it's true, On Hae-jin's side and asked Choi Si-woo, let's go together, because I'm not that close, it would probably be awkward. Choi Si-woo hesitated, right, maybe so. The bus arrived. On Hae-jin got on the bus. He said, of course, just know that, see you tomorrow. Choi Si-woo replied bewilderedly. The bus carrying On Hae-jin left the station farther and farther away. Choi Si-woo stood there scratching his head, not knowing if he was a bit too childish, but even so, Hae-jin wouldn't be able to stand it. But I hate it when those two meet. Choi Si-woo suddenly realized something important and shouted, I also have to get on that bus. At a coffee shop, the sound of shoes clicking was heard, then the doorbell rang. On Hae-jin and Choi Si-woo entered the shop. Park Min-hyuk saw him and stood up. A clanking sound came from behind him. The crowd was still noisy and chaotic. Choi Si-woo looked and wondered what Park Min-hyuk was doing. Park Min-hyuk smiled awkwardly and said hello. The delicious pieces of meat were placed on the grill and sizzling. Park Min-hyuk spoke up and told Choi Si-woo and On Hae-jin, eat, the job of grilling the meat is mine. Both Choi Si-woo and On Hae-jin were uncomfortable and remained silent. Park Min-hyuk continued to speak, if my meat is grilled, the taste will be different. In the end, you'll probably have indigestion. Choi Si-woo was sarcastic, so what was the reason he called Hae-jin, a person who has no money but still said he would buy meat? Park Min-hyuk was speechless, a little angry, but without a word, he replied, knowing that I didn't have money, so why was you still chasing after me, so insecure? Choi Si-woo replied, what are you talking about? It's because you're too cocky, this guy. The kid has never once paid me, the two of us keep arguing, one side arguing. On Hae-jin wondered, were they elementary school kids or something? On Hae-jin asked Park Min-hyuk, what is the real reason for calling me out here? You said you had something to ask, that's why you called me out here. After hearing this, Park Min-hyuk was immediately happy. He had what he wanted to ask for, he did. Choi Si-woo looked disgusted with Park Min-hyuk. The thing that Park Min-hyuk wants to ask Kwon Chai-ho, no, can you contact teacher Chai-ho? On Hae-jin replied, well, I haven't contacted him for a long time, why suddenly ask teacher Chai-ho? Hearing On Hae-jin ask that, Park Min-hyuk stood up and hit the table, suddenly angry that, no, hateful, suddenly thinking about the teacher made him extremely angry. Suddenly he withdrew from the conversation and my phone number was also blocked. I tried my best to find the house, but I heard that teacher Chai-ho had also moved away. No, I also said that I would eat him whenever I met him, that cowardly bastard always runs away. On Hae-jin spoke up, I didn't know if I should ask this question, but, Park Min-hyuk gasped and hesitantly answered On Hae-jin. On Hae-jin asked what kind of relationship he and the teacher had. This question officially made Park Min-hyuk's head explode. Choi Si-woo told Park Min-hyuk, no, don't talk, please, shut up please. Park Min-hyuk came up and said he should order some wine. The atmosphere at the table of all three people was now seriously silent. Choi Si-woo laughed, saying, it's called too much information about the feelings of friends and teachers, a humorous expression of indignation. Choi Si-woo's meaning was that he didn't need to hear about it. Wine is brought. Having said that, so to summarize what he said, he had been following teacher Chai-ho for 7 years without any special progress. Finally, when he had the chance, teacher Chaiho disappeared. Park Min-hyuk got angry listening to his ramblings. He's a good summary because he's afraid he's not a creative arts and literature department, so his vocabulary is so rich it's crazy. Choi Seon-woo is fine, so yes, thank you. I said I would make an appointment. If I wait, I will contact you. Park Min-hyuk is depressed. It's because he doesn't know what kind of person Kwon Chaiho is. Even though I didn't know about moving house, I wanted to avoid it from the beginning. From the past until now, it's always been like that, pretending to be talented but always only knows how to run away. If I find it this time, I will nail it firmly so it can't move anymore. Choi Seon-woo threw a leaf at Park Min-hyuk's face. He told him to quickly adjust his eyes to normal. Park Min-hyuk threw that away. Anyway, before I go around like this, hey Jin, I still need to ask you a little. As Park Min-hyuk spoke, he grabbed Hae-jin's hand. Choi Seon-woo tensed up and asked him to let go. Park Min-hyuk shouted, Sonu, if you don't help then why do you keep hindering? Choi Seon-woo didn't care, he just wanted Park Min-hyuk to quickly let go. Hae-jin could only sigh, knowing that I would help. Park Min-hyuk heard that and happily asked back. It's more than 21 o'clock, it's probably too late to call now. Park Min-hyuk impatiently said it was okay, Kwon Chaiho was a night owl. Just go out and make a phone call. Choi Seon-woo had a disdainful look on his face. How did he know he was a night owl, that kid? Hae-jin said, I'll go out for a while and then come back. I have to go to work tomorrow so you can go home first. Park Min-hyuk teased Hae-jinny. There was no way Seon-woo would dare to leave first. Choi Seon-woo sat there just angrily watching the other two go out and telling him to shut up. Park Min-hyuk. By the way, can I go out and have a cigarette? He was surprised that his friend had never smoked before, but now he was fine. Choi Seon-woo looked after him without knowing what to say. It's not that I didn't know why the two of them wanted to meet, so I followed. Now what do I know? Teacher Kwon Chaiho and Park Min-hyuk. Thinking back, during the summer vacation of high school, he suddenly appeared again after school. Why is he here? Choi Seon-woo suddenly felt scared. Has something happened since then? Choi Seon-woo looked outside. Hae-jin listened to the phone for a while then passed it to Park Min-hyuk. Choi Seon-woo also didn't know, even where I don't know, the world is still moving. It follows a direction that I completely did not expect. Just like proving that if there are 100 people, there will be 100 stories. It seems sincere. On the way home, Choi Seon-woo and Hae-jin were a bit groggy from alcohol. Hae-jin reminded Park Min-hyuk. Choi Seon-woo heard that and said yes. He asked, how's it going? Hae-jin replied, I thought I shouldn't listen so I stood a little far away. But just how should I say it today? This is the first time I've seen him being so serious. Hae-jin said it a bit awkwardly. It's true that I'm a bit biased towards your friends. Even if you're a bully. Choi Seon-woo's face turned black. Am I a bully? If you hang out and smoke with kids, you'll be a bully. Choi Seon-woo struggled, so he was a gentle bully. Hae-jin spoke up. After all, perseverance requires courage. Choi Seon-woo, hearing the other person calling his name, Choi Seon-woo stopped. Hae-jin asked, why did we become like this? Hae-jin looked at him. Choi Seon-woo was nervous and couldn't answer. I don't think it was his fault that was the cause. Choi Seon-woo, yes, Hae-jin. Hae-jin was once reminded that I understand you are having a difficult time right now, but don't forget that this is an important time. Anyway, there are good things about going to school, Choi Seon-woo, because for Hae-jin, Choi Seon-woo is here. Back to reality, under the streetlights, the two faced each other directly because Choi Seon-woo gave up on us so easily. While Hae-jin was in the office, while he was working, a hand tapped on his desk. The director told him to go to work early. The director took a sip of coffee while listening to Hae-jin because there is a draft that needs to be reviewed and edited today. The director hummed and told Hae-jin, it's good to work hard. The director tapped lightly on the table and continued, but one of the manuscripts sent this time was written by Mr. Hae-jin. Hae-jin widened his eyes in surprise. How could that be? Then he asked the director. Choi Seon-woo said so. The director said no, it's not that, the name just appeared. PD Choi is working overtime every day these days. It wasn't the time to debut, but I watched something every day and I didn't know what he wanted to write, so I took a look. Choi Seon-woo then scratched his head. Oha, our lady has arrived. She said she couldn't see her face so she thought she wasn't home. Choi Seon-woo smiled. I was just concentrating a little. Then he asked the woman, can I use the bathroom? Choi Seon-woo's mother walked up to his desk, meaning that she wanted to look cool at her grown-up son's job. I'm also Choi Seon-woo's mother. She opened his computer and looked at it and was surprised these weren't Seon-woo's words. Then she heard something while passing by the employee break room. Stop snacking. And then where did Sean-woo and Hae-jin go after work recently? Another employee answered that she didn't know. Besides, one day when I got off work I saw it. I thought, what was that kid doing here? Then she saw Choi Seon-woo and on Hae-jin sitting together, the director's eyes more silently. Just looking at it, I can see that the atmosphere at that time was very harmonious. It wasn't Seon-woo's writing, so maybe Hae-jin wrote it. She continued, when I checked again, I found that similar articles were mixed in the submitted works. On Hae-jin looked at the director and thought, a good writer is not inferior to a detective. On Hae-jin bowed his head and apologized to the director, I'm sorry. On Hae-jin whispered to the director, but because of that he did not neglect the publisher's work, nor did he have any thoughts of benefiting from PD Choi. The director sipped his coffee while listening to him whisper. She sighed and asked on Hae-jin what he was talking about. The director was about to say it was a very interesting read. She said, I thought you tried posting here and there, but no, posting through acquaintances is also normal. Not being lazy at work as a director, I understand very well. On Hae-jin thanked the director. She left. Before leaving she said, this is my personal opinion, let's see what happens at the meeting tomorrow. Then the director encouraged on Hae-jin to try harder and quickly left. On Hae-jin looked at him with some confusion. He returned to work. At this time Hae-jin could not calm down. He blushed completely. The author Cha Yoon-kyung complimented him. Hae-jin's heart was pounding. The typed content was also chaotic. Last time someone asked him that he heard that he was a fan of the director. Now maybe you should say thank you to Choi Seon-woo. Yesterday on the sidewalk you made a mistake. You shouldn't have mentioned it. We both made an agreement. If Choi Seon-woo comes, then tomorrow work outside. The phone rang, interrupting Hae-jin's thoughts. It was teacher Kwon Chai-ho calling. On Hae-jin went out, slammed the door, and answered the phone. There was a beep on the other end of the line. It was Hae-jin. I was so busy yesterday that I felt I should apologize. On Hae-jin replied that it's okay, I didn't do anything. Teacher Kwon Chai-ho didn't know that that kid would contact through you, so I wanted to say, what, that's the question? Teacher Kwon Chai-ho continued asking, yesterday, was Choi Seon-woo also there? On Hae-jin, yes, answered Teacher Kwon. Teacher Kwon Chai-ho seemed like he wanted to scream, right, there was no way that kid wouldn't follow you, so we both knew. On Hae-jin just replied yes, yes. He thought to himself, there really is something wrong with these two people, they have no real feelings. Teacher Kwon Chai-ho on the other end of the phone advised, don't think anything strange, absolutely nothing happened at school. After that, nothing happened anymore, not even Min-hyuk, that kid. He said because it was all my fault. On Hae-jin didn't understand why Teacher Kwon Chai-ho said that. What's wrong? This atmosphere is a bit wrong compared to what I thought. Then Teacher Kwon Chai-ho asked Hae-jin, but what happened to the two of you? Did you really resolve it that way, as if everything never happened? On Hae-jin explained, just like this, I decided to be greedy. Is all ambition necessarily a sin? When leaving work, a colleague said goodbye. On Hae-jin nodded slightly back. I think now that I can endure the consequences of that decision, I want to make my future life sweet. Not just stopping at making a living. On Hae-jin wants to feel both taste and scent. He stood at the fruit stand and told the seller to give him another plum. The seller said the young man's stomach will burst today because on Hae-jin bought a lot of fruit. For him, both Choi Seon-woo and words. On Hae-jin held a bag of fruit, swinging his hand as he walked home. Mom would definitely like it because she always liked me writing. On Hae-jin seemed to remember something. He went to a store and opened the door. The person inside was surprised. Isn't this on Hae-jin? He replied that I came here to go with my mother. The other woman was startled. Oh my god, what should I do? Hae-jin, it seems like your mother hasn't contacted you yet. On Hae-jin was stunned. Isn't all greed a sin? He dropped the whole bag of fruit on the ground. All greed is sin enough to punish all my hearts like that. After receiving first aid for his wound, Park Min-hyuk couldn't help but cry out in pain. It hurts so much, can you please be gentle? It's burning. Hearing this, Jae-ho immediately responded angrily, look at this shameless kid. By the way, how did you know my home address? In response to the teacher's question, Min-hyuk explained softly, after the makeup class, the teacher instructed me to answer the questions in 2 weeks and send them directly to him. He didn't trust taking pictures again. I sighed and thought I just wanted to see how far he could go. Then Min-hyuk apologized, I'm sorry. I didn't plan to come here either. My dad almost knows the address of those kids. The entrance exam is coming up and you guys XXX look very confused. It's embarrassing and it's too urgent, so I didn't even bring my wallet. Hearing this, Jae-ho was a bit confused and asked, does your father always use his hands like this? Min-hyuk replied, no, I'm stronger now, so dad also knows how to control himself. Hearing Min Hyuk's proud words, Jae-ho found it a bit amusing. But Min Hyuk continued, but I said I were going to college, so I were told it was an empty dream. If you go against your will in that person's condition, college or anything else would be difficult, so I was beaten a few times. Besides this place, I had nowhere else I could walk to. His words left Jae-ho unsure how to react. Min Hyuk sighed and suggested, let's take a shower and sleep. Walking is tiring. Later, after taking a shower, Min Hyuk opened the bathroom door and noticed Jae-ho had already fallen asleep. He asked, hey, I didn't know there was another toothbrush. Before he could finish, he realized Jae-ho had fallen asleep. Min Hyuk thought, I don't know, one day without brushing my teeth probably won't kill me. Approaching the bed, Min Hyuk saw Jae-ho grading his paper with lots of mistakes. Surprised, he asked, what is it? Are you grading my paper? After observing, he added, I answered 2 questions correctly. Then, Min Hyuk stared at the paper for a moment and poured out his feelings, saying, hey, teacher, seriously, what do you think? Even though you say you will try your best, there's no way to live properly. Right now, I'm still just a burden to those who are still alive. Now I understand what I look like in the eyes of my family. He sat down next to Jae-ho and continued in a low voice, no matter how hard I try to answer all the questions, everything is still wrong. What I said to everyone can now be taken back. As soon as he finished speaking, Min Hyuk heard Jae-ho's comforting words, no, from the perspective of the kid whose blood has not yet dried on his head, it would be like that. The current situation is at that level, and if there is help from an adult, he can escape at any time. So don't think about such laborious things from now on. After listening to Jae-ho, Min Hyuk could only think to himself, oh well, it's okay. I seem to be a little nervous. My motivation is dead for this period. While it was still pouring rain, Seon-woo came back home, soaked from the rain. Complaining, he said, what's wrong with the weather? There's a hole in the sky. Concerned, his sister asked, what's wrong? Didn't you bring an umbrella? Seon-woo didn't want to talk and ran back to his room to change. His sister, seeing his wet condition, smiled and mentioned that her bag seemed to be flooded. Worried about his books, Seon-woo quickly checked and fortunately found the notebook he needed was still dry. He remembered the time at school when he asked Hae-jin how he was and suggested going out to eat something delicious to lift his mood. Hae-jin agreed and remarked, well, instead, it's not good for the heart. Suddenly shouting, he mentioned it was already the last semester of the 3rd year and if caught, they wouldn't be punished. To this, Hae-jin responded with cold words saying he forgot that Seon-woo also had this side. Confused, Seon-woo didn't understand the meaning behind Hae-jin's words. Hae-jin smiled softly and said, I finished reading. Clearly, compared to before, you were much more honest. Now, I have the feeling of understanding the true choice Seon-woo through your essay. After a few seconds of silence, Seon-woo replied, I'm just showing you what I wrote. It's so embarrassing. Show me yours. Seon-woo's suggestion made Hae-jin a bit apprehensive. Currently, there is nothing else besides the diary, so seeing that is a bit overwhelming. He didn't want to make things difficult for him anymore, so he said softly, well, that would be embarrassing. He also completely agreed, of course. Then he tore off a piece of paper and gave it to Seon-woo, saying, here, take a part of the diary. You are an unforgettable diary, so now that part of the diary is yours. Hearing that, Seon-woo was a little happy and asked, is this the first time I've read it? But the answer was not yes, but no. In the past, there were a few sentences in children's literature books. Hae-jin couldn't help but say, is that the one published at the youth training center? I read it often. It was sent anonymously, so I don't know the name. Now that I say that, I'll go home and read it. Reflecting on those memories, Seon-woo is now lying on the bed, looking at the paper, and saying, anyway, pretending it's not like that is the most romantic person are Hae-jin. He just said those words after tearing up his diary. Seon-woo thinks he still has a long way to go to catch up with Hae-jin. At that time, his feelings were still unclear. He liked Hae-jin very much, and he was even happy that the boy shared his pain with him. He didn't care if he got wet or not, returning home while holding on to Hae-jin's heartache, not realizing it was something he had stolen before. After a while of observing the diary, Seon-woo suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but tremble when thinking about it, what he wrote in the contest. At this point, he couldn't help but sit up abruptly, realizing that he might like him a little less. If he was more worried about getting wet than the paper, and if he couldn't read the words on it, he wouldn't be able to understand his own heart. Some time ago, Seon-woo took part in a writing contest. While working on the assignment, he suddenly found himself stuck for ideas and pressure to produce something. With limited time, he kept repeating to himself that he had to come up with something. Then, a young man appeared in front of him, seemingly wanting to advise, don't do things you might regret. After all, it's just a contest. Winning first prize isn't that crucial, is it? Despite hearing these words, Chenlv mumbled a few responses and continued focusing on his writing. Although I've always been known as the best writer, in reality, I'm not anything special. Anyone with a good upbringing can write like me. It doesn't compare to someone who writes from genuine experience. I'll prove that this is true. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately retorted, "Are you stealing other people's pain? It's fine if you don't write anymore." However, anger surged within Chenlv. He despised the idea of disappointing himself and others. He lacked the courage to embrace pain. At that moment, the young man uttered slowly, "So, you're stealing someone else's pain. You selfish bastard." When Chenlv snapped back to the present, tears welled up in his eyes. He covered his face with his hands, attempting to conceal his emotions, muttering, "Damn it." The next morning, in his haste to get to school, Chenlv was walking so quickly that he accidentally bumped into another person. Startled, he turned around to apologize and realized it was one of his teachers. The teacher inquired softly, "What's wrong, Choi Chenlv? Is something bothering you?" Without lingering too long, Chenlv continued walking, replying, "No." While walking, Chenlv contemplated the need to confess the whole truth, even if it meant risking his chance of winning the writing contest. He considered going straight to Hae-jin to apologize, wondering how Hae-jin would react. He silently hoped that Hae-jin wouldn't hate him. When he reached the classroom, he noticed a friend sitting in a different spot than usual. When he inquired, the friend replied, "Don't you see?" Chenlv thought to himself that Hae-jin hadn't arrived yet and there hadn't been any contact. He wondered if something was happening at the hospital. A few moments later, Chenlv muttered, "Could something have happened at the hospital?" He rushed to the staff room to inquire with the teacher. The teacher informed him, "I asked Hae-jin. His father passed away early this morning." Upon hearing the teacher's words, Chenlv couldn't shake off the frustration. Why are negative feelings always accurate? It felt like an impending storm carrying with it ominous forebodings. At the entrance of the funeral home, a woman stood, perhaps sensing something or reacting to a sound. She turned abruptly to her left and noticed Chenlv rushing towards her. Perplexed, she wondered, "Who is that?" "Oh, you're Chenlv." As Chenlv pondered how she knew him, the woman approached with a smile, saying, "I've heard a lot about you being so tall." Surprised by the comment, he responded with a simple acknowledgement. Continuing, the woman expressed her gratitude. "You came to see Hae-jin. Thank you so much. Even though I've only heard about you, I'm always thankful to Chenlv. Hae-jin seems happier because of you." Uncertain of how to respond, Chenlv found himself at a loss for words. The conversation persisted. "He talks about you a lot. I often tease him, saying you're his best partner. Thanks to you, he wants to keep writing." Hearing this unexpected revelation, Chenlv felt a momentary shock but could only manage a soft, subdued "yes." After a brief exchange, Hae-jin's mother appeared a bit puzzled and said, "I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? I'm genuinely happy to meet you." Hae-jin stepped out for a moment. "Can you share with me what happened?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Chenlv involuntarily clenched his fists. While on the way to find Hae-jin, a sudden realization struck him and anxiety set in. He recalled a moment when Hae-jin, aiming to secure funds for his father's hospital bills, but him had sacrificed his efforts by using the money to buy a gaming console for his mother. The closer Chenlv approached the location where Hae-jin was, the more his heart raced. Could he reveal everything in this context? As he stood at a distance, observing Hae-jin crying and calling out to his father, a wave of fear washed over him. Sensing something, Hae-jin suddenly looked up, prompting Chenlv to swiftly conceal himself to avoid being noticed. After Hae-jin left his initial spot, Chenlv made a hasty retreat, attempting to put as much distance as possible between them. In a corner of the funeral home's cafeteria, after sobbing for an extended period, Hae-jin slowly rose. He dusted off the dirt from his clothes and made his way back to the funeral site. Upon arriving, he addressed his mother first. "You and Mom were taking a walk, so I lost track of time. I'm sorry, I left for your mom." His mother gently replied, "Yes, you just stepped out. What about Chenlv?" Hae-jin felt a twinge of confusion at his mother's question. "Chenlv, Choi Chenlv, why him?" Without allowing her son to elaborate, she continued, "He just came to say hello and then left. I told him to go look for you but couldn't find you." After Hae-jin's mother finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Maybe that's it." In his heart, he also thought he must be at home. Returning to the present, he couldn't help but notice the cry of a baby nearby. He stood there in silence. Moments later, when something was placed next to him, the baby stopped crying and he glanced at it. He noticed a can of soft drink next to the child. He picked it up and silently watched the fading figure walk away. Meanwhile, Jin, after offering the other boy a can of water and quietly leaving, thought to himself, stop crying, it will only be more difficult in the future. Observing the clock ticking away, Sean-woo's older brother frowned as he opened his room door and exclaimed, Choi Sean-woo, do you know what time it is? You haven't woken up yet? Seeing him lying there without responding, the brother came closer, flipped the blanket off, and grumbled, Mom will beat me if she knows I stayed up all night playing games. If you don't want to die, wake up quickly. You're in grade 12 already. As he spoke, the brother quickly realized that something was wrong with his younger sibling. What's wrong with your face, Mom? Choi Seon-woo doesn't look okay. Despite his brother's concern, Seon-woo was lost in thought, pondering if I could go back to that time rather than writing or meeting expectations. If I had known there was something more crucial, I wouldn't do it. It's too late, I've ruined everything. I can't go back now, I can't do anything to undo it. Just as he was immersed in his own thoughts, a voice interrupted him, making him jump. It's late, isn't it? At this point, he could only answer in confusion, ah yes. Seeing his bewildered expression, a colleague exclaimed, Mr. Seon-woo is late today. He glanced at the clock and explained, oh yes, I'm sorry. I woke up late today. The concerned colleague, uncommonly seeing Seon-woo tardy, inquired, is everything okay? To alleviate her concerns, he quickly replied, no, last night I had something to think about. His gaze shifted to Hae-jin's desk and he noticed that the seat was empty. Seon-woo then inquired casually to his colleague, is Hae-jin off today as well? As he spoke, Hyun, holding a stack of documents, approached and commented, Mr. Seon-woo is late today. In response to her reminder, he hurriedly apologized, saying, please, sorry. A moment later, Hyun informed him, Hae-jin will be back to work tomorrow. Observing her carrying numerous documents, he extended his hand to help and asked, do you need assistance? Let me hold those for you. Appreciative of the offer, Hyun replied, thank you, I appreciate it. I had a lot to carry. Seon-woo pondered again, realizing that Hae-jin had suddenly quit his job at the company. It seemed odd, and this question might be the reason for his tardiness today. However, he overheard someone mention that it seemed like Hae-jin's mother was in the hospital. Concerned, Seon-woo asked, where's the pain? Is it serious? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Hyun chose not to elaborate and suggested, let's discuss this later. Talking about other people's families here isn't appropriate. You should come to the meeting, the director will be here soon. Left alone, Seon-woo tightened his grip on the stack of documents, contemplating, if that's the case, then I understand. Hae-jin lost a loved one alone. In the meeting room, Hae-jin's mother continued to provide feedback to the staff. The cover design is very good. Let's continue in this direction. Simultaneously, her thoughts lingered on Hae-jin's situation. Perhaps he was afraid of experiencing a similar loss again, Hae-jin. While pondering, his mother called out, Producer Choi, I had a discussion with Manager Cheon. I believe it would be beneficial for Hae-jin to write a short paragraph. Can you assist with this, in addition to the initial work? What do you think? Seon-woo remained silent, his hand clenched. Seeing his son's silence, she continued, Producer Choi, did you encounter any issues during the process? It seems he's still unable to focus on the meeting and is lost in his thoughts. Nevertheless, I hope he won't give up. Perhaps this is a lingering effect from the fever he had back then. Once again, Seon-woo's mother addressed him, Producer Choi? He softly replied, yes, then smiled as if nothing happened, saying, I will provide the manuscript for the first work and there are no other issues. As he said this, he internally resolved not to abandon Hae-jin again. A new day began and Hae-jin had returned to work. A female colleague greeted him, Good morning, Hae-jin. How are you doing? Have you finished your housework? He responded graciously, thanks to you, everything went well. Thank you. The colleague then handed him a colorful piece of paper, saying, I tried to create something to boost your spirits. You can choose the concept for the upcoming book if you'd like. It's entirely up to you. Surprised by her words, Hae-jin asked, Really? I had decided not to do it. Without hesitation, the colleague explained, Seon-woo shared some new ideas yesterday and I found them very interesting. Her words left him momentarily speechless. During working hours, everyone was deeply engrossed in their tasks and the office was filled with a focused, quiet atmosphere. Seon-woo, caught in his thoughts, turned to glance at Hae-jin beside him. He pondered, feeling the weight of a decision looming over him. He thought, I must tell him the truth. I'm not a middle school student anymore and I can't just make mistakes and wait to be scolded. In the midst of his contemplation, a hand suddenly lifted a camera with a microphone in front of him. Startled, he asked, What are you filming? The team leader explained, We're creating our publisher's YouTube account to promote in a vlog style. Please be the representative face. Our producer can do it too. Sean-woo, caught off guard, looked at the camera and mustered a bright smile. The team leader then turned the attention to Hae-jin, saying, "Next is Hae-jin. Our company is so dazzling, isn't it?" Surprised by the mention, Hae-jin exclaimed, "Me too." Without giving him a chance to refuse, the team leader turned his face towards the camera, saying, "We are the editing team. Right now, I'm preparing for the work, so what if I become an author?" Sean-woo, feeling a pang of guilt, glanced at Hae-jin, who seemed somewhat saddened. As he observed Hae-jin, Sean-woo silently reflected, "If I didn't say anything, why did I think it would turn out like this?" He envisioned a scenario where Hae-jin coldly rebuked him. "What are you saying, Choi Seon-woo? I told you not to say it." Imagining Hae-jin's anger, he pictured himself stuttering. "No, that's it." Seon-woo wondered, "Can Hae-jin and I discuss this? Can I assist him right now? Is this a situation we can overcome together, or should we wait a while and start anew?" Lost in these thoughts, he realized, "If I just leave it like this." The internal debate continued. "What am I saying? I need to blame myself first. Let's talk first. Whatever happens will happen." As the workday came to an end, the team excitedly shouted, "Let's go home." A female colleague noticed Hae-jin and remarked, "Hae-jin, you're still working. You came in early today." He heard her inquire and responded candidly, "Well, I took a break from work, so I had a lot of tasks accumulated. I was planning to work overtime today." Seon-woo, upon hearing his explanation, immediately looked up. The female colleague, sensing something, questioned him further. "What about Seon-woo?" Perhaps Seon-woo also made an excuse to stay a little longer. A few moments later, they watched as she turned away, her voice breaking, "It's so sad for our company. Even though my heart hurts like hell, I'm doing what I did before." Seeing her leave, Seon-woo politely wished her well. "Please be careful." Now, with only him and Hae-jin left in the office, as the department head had left for work and the representative was in an outside meeting, Seon-woo returned to his contemplative thoughts. An hour passed and Seon-woo still found himself unable to speak to Hae-jin, wondering why he hadn't seized any chances. Just as he was grappling with his thoughts, the computer suddenly shut down, prompting him to exclaim, "Oh, the power is out. It's my file. Damn, why is this building the only one affected? What's wrong?" Before Seon-woo could decide on his next course of action, Hae-jin stood up and announced, "I'm going to the security room." Realizing this might be his opportunity, Seon-woo called out, "Hae-jin, wait a minute. I have something to say." His abrupt words caused Hae-jin to pause for a moment. Seon-woo continued, "Hae-jin, are you really okay? I've heard a bit about how you're feeling, so I understand the emotions you're going through. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know." Hae-jin, after a brief silence, spoke up. "I told her not to say it." Despite not wanting to reveal more, he continued, "Sorry for proceeding alone without informing you. If you find it challenging now, we can save it for later." Before he could finish his sentence, Hae-jin interjected, "What do I gain from writing? It's just a collection of bad memories, the disappointment of not being able to do it. Even so, I still feel embarrassed. Whenever I want to try, I think about my dad, mom, and even myself." Hae-jin's mention of himself startled Seon-woo, triggering a memory of a similar moment when he had also expressed, "I'm here now and I really want to write." As the flashback concluded, he muttered, "Now I know where I went wrong." After expressing his intention, he approached Hae-jin and uttered, "I thought that no matter what happened, I would help you, Hae-jin." Seon-woo reached out to grab his wrist, but Hae-jin resisted, pushing him away and shouting, "Please leave me alone. Every time you try to ease your own guilt, don't take advantage of the situation anymore. Let me go. Cancel it." In a quieter tone, Hae-jin added, "It's always been like this since we saw each other again. This is a good opportunity to move forward. Why can't you overcome the guilt?" As Seon-woo was about to respond, Hae-jin continued, not allowing him a chance to speak. "If your mother also made a mistake while writing, what would you do?" His words caused Seon-woo to pause and contemplate. Hae-jin asserted that his gentle personality might not endure such a situation and he would likely run away again. After this declaration, Hae-jin walked out. Left alone in the room, Seon-woo reflected on the conversation in the dim light. He pondered whether he could perceive sincerity through facial expressions and contemplated the impact of his words in the darkness. Currently, Min-hyuk sits, sipping wine and observing Seon-woo. Following the exam retake, Seon-woo promptly resumed his part-time job, becoming engrossed in his college student responsibilities. Initially expecting a casual drink, Min-hyuk found himself in this situation. Reflecting on the recent phone call from Seon-woo, Min-hyuk had eagerly accepted the invitation, praising the choice of wine and expressing gratitude for the one extending the invitation. Recalling the events, Min-hyuk noticed his voice had grown lower, likely due to the pressures of work, leaving him feeling hungry and lightheaded. Upon arriving, he found Xianwu in a state of complete collapse, prompting him to wonder about reclaiming his expenses. Amidst these thoughts, he called the waiter, ordering a serving of salmon egg fried rice. During the call, Min-hyuk shivered and remarked, "It's perfect." Taking a moment to inquire, he asked Xianwu, "Hey, what's going on?" While expressing gratitude to the waiter for delivering the food, Min-hyuk overheard Xianwu softly admitting, "I've ruined everything again." In that instant, Min-hyuk mumbled, "Oh my god, that fool doesn't understand," and even without looking, he knew it was related to On Hae-jin. Contemplating the situation, he couldn't shake off a sense of melancholy, reflecting on how their dynamic had evolved, perhaps catalyzed by the intensity of the university entrance exam period. In the winter of that particular year, Min-hyuk, seated in the classroom, gazed at the sky and muttered under his breath, "It's snowing again. I'm so bored. How did I end up back here?" Even in the eyes of a supporting character, the heavy snowfall seemed to hold a special significance for Xianwu and Hae-jin. Why? Perhaps because such scenes have the power to deepen the connection between those who have shared love. Is it like that, no different from the main actor in a movie? While his classmates joyfully engaged in debates about notes on the wall, Min-hyuk pondered, wondering if participating in such activities would recharge his energy and alleviate his discomfort. Amidst these thoughts, he accidentally caught a glimpse of On Hae-jin's silhouette. The expression on Hae-jin's face left Min-hyuk both perplexed and intrigued. Unable to contain himself, Min-hyuk exclaimed, "Oh, Hae-jin, where are you going for lunch?" Before he could finish his question, Hae-jin passed by, seemingly indifferent to Min-hyuk's surprised expression. This nonchalant gesture stirred a bit of anger in Min-hyuk, leading him to retort, "Hae-jin, are you ignoring me? Hey, you two just die as a couple." In response to this statement, Hae-jin abruptly halted, turned around, and said to Min-hyuk, "Choi Xianwu has an issue, you know." Min-hyuk couldn't help but be taken aback by this revelation. If Hae-jin wasn't aware of Xianwu's story, who else could be? After receiving a vague response, Hae-jin promptly turned away, stating, "I don't know." This reaction left Min-hyuk unable to resist speculating. It was unexpected. Could it be that Choi Xianwu was the one who initiated the breakup? As the flashback concluded, Min-hyuk, though aware that it was likely related to that incident, couldn't shake off the lingering questions. The employee concurred and replied, "Yes." The intricate situation that couldn't be unraveled had persisted for a while. As Min-hyuk departed, he politely expressed gratitude to Xianwu, saying, "Hey, thank you for the meal. Be careful on your way home." Despite being slightly inebriated, Min-hyuk maintained some composure as he got into the car. However, he couldn't resist scolding Xianwu about the bill, exclaiming, 97,001, "You crazy guy. You have no conscience when it comes to eating or drinking." Xianwu, seemingly unfazed, didn't pay much attention to the scolding. In a joking manner, he responded, "If you feel wronged, don't be too harsh." Annoyed by the banter, Xianwu retorted, "In the future, you'll be shaved bald." Min-hyuk, not taking the drunk talk too seriously, promptly agreed with a casual, "Yes, bye-bye." After bidding farewell, Min-hyuk couldn't help but groan and exclaim, "Oh my god. Even supporting roles experience love in this world." Reflecting on the past, Min-hyuk found himself unexpectedly entangled in a situation. Unsure of what to do, he contemplated the shared experiences of those around him. Despite the lingering sentiments he had worked to attend to, holding a stack of exam questions in his hand. While not as tragic as the main role, it was a task that needed attention. Settling into the office, he waited patiently for an opportunity to become that person. In the present, Min-hyuk found himself face to face with Jo, the one who had been waiting for him. Acknowledging this, Jo requested, "Talk to me for a moment." And so, the love of a supporting role unfolded. The following day at the company, the team leader's gentle voice resonated, posing a question to Xianwu, "Did you hear what I said clearly? So, Mr. Xianwu, do you want to discuss quitting your job?" Xianwu, in response, did not rush to answer but instead offered a faint smile. The new team leader addressed Choi Xianwu, "So, Mr. Xianwu, you want to discuss quitting your job?" Choi Xianwu responded with a slightly awkward smile. The new team leader pressed on, "Why is that? Does the president know about this?" Xianwu explained, "No, if I told her, I wouldn't have to quit my job but might lose my life. We established at the company that there wouldn't be a mother and son relationship but rather a relationship between the president and the employees. I simply followed the established order." Expressing concern, the team leader remarked, "But this is quite sudden. We are currently short of manpower as we are in the process of hiring new employees. I already understand your intentions." As Choi Xianwu began to stand up, the team leader followed suit and proposed, "Can you continue working until we find someone to hand over your tasks? It may take 1 to 3 months." Sian-woo politely agreed, "Ah, of course." The team leader added, "I was just checking in case something was wrong." Sian-woo, not fully understanding, inquired. The team leader continued, "And hey Jin, too. He seems confused these days." Sian-woo, grasping the implication, responded, "I don't know much about Hey Jin, but I don't have any specific issues, just personal reasons." The team leader chose not to pursue the matter further, a fortunate turn of events. Following that, they entered a meticulously decorated room exuding an extremely comfortable ambience. The team leader gestured towards the room, remarking, "Look, Mr. Sian-woo, you've put in a lot of effort." Among the items in the room was a particularly outstanding book, The Forest at Night. Choi Sian-woo acknowledged, "Yes, I've put in a lot of hard work," smiling as he surveyed the room, a sense of accomplishment evident. "I contemplated a lot when I started working here. I believed this was the right path. Life doesn't offer second chances, so I gave it my all," he reflected. Images flashed in Sian-woo's mind, the first encounter with On Hey Jin, the moments of hard work together, and the conversations with colleagues. He had exerted himself earnestly both then and later. Yet some things were beyond change. Breaking from his reverie, Sian-woo turned to the team leader and remarked, "If I exert myself and nothing changes, then it's not on me, right?" The team leader, perhaps not fully grasping the context of his words, looked puzzled, as if Sian-woo's words were addressing his past. Sian-woo met the team leader's gaze and offered a smile, saying, "Say whatever you need, and please assist me during the remaining time." The team leader turned away, walking off with a casual response, "Sure, let's discuss it another time." Choi Sian-woo forced a smile and replied in the affirmative. However, once the door closed behind him, the happiness that had adorned Sian-woo's face disappeared. Staying close in such circumstances could be perilous for the other person. Relationships, he thought, have an expiration date, and if they don't improve, maintaining proximity becomes a danger. It seemed like he had missed both opportunities, and the realization left him with a somber mood. A nearby colleague interrupted his thoughts by pulling out a carton of soy milk and exclaiming, "Ah, what's wrong with you?" Startled, Choi Sian-woo refocused. He glanced at his phone again, contemplating, but Hey Jin still has a chance. This can be helpful. Sian-woo pressed a button on his phone and the scene transitioned to another location. The phone screen illuminated, indicating a new text message. Kwon Jae-ho grabbed the phone, adjusted his glasses, and muttered, clearly asking for help. "Taking sick leave, huh?" Park Min-uk approached and remarked, "What's that? Didn't you say you were staying home to rest today?" Kwon Jae-ho peered at the phone and replied, "Received an unusual call suddenly. Yesterday you mentioned seeing Choi Sian-woo. How's he doing?" Park Min-uk sighed, "Not very well, especially on Hey Jin, who looks quite distressed." Kwon Jae-ho nodded, "I already have an idea. I'll make a call in a moment." Park Min-uk reluctantly added, "Shouldn't we have paid attention to them right from the beginning of the morning?" Park Min-uk scratched his head and averted his gaze, mumbling that, "Well, it's not like it's a national holiday, right?" Kwon Jae-ho was left speechless and started to walk away, but he abruptly turned back, squeezing Park Min-hyuk's face tightly. He warned, "Don't be disrespectful. Remember to be cautious in the future, got it?" An irritated Park Min-hyuk grumbled, "I know, whatever." Kwon Jae-ho walked away with a self-satisfied grin, leaving Park Min-hyuk with a slightly swollen face. Pouting, he muttered, "Why does that guy have such a captivating personality? Am I maybe bisexual?" Meanwhile, Kwon Jae-ho stepped out to call on Hey Jin. After a brief wait, someone answered the phone. Kwon Jae-ho sighed and remarked, "As expected, the lifeless tone confirms it. What's happening? They say adversity builds character, right?" On the other end, on Hey Jin inquired, "How did you know?" Kwon Jae-ho replied, "Hey Jin, while I may favor you a bit more, Choi Sian-woo is also my student. I can't divulge details to respect privacy." On Hey Jin acknowledged, "I suspected it was Choi Sian-woo. Aside from him, there's no one else who could leak information. I'm sorry, I have to hang up. I can't talk right now." Kwon Jae-ho pondered, noting the weight in Hey Jin's voice, and asked, "Hey Jin, turn it off, but let me ask one question first. Are you okay?" On Hey Jin, with a somber expression, responded, "I don't know, teacher, whether I'm okay or not okay." On Hey Jin replied, "I don't know, teacher, whether I'm okay or not." Now let's rewind to a previous moment. In his mid-30s, Kwon Jae-ho had his reasons for being drawn to students who had graduated long ago. He was in the process of posting a notice, complaining, "Seriously, I said it would be closed anyway." Recalling a previous meeting, Kwon Jae-ho remembered the principal kicking the table and declaring, "The literature department is a romance." Kwon Jae-ho responded, "It's lacking members anyway." Sighing, he thought, "He told me that no one comes to this dark place, so it's just right to display it." As Kwon Jae-ho pasted the notice, someone approached, glanced at the paper, and remarked, "Hey, close the door." Kwon Jae-ho had a personal rule never repairing either objects or people for his own use. Even if a newly purchased item was damaged, he would discard it and buy a new one. This rule extended to his perspective on education. While good teachers aimed to reuse students considered to be in the metaphorical trash, Kwon Jae-ho preferred to start each semester by emptying that metaphorical trash. He had once been a good teacher, but his students only proved how foolish a good teacher could be. This experience led to a deep distrust in himself until he encountered some unexpected individuals. At that moment, Choi Seon-woo approached, addressing him as Teacher Chai-ho, and then handed him the plan of the club and its members. The two didn't betray Chai-ho's unconventional beliefs, and that connection led to a completely different decision for him. "Then I'll get you out of there," Kwon Chai-ho said, received a deep gaze from Park Min-hyuk before he turning away. Kwon Jae-ho thought, what did I just do? It's not like I've only met that type of person once or twice. The insecurity when meeting friends is only for a moment and it will soon fade away. Reflecting on the past week, he considered, thoughts are like books, day after day there are more and more, 1 book, 2 books, 3 books, and then countless books. Now in a room, Park Min-hyuk looked at Kwon Jae-ho and remarked, "Teacher." Park Min-hyuk wondered, "Can you really take me out?" And the picture of you two sitting there. He just hoped that in a year, many things about Kwon Jae-ho would change, the stubborn distrust would melt away. The reason was simply that Kwon Jae-ho had met someone. The memory passed, returning to reality, Kwon Jae-ho thought, so I watched with a special heart. There was a kid who did not use that perseverance in a strange direction. The 2 remaining kids. Continuing to address on Hey Jin, Kwon Jae-ho advised, "Don't ask what's wrong. I called because there's something you need to know. Like you said, Choi Seon-woo contacted me. He just asked me to check on your condition and, while watching, he hopes he can encourage you to write again. I mean, that kid is very uneasy when asking others about you. There must be something strange, so you should know this." On Hey Jin spoke up, "Probably because of you," then mumbled, having revealed all the things that should have been buried. Kwon Jae-ho asked, "What?" On Hey Jin said, "Now it's probably my turn to really turn it off. Thank you for calling me." Now Park Min-hyuk emerged, saying, "Why did you take so long to call? I'll probably freeze to death." Kwon Jae-ho said, "Please contact Choi Seon-woo." Park Min-hyuk protested, "No, this is not a real romantic story to care about him on a historic day like this." Kwon Jae-ho said, "Because he is my student and not distinguishing between big and small is the same." Park Min-hyuk smiled and said, "What do you say? You didn't say anything wrong." The scene returns to before, where Kwon Jae-ho says to Park Min-hyuk, "Let's talk a little," and the two enter the house. Park Min-hyuk asks, "What is it?" but couldn't discern anything from Kwon Jae-ho's expression. "When you appear, of course, you can just pretend like nothing happened." Upon entering the house, Kwon Jae-ho exclaims, "Compared to the outside, it seems small." Park Min-hyuk, a bit angrily, retorts, "This is the house that I worked so hard to rent, and like you said, you are entering this narrow house with your own feet. Do you know what it feels like to make others look forward to it? Now seems like the right time to say it." Kwon Jae-ho explains, "You have become a good student for me, so I don't want to build another new relationship. This is the best choice in my teaching life. Things collapse because I don't have the confidence to endure that." Even though it also loses part of the morality of the relationship between students and teachers, but with this sentence, "When packing my luggage to move house I thought about it." Thinking like that, if I were a guy like that, it wouldn't be a teaching life. It might make the best choice in my life. Park Min-hyuk hesitates, asking, "If you said so, you would go in, right? Do you believe me? The evidence has been fully seen." Kwon Jae-ho walks closer to Park Min-hyuk, making him extremely confused. Unconsciously, Park Min-hyuk kisses Kwon Jae-ho. After 2 seconds, he lets go, then gets confused again. Kwon Jae-ho smiles and also kisses Park Min-hyuk again. Back to reality, at this moment, Park Min-hyuk rubs against Kwon Jae-ho like a puppy and says, "Yes, it's nothing. That's it. We're not students. Because of our status, we decided to find out this way, different, right, sir? I will yield to you, sir." Kwon Jae-ho says, "I told you not to be arrogant. Remember to contact me." Park Min-hyuk obediently says yes. "Hey Jin, I think you can get help with expenses like this. There are a lot of government subsidies for medical expenses. You should go to the social work department meeting to find out." On Hey Jin expresses gratitude. In the examination room, On Hey Jin appears a little saddened and inquires about the need for another surgery. "I've obviously heard that I've improved a lot before. My mother just came to the rehabilitation ward not long ago," he mentions. The doctor responds, "It's a common symptom. Cerebrospinal fluid builds up and pressure inside the skull increases." On Hey Jin asks, "Why is that?" The doctor explains, pointing to the board, "Guardian, if you want, I can explain it based on medical opinion, but will that help the guardian's mind at all? If I have to give advice, I'd say it's because of bad fate. Fate is not good." At that moment, Jae-jin receives a text message and informs the employee, "I will check the contact a bit." It's the company. The employee offers reassurance, "Please relax." What's wrong? Our ending was just unlucky. The content of the message reveals it's a surprise party chat room and someone apologizes for not knowing it's Hae-jin's day off. Seon-woo had planned a farewell party. The scene changes and at this time, Choi Seon-woo stands outside the door, complaining about the cold. Winter is coming and although Choi Seon-woo starts smoking, he doesn't actually light the cigarette. Suddenly, snow falls on his shoulder. He looks up at the sky, realizing it's already snowing and gives up smoking. Entering the house, he brushes off the snow on his shoulders. Today is a special day. Upon entering, he sees someone and says, "I'm coming." The person he addresses warns, "Could it be that you just came back from smoking? Don't think about approaching within 3 meters. At this moment, she is holding a very cute baby in her arms and the baby is peacefully sleeping. "Because it was the first time my nephew came to my house," Seon-woo's sister said, "Go wash your hands and come back." In the washroom, water flowed continuously, washing away all the cigarette smell. This was because Seon-woo's brother-in-law had transferred to the Korean branch on his due date. Husband of Seon-woo's sister shouted, "I'm coming, babe, I'm coming, baby." Seon-woo's sister retorted, "Are you flying here?" Choi Seon-woo washed his hands, but his body still smelled of cigarettes, so he took a quick shower and came out. Seon-woo's sister noticed Choi Seon-woo's hair still dripping with drops of water and asked, "Did you take a bath?" Choi Seon-woo replied, "I finished bathing. I'm clean." Seon-woo's sister, a bit annoyed with his choice of words, laughed and said, "Come on, let's try hugging." Finally, Choi Seon-woo was able to hug his little grandchild. Looking at the baby's face, he was indescribably excited and said, "Too small. Is something wrong, right?" Seon-woo's sister teased, "You're just a big boy. Why are you comparing other people to cakes?" The baby suddenly kicked hard. Seon-woo's sister commented, "Look at this kid. It seems like he recognizes you. What's wrong? Since the first day of work, just seeing you makes the baby kick really hard. What else?" Choi Seon-woo replied, "Ah yes." Seon-woo's sister added, "Remember, if the kid kicks with his leg, something strange will happen." "Oh, that's right. My grandchild is very special. Kicking his leg, kicking the paper once, brought back memories of being detained." The child summoned the main character of that memory. Seon-woo's sister said, "Come on, now give the child to me." The child blinked its eyes. Choi Seon-woo, finding the baby cute, poked its cheek, smiled happily, and said, "No matter what, he'll grow up. This kid, if so, I wonder if I can give him another chance." As winter weather settled in, everyone enjoyed themselves while Choi Seon-woo listened to his headphones, immersed in a familiar song. Suddenly, Hae-jin approached him from behind, urging him to stop. He insisted that if there was something to say, it should be said properly and not to evade the situation. However, Choi Seon-woo continued to walk calmly as if nothing had happened, with Hae-jin grabbing the hem of his shirt. Facing each other, Hae-jin asked pointedly, "Now, what do you want us to do?" Choi Seon-woo turned around and silently nodded. In the white snow, he wished he could escape the consequences of his actions, but unfortunately that wasn't possible forever. So, one person took the lead, walking through the snow. The moment they entered a taxi together, heavy traffic caused a delay. The driver apologized for the inconvenience and was about to turn off the meter. However, Choi Seon-woo abruptly stood up, paid the driver, and exited the car, running away without acknowledging the driver's attempts to return the change. He sprinted as fast as he could, escaping and seeking refuge, ignoring the calls to return. He reflected on moments that brought laughter, considering them as the most brilliant in his life. Upon reaching the hospital, he inquired with a nurse about a patient named Lim Soo-jin. The nurse's revelation that Lim Soo-jin had undergone surgery at 6:30 left him in disbelief. Returning to the row of seats, he tightly gripped the door handle and called out to Hae-jin. Inquiring why he had come, he pleaded for him to go home, expressing concern about catching a cold. Despite the plea, he was resolute about not returning. Desperate, he implored once more for him to go home. Unable to endure it any longer, he suggested facing the situation together. Seating himself, he embraced him, affirming that he wouldn't leave. After a while, Seon-woo heard Hae-jin beg him not to leave and then give Hae-jin a tight hug. At the hospital, Seon-woo and Hae-jin lie next to each other on the bed. The light shining in and the rustling noise woke Seon-woo up. He opened his eyes. Seon-woo turned around and hugged Hae-jin. At this time, Hae-jin was still sleeping soundly. Sian-woo stood up and saw that it was already light outside, so he called out. Outside the window, dawn had already appeared. Sian-woo saw that the snow had stopped falling. His face was solemn, the night was over. On the side, Hae-jin was shivering from the cold. Sian-woo hurriedly, immediately took a blanket to cover Hae-jin. Hae-jin hugged the warm blanket and fell asleep soundly. Seeing that, Sian-woo also smiled. Light shines into the hospital room, dawn has come. At the hospital cafeteria, Hae-jin's face was unhappy and sad. Opposite Sian-woo was sneezing, Hae-jin cried out honestly. Sian-woo sniffed and said, that's right, who would run in that outfit in the middle of winter because his heart was so fast that his body went out before that. It's warm so it's delicious. As expected, soup is needed at times like that, cough cough, Hae-jin sitting across from him was speechless. Hae-jin advised there is a convenience store inside the hospital, eat and see if there is any backup medicine. Sian-woo said it's really okay last night. Hae-jin's mother's surgery was a success. The doctor has diagnosed that he can restore consciousness and move her to the normal hospital room tomorrow. It wasn't until then that Hae-jin's face returned. Sian-woo reminded, Hae-jin, you heard it too, take a rest for a while. I'm in charge so you go to the sauna or the motel, but Hae-jin waved it off, I'll stay here. I don't know when my mother will wake up. I want to immediately be by her side when she wakes up. If there was no one, I would be very scared. Hae-jin remembered what she said, do you know how scared I was when I thought I was going to leave without you? Hae-jin said Sian-woo should go to sleep, you sleep in the extra bed in the hospital room. At this time, Sian-woo suddenly sat down next to him. Hae-jin was surprised, what is it? Sian-woo replied, let's wait together. If you allow me. Hae-jin didn't seem to care, I don't know if you do what you want and if you get the flu, Hae-jin didn't lie. Neither of you wanted to be alone tonight, you two went to the convenience store, you spent 2,600 won. Sian-woo held the bottle of water and said, it's okay for me to pay, Hae-jin replied, it's okay, it's because of me that you came here. Suddenly, Hae-jin hurriedly left, leaving Sian-woo wondering what was going on. He exclaimed, Hae-jin, your card, let's go. Hae-jin was in a hurry, the nursing room had contacted. My mother is awake. At the centralized treatment room, the doctor was reporting Hae-jin's mother's condition. I stayed up all night to monitor and found that her condition was quite stable. At first, I could feel relief. I also injected painkillers, so please sleep well today, do you understand, patient? Hae-jin said thank you. Hae-jin's mother reached out to touch Sian-woo's hand, hey. She spoke up, you Sian-woo, right? Sian-woo was startled, hello? Sian felt grateful that the surgery ended well. Hae-jin's mother said, okay, this time too. Always being by Hae-jin's side like that, I really thank you. Sian-woo quickly said, oh my god, I'm simply there, you need to think about resting now, this side. Hae-jin also stared at Sian-woo. The two walked out. Sian-woo said, fortunately because she looked okay. Hae-jin said, I'll go home for a while to prepare my things and then need to go to work next week. Sian-woo also agreed, okay? He said, well, I'll go too. If anything happens, call. Hae-jin suddenly said, come help me a bit. Sian-woo was bewildered. Why? Hae-jin continued, we still have many things to talk about. Why don't you come? Sian-woo thought to himself, there's no such thing. He sat down to arrange his things. He'd been there for 4 days, so there were a bit too many things. After a while the clothes were folded. Sian-woo thought, what would my mother say if she saw this scene? See if you understand, try to do half of this at home. See. Sian-woo glanced to the side. He had already come in and had a lot to say. Hae-jin, yes. Sian-woo continued, about the essay, if you really don't want to write, I will also give up. Hae-jin paused. Even though it doesn't have to be an essay, I'll help you with anything you want to do. No, you can do nothing. I just want to be by your side, it's okay. We are no longer teenagers that year. But if you stop lying to yourself, then I won't let go. Hae-jin quietly replied, I know. Sian-woo's eyes flashed with surprise. Hae-jin sat down next to me, I'll try to think about it once. So that's all you said? Sian-woo hesitated, Hae-jin was also silent. Sian-woo put his hand on Hae-jin's shoulder. Two people wrapped around each other in a scene filled with light. In the quiet office with only the whirring sound of the air conditioner, suddenly Hae-jin sneezed, seemingly having a bad cold. He snorted, not expecting to end up catching the flu. He saw that he actually felt more alert. It seemed like Choi Sian-woo was no longer sick. When he woke up in the morning, he looked in the mirror and saw that he was completely refreshed and he wondered what was going on after a good night's sleep. But it's so refreshing. And he was lying on the bed with a tired look, replying, is that so, causing Choi Sian-woo to panic because he had infected him. Hae-jin remembered this and immediately thought that in the end he was the one who started first. he thought while coughing. But he felt happy when he saw Sian-woo's face, worried that he still had to go to work. Why now? He thought it was really cute. It's okay if I get infected. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a sneeze. Obviously, you must have a pretty bad cold. Because he felt quite uncomfortable, Hae-jin immediately decided to go find something warm. He said no, he had to drink something warm because he couldn't concentrate. As soon as he stood up from his chair, a hand patted his shoulder. Hae-jin immediately turned around and realized he was the director. The director saw that he was tired and asked if he had a cold. Hae-jin answered yes, a little. The director immediately replied that it seems like you're going to drink coffee too, right? Come with me, I'll treat you to a cup and let's talk for a bit. Hearing the director say that, Hae-jin's hair immediately stood up, feeling that something was not good. When he arrived at the coffee shop, the director immediately ordered him a cup of hot ginger tea. Hae-jin immediately thanked the director. Thank you. The director replied that it was okay, this kind of thing meant nothing to the director. Hae-jin was holding a cup of ginger tea while thinking, after what happened yesterday, there was something looking at the director's face, feeling embarrassed. He was deep in thought when suddenly the director asked him if Sian-woo was still doing well, making him stop and cough nonstop. The director teased him again, he seemed to have a bad cold these days. Hearing that, Hae-jin immediately faltered and apologized to the director. Please, I'm sorry. The director didn't beat around the bush and asked Hae-jin directly about Hae-jin's essay. She knew that Sian-woo had helped everything. She was curious about how Hae-jin felt. Hearing this, Hae-jin immediately lowered his head and muttered to himself. He didn't know how to answer properly, he thought he wanted to die. After a while, he answered her while fondling his cup of tea that first of all I cannot judge whether I did well or not, nor did I complete a neat work, because I'm not a writer. But one thing I feel is that he believes in my writing more than the person who wrote it, those vague feelings that even I don't know what they are while writing. He found it to help me understand myself better. Speaking of this, Hae-jin immediately felt embarrassed, blushed and felt hot, immediately lowered his head and said that it was his thoughts and that you just thought, because of the fever, all this time he only said words of gratitude. Just before. The director heard this and immediately replied, okay, great, so it wasn't because of her son. She continued asking, why didn't you give me the manuscript? She continued, I went to see Hae-jin yesterday. I wondered if there was any problem between the two of us because you asked for leave today. Where can I get better treatment than you? Hearing the director ask that, he immediately denied it. No, that's not the case. Hae-jin further explained that he just doesn't have the conditions in many ways. Hearing that, she also realized it was due to circumstances. At this point, she felt that her inner question had been answered, so she stood up. Okay, I can't interfere in your matter, let's go home. Hae-jin also replied yes and was about to get up and leave. Suddenly, the director called out to him. Hae-jin, because I don't understand your situation, it sounds a bit arrogant, but the perfect moment to do something won't come. I also used to be like that. Speaking of this, she immediately remembered the past and said not now, let's wait for a more perfect moment to come. That's what she thought. Having said this, she suddenly stopped for a moment and continued, but in the end, that perfect moment never came. Do or don't, there were only those two options. Was there no one around? Hae-jin, the one who always waiting for the perfect moment and then almost missing out on something precious. Hae-jin heard her say that and immediately stopped and thought of the moment he and Choi Sian-woo had. She couldn't wait for his answer and immediately said, otherwise, it would be as if I called to tell you. It's reassuring to hear Hae-jin say the article is fine, try to think again slowly. After saying goodbye to the director, he immediately took the bus to go home. After a while, he got off the bus stop, but he didn't go home but to the high school where he used to study. He didn't even know why he suddenly came here. He stepped on the snow as soon as he entered the school. He thought that after all, everything started here. Hae-jin looked back at every corner of the school, places that reminded him of his and Choi Sian-woo's memories, looking at him while recalling meetings, misunderstandings, and both good and bad memories. Suddenly, he saw Choi Sian-woo on the opposite side of him. Both of them were surprised. And Hae-jin immediately continued his train of thought and had the saddest memory. Choi Sian-woo immediately said, no, I was rearranging some thoughts, then the falling snow made me suddenly remember this place. He didn't expect to meet each other here at the right time. Hae-jin suddenly asked him another question that surprised him. Did you quit work? And you also asked who saw my essay. Let's write together, like before. What I said at that time, do it now and let what happened here stay. When Choi Sian-woo heard this, he couldn't hold back anymore. He walked closer to Hae-jin and he said, I'm sorry. And he ran quickly towards him with thump and thump. The two hugged each other and fell down on the snow. Sian-woo immediately confessed that he was sorry to Hae-jin. Hearing that, he patted his back and told him it was okay, comforting him. Outside, the sky was blue with white clouds, the wind gently blowing falling flower petals. Choi Seon-woo put the book on the table and focused on picking up the camera to take photos. But after seeing his work, he scratched his head in confusion and said dissatisfiedly. Seon-woo didn't give up because of that. He sighed and then brought the camera up to take another photo, determined not to give up, and said it again. Seon-woo was so determined that he turned back and forth to take all kinds of photos from all angles, but the result was still so sad that he didn't want to talk about it. He thought to himself, Seon-woo, really? One photo is dark, another photo is bright, the other photo is shaky, and the image is unclear. Choi Seon-woo sat down dejectedly on the ground and complained, no. I can't use any of the pictures I just took. I'm not satisfied at all. Suddenly Seon-woo remembered something. He glanced to the side and whispered to himself. It seemed like there was a friend in the class who joined the photography club. He had to leave it to the experts. He looked straight at the place he had just arranged to take pictures and for a moment didn't know what to say. Then he took out his phone and called someone, with a very smug look on his face, his mouth humming and humming. The bell rang a few times before someone picked up. Hello. Choi Seon-woo sat up and said, Yeah, Yong-hyun. It's been a long time, are you still well? I don't know what the two talked about, but Seon-woo's face was very happy. He laughed loudly, made a suggestion, Oh hey, I heard that too, let's meet up once. That, nothing else, just that. He hesitated a bit but continued to talk, You've been taking pictures lately. Our publisher needs to take photos for the product. A year later at audiobook publishing. Hae-jin was concentrating on typing on the computer, the clicking sound echoed continuously. He took a sip of water, then was stunned by someone's greeting outside. Behind the door, someone held out a glass of water, happily teasing on Hae-jin. Lemon honey tea, sour and sweet, very good for reducing fatigue. Please choose me instead of coffee. Then he brought out another box of paper and said if he chose me, he would get more bread as a gift. Take me right, I'm also rich in vitamin C, which helps boost immunity. Hae-jin didn't understand. He sighed and muttered, What are you doing? At this moment, Choi Seon-woo pushed open the door and walked in to answer, making fun. Hae-jin replied, You must use food to do tricks. Seon-woo leaned his hand on the computer, pretended to cry and said, People hate eating, can I leave this here? Hae-jin is helpless, do as you wish. But Hae-jin thought to himself, he was the only one who threw away food. Choi Seon-woo stood there confiding in Hae-jin, After all, this is my second goal, I figured it would be like this so I came here to urge you to go to sleep. He also didn't forget to remind me that tomorrow is an important day. Hae-jin held a cup of hot coffee in his hand. He looked gloomy, muttering to himself, Is that so, right? At that time a problem arose so the results were postponed, so I worked overtime. Seon-woo was a bit embarrassed. He said after Hae-jin he was really nervous. It was Seon-woo's first time seeing him break down like this. But he ignored it and pulled Hae-jin aside to comfort him. Anyway, don't worry anymore. He pushed Hae-jin's shoulder straight. He glanced up and asked, What are you doing? Seon-woo happily replied, He told me to do it. Arriving in front of a room, Seon-woo opened the door and went inside, continuously saying, If I didn't come, wouldn't you have stayed up all night to do so? As the person in charge, I cannot ignore it. Having finished speaking, he pushed Hae-jin onto the sofa, covered him with a blanket, chuckled and said, Please close your eyes and rest a bit, writer. Looking at Seon-woo's proud expression, Hae-jin suddenly burst into laughter. Since then, he hasn't been able to keep his hands still. Seon-woo blushed shyly, his hands fidgeted, and asked again, Am I like that? Hae-jin silently lay down on the sofa, patted the place next to him and made a noise, Stop acting like a cow and come here quickly. Seon-woo was a bit shy. He scratched behind his ear and smiled. You also feel free to sit down there, so I won't refuse anymore. But it seemed Choi Seon-woo was a bit too excited. He comfortably turned back inside, forcing Hae-jin to cower and said happily, I like it so much, maybe we could just live together, but Hae-jin rejected it. It won't work until mom's work ends. So what about living alone? You said tomorrow was an important day, so you came to urge me to sleep. Let's go to sleep. Even so, Seon-woo still kept chirping, Oh, I'm just saying this, I just took a photo of your book. At the place where the 202X audiobook was published, people whispered continuously to each other, creating a crowded scene. On the wall there is an introduction poster to book a concert in spring, including the time frame and introducing each artist. 3 o'clock by author Jong Hee-jin with Park Hae-jin. 4 o'clock for author Park Hae-jin and 5 o'clock for author Jae Yoon-kyung to present. Until 5 o'clock, the humanities of today's remediation. Hae-jin glanced at the person who kept walking back and forth. his ears constantly being tortured by someone's comforting words. Don't stress, hey Jean, you'll do well, just do it as usual. Hyen was also there, stammering that it seemed like Choi P-Nim was the only tense person in the space. After hearing this, Sean was a bit stunned, yes. On Hey Jean was a little angry. He said dissatisfiedly, don't tremble so much, sit still. Yesterday I was still awake, but now I'm so stressed. He stood there trembling, his face pale, isn't that so, why am I like that? He turned to the side and said tremblingly, congratulations to author Hyen for publishing volume 17 of The Tropical Forest at Midnight, but she still kept that bored expression and replied, I'm not the only one who wrote it. I have to see the next work. Hey Jean couldn't bear it anymore, he pushed Seon-woo aside, covered his face and said, you can't do it. Author Hyen is also stressed. As expected, he pushed him out of the room with harsh words, wait outside. Choi Seon-woo is a bit rustic, but it's okay, he still tries to laugh, haha, Choi Seon-woo, he really lost face. Being by his side doesn't help him feel secure, what's wrong with this? Who could have seen those socks, seriously? Suddenly, someone shouted on the other side, causing Choi Seon-woo to suddenly turn around to see. He didn't understand what was going on. You don't feel embarrassed when you exchange socks with me, huh? Because I brought the wrong pair, it was the wrong pair. Why, that's very trendy. Didn't you tell me to arrange the socks by color? The furniture should also be arranged by color. Now because of that problem, you are telling me something wrong. The loud sound of them arguing made Seon-woo unbearable, so he immediately reminded them. Hey there, don't raise your voice here. It turned out to be Park Min-hyuk and Kwon Jae-ho. Park Min-hyuk happily asked, hey Seon-woo, hi, are you here too? Sorry we came so quickly. He glanced down at the feet of the two of them wearing mismatched socks and addressing us. Min-hyuk explained that he couldn't complete the agreement yet, so he had to wait a bit. Choi Seon-woo wanted to turn to stone, he loudly said, oh, TMI please. Min-hyuk stupidly asked again, just saying not to raise his voice, but this guy. No, me and Hey Jean also live alone there. Test the mic. Everyone waiting outside has now come in and is standing. The editor just saw Choi Seon-woo and complained, where did you go? He was a bit confused, so he just said, I'm sorry, haha. Park Min-hyuk was attentively reading today's session paper. He sat with Kwon Jae-ho in the row below. The host's voice began to ring out, hello everyone, nice to meet you. You know, they say today is the warmest day this year. Thank you everyone for coming and brightening up the event despite this hot weather. Behind the stage, on Hey Jean stood with Hyen, both of them continuously swallowing their saliva due to anxiety. The spring concert book is allowed to begin, accompanied by a lot of camera work. The question was asked to on Hey Jean, do you have any special reason for choosing the literary guy? Hey Jean is a bit shy. His face turned red, not sure if it was from heat or anxiety. He said, I went through a lot of emotions during my youth. But not many adults listen to that story, nor do many teenagers tell these things directly. Hey Jean was a bit hesitant, his answer was a bit rough, but he still continued talking, so I want to share the experiences I received. The host laughed loudly, it seemed like he was very worried. On Hey Jean also admitted, yes, a little. The host asked another question about the previous issue, what was the experience you received? Hey Jean is a bit thoughtful, in my case. He recalled his past to say that the most embarrassing and humiliating things were the experience of having to pretend he had nothing in front of others. For example, on Hey Jean secretly glanced at Choi Seon-woo countless times until he blushed, but still tried to show that we were just normal friends, right? The host was very observant. I felt that those words were full of emotion and he didn't know how to respond. As soon as they asked if that person was Hey Jin's motivation, he didn't hesitate to say yes. Choi Seon-woo below was surprised, the editor next to him was extremely excited. Hey Jin is so romantic. When asked if he wanted to say anything to her, on Hey Jin's answer surprised Seon-woo. In fact, that friend helped me a lot when writing this book. Every time like that I want to ask that friend something. Hey Jin paused for a moment, wondering if he would be okay if he stayed like this. In that moment, not only on Hey Jin, but also Choi Seon-woo felt it. At that moment they only had each other in their eyes. I want to ask that. Remembering the previous scene, Seon-woo heard melodious music in his ears, looked up and saw a bookstore being called a handsome Asian homeless person by a small girl. He took the book, then turned it over to read. The rustling sound kept echoing in his ears like a familiar melody. Seon-woo placed 4 different books for the shop owner. He asked in English, are you coming today too? If you buy things like this every day, you're definitely not homeless. I'm a bit embarrassed, how can someone like that be handsome? The shop owner asked back, so he was from Bohemia. Although he was a little angry, Seon-woo still explained that he was a tourist. Okay, sorry for making you sad. This was the first time a foreigner came every day, so he was a bit curious. The space is very beautiful, isn't it? This is a store built by my uncle. All the subtitles on the shelves were written by him. He read all the books and then classified them according to his own rules. Xianwu just told him not to pay attention to them, which made the shop owner laugh. He originally wanted to become a poet, but for some reason he stopped writing poetry. He loves writing in his own way through this bookshop. The shop owner spoke again. If I were here, I would be curious about your feelings. Xianwu felt a bit guilty, so he is now. Not long ago, he was skateboarding and broke his leg. After hearing the answer, Xianwu fell down, thinking he had passed away. He kept cursing under his breath. Europeans are always cursing. But I seem to understand something in my own way. Choi Xianwu kept muttering to himself, now I will go home leisurely, go and find anything, in my own way, in your way. On Heijin was pressed against the wall by Xianwu, panting. What are you doing? I don't know if mom is coming home. He stammered and said, sorry, I tried my best, but I didn't know when I got inside. You looked at him, truly an animal. He suddenly hugged him tightly and whispered, indeed we have to live together. I can't stand living with Minyuk or teacher Jae-ho anymore. Oh my god, looking at those two today makes my eyes hurt. Answer now, do you want to live together? Heijin is very difficult, I have another reason. Xianwu's face turned red. Heijin said, but compared to that, you don't answer me. Heijin pushed him away and asked, are you okay? You misunderstood, Heijin, I don't stop writing. Xianwu's face was cheerful. In the future, I will also live with writing, through you. Heijin breathed a sigh of relief, you really are. Meanwhile, Xianwu could only laugh. The two gave each other a light kiss. There are too many books, completely opposite to me. I only keep the books I like. Ah, what a contrast. Heijin turned to ask Xianwu, can you put my book here in the future? He smiled, then it will definitely become a good book. The book stands out among a pile of other books with the name, Literary Guy. The two had a meal together while Xianwu was laughing. Heijin thought, I'll go down with my aunt and do what I want to do. Xianwu thought, because I wanted to live together, I sang for him, now it's time. Heijin calls him by his name, Choi Xianwu. Are you confused? Heijin continued, let's do housework together. Xianwu spit out all the food and looked at Heijin in confusion. He still calmly sat and ate while he was trembling. Jaeho's outfit, Pop? Minuk laughed loudly on the phone, happily saying, finally living together, huh? Xianwu is a bit three-pointed, well, so I want to hear your advice. I'll tell you what I need, you write it down. Xianwu, okay, get ready to take notes. Minuk began to describe, first the square box, smaller than the palm of your hand and DXXXXX on the side. Xianwu also carefully sketched it out, but he realized something was wrong. He screamed, oh my god, then threw the phone away with Minyuk laughing. Just live together. Second risk of addiction. Under the heavy rain, Xianwu held a cat in his arms, muttering, because Heijin is like you, otherwise I can't leave it alone. Heijin looked at the two and said dissatisfiedly, I told you it's not the same, I'll keep it until it's adopted. Of course Xianwu was very willing, okay, his sparkling eyes looked at the little cat, I will find you a good owner. Along with the response of the little cat, Clam. Heijin's heart was pounding, oh it's so dangerous. In the end, together they were named FN, the upper class. Clams?